Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, boy. My Fire the Vest era gets the belt. Congrats, I guess. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Wheezy's here. Good morning. Drew Down's here. Good morning. Hi, Chris. Chris, our Angels couldn't even get a win yesterday. Goodness me.
Now it's TBD.
Our Will is here, securing a 12 picks here. What's up, Robert? I think it made us all sad. What's up, Zabo? What's up, Bocus? Nick V in the building. What up? Miguel, Katrina. Hello and good morning. Boy. Casey Tucker and Lou are here. Rustdog, of course, is here. Warren is up in here. Dr. David, hello, good morning. Dave Garcia in the chat at 8:44 a.m. That's how you know the Kings are on that BS. What's up, Jay? Good morning, Kyron. What's up, bro? Gino, hello. Yeah. Are you former A's shortstop Nick Allen? Big fan of the program?
You are. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I hope you're doing okay. What's up, Brooklyn? What's up, David Jackson? Hi, Spencer. Hi, Adam.
Nick Allen even get traded to? Braves? Oh, he is on the Braves.
We didn't print rundowns.
He's batting 364.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Mean Joe. Oh, boy. Gross. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm a radio host who doesn't know what the hell to say.
And I'm with you. I don't understand either, Kyle. I don't know what to, like, I'm
just going to play match game music for 2 hours. Nah, it was ass, bro. That was It's a game that we talked about it yesterday. You know what? Are we guaranteeing a win? Absolutely not, because you can't guarantee anything with this year's Kings team. But if they play a C game, can you play an average-ass game? You don't even have to play that well. Can you just go, Can you just not throw your jersey on the court and you'll win by 20? That's where this Washington team is. Excuse me, I'm fired up. And they couldn't even do that. That was gross, dude. I don't care that you lost. If you lost because they hit 43s, all right, so be it. Stuff happens. It's the NBA. They get paid too. But you lost because you didn't try. They quit. That was a basketball team. You said it yesterday when we were doing our tiers and I said that these are the Kings were in the tier of just get this season over with. And you went, I'm not sure they know that they're that team. We all know it. I don't know that they know it. Last night told us they know it.
They know it.
They know exactly what this is.
No,
they're done.
Yeah, they know that exactly. It was so bad. Like, how bad is it? It was so bad.
Oh, nice match game. Good.
It was so bad, Kyle, that the Wizards, because they didn't want to compete, bench Jordan Poole for most of the second half.
Yes.
The dude played 24 minutes. Why?
They were playing too well.
Because he had 23 points and you didn't want to win. They didn't want to win.
They did not want to win that game.
Now,
they are firmly... Do you know what the Wizards front office is doing last night? Getting prepared to watch Cooper Flag.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they're up to.
Oh, they're angry today.
They're pissed.
Oh, yeah. They're looking around like,
doing winning?
Hey, we're going to fire the coach because he won that game. You're fired.
That was legitimately, and I don't keep in mind, this is from my perspective. This is from the perspective of somebody who a bunch of my friends were Kings fans in middle school when they were really good, obviously. But since I've followed the Kings closely since 2011, when I started working in media out here, that I think is the worst loss I've ever seen. When you start factoring in the scope of what this season has meant, what this season has been, where they are in the standings, where the Wizards are in the standings, the fact that we're just like, hey, can you just get a few wins here? Can you scratch out 500?
Mm-hmm.
And you go into one of your very few winnable games left and you play like that. It's the way they played. It's the circumstances. It's what the expectations were before the year. That was just like it. I don't even want to say rock bottom because it feels like we've hit rock bottom so many times and then they drill on through it and find a new level. But last night really felt like all right, that's the exclamation point on this crap Sunday of a season.
Yeah, I think you're saying it like spot on. I mean, the only other time I can compare this, it doesn't even really compare. It's the puke game. It's the game where Luke Walton gets fired the next morning. He's fired the next morning or after the game that night. But as expected, and the guy throws up all over the court. And I think people might forget, like, Alvin Gentry took over right afterwards. And where are we at? So Luke Walton gets fired after game 17, which is against the Jazz. The next game, which is a Monday. So Saturday night is the Utah Jazz game where, again, they fire Luke Walton.
Mm-hmm.
They come back and play the Philadelphia 76ers on Monday, right? The first game with Alvin Gentry. And everyone's like, okay, they'll get this thing back on track. Why would they get it back on track? Because Joel Embiid and every other starter for the Philadelphia 76ers were out. They all either had injury or didn't feel good or whatever. So George Yang, Tyrese Maxey, Matisse Thybulle, Andre Drummond, and Furkan Korkmaz came in and ran the Kings off the court.
Well, when the Cork man is on the court, it's not I don't know.
No Tobias Harris. Like they just like waved the white flag and still punked you. And the Kings were 100% healthy. Like that was it was their starting lineup against 5 bench players. And no bench for like outside of that for Philadelphia because their bench is all on the court and they crush you. So to me, like in this situation where you got 6-7 games left in the season and you have a lay down win just sitting in front of you to walk in there and not play a stitch of defense from the opening of the game until the end.
They shot 51.2% from the field and 39.5% from 3. They outscored you by 21 from the 3-point line. The Kings won the fourth quarter by 9 points and lost the game by 5.
Yeah.
If you told me the Kings won the fourth by 9, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So they won by 30. That would have been the takeaway for me. Not they lost by 5.
They should have been a 30-point blowout. But that's just not who they are. They don't care enough this deep into the season to actually put up some resistance against one of the all-time worst teams.
That was so bad. And again, this is not one loss in a vacuum.
No.
This is this loss on top of this entire season. This cements for me everything this offseason is on the table.
Everything.
Wash your hands of whatever you can of this season and throw it away. There should be, if they do a whole round of coaching interviews and they decide Doug Christie's the guy, fine. But under no circumstances can you just look and go, Doug and whatever member of the coaching staff you're in, and this player and that player and that player, you're all in. That's fine. Here's the real problem. No, dude, it's all a problem at this point.
Yeah.
It is all a problem. I cannot wrap my brain around the fact that you're going into that because, again, last night, by the way, the Kings mathematically eliminated from the number 8 seed. But you're going into that game with a chance to at least host your play-in game. Give yourself a puncher's chance to win that one, and you win it. Okay, maybe it's not a lot. It's not what you were expecting to play for, but it's what you had to play for. And they didn't play. They didn't.
Yeah.
There were no points last night where you went, oh, okay, they're grabbing, they're wrestling this game back. They had a what 10-2 run at the end of the first half. But I thought Deuce and Mo at halftime, I thought nailed it. You go on that 10-0 run, and then you give up just a coast-to-coast layup to Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
At the end of the half, at the buzzer? Can you get a stop? Can you play 4 seconds of defense?
The answer is no.
That, in the scope of a game, one basket at the end of the half to make a 10-0 run, a 10-2 run is not a huge deal. But the fact that they could not even, I'm trying to think of the appropriate phrase, step up, and get a stop in that moment did not bode well for what the rest of the game looked like. And then they just come out and they just get smoked in the third quarter. They're fighting uphill the rest of the way. You got a young team playing with confidence, and you just had nothing. You don't have okay, you know what? We're going to shut the faucet off. We can't figure it out offensively, but we're going to make sure that they're not going to score either. Nope. You don't have the go-to offensive play where, okay, hey, you know what? They're on a little bit of a run. Here's how we're going to go get a bucket. We're going to run this play. We're going to run this set. You don't have it.
The crazy thing is, I thought that they actually ran some different sets last night that I hadn't seen. I saw the 2-man game with Levine and Sabonis, and with DeMar DeRozan and Sabonis. Like, some of these things are working, and then you abandon everything. Like, you get to the third quarter, and like whatever happens in the third, I don't understand how you lose to that team by 11 in the third quarter. Jordan Poole scores 12 in the third. Bub Carrington scores 12 in the third on 4 or 5 shooting from 3. Like, you just stopped even attempting to play defense.
Bub Carrington, by the way, a 33% three-point shooter.
Yeah.
Not a good shooter.
He's not one of the hot guys. Is that what you're saying, Kyle?
No, well, he was last night. 5 of 11. I'm willing to bet that 5 is his most made threes in a game this season. It is.
This is his rookie season?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
tied a career high for 3-point makes, and it was his career high in 3-point attempts.
Yeah. Like at minimum this summer, every single bit of your defense has to be scrapped and started over. Whatever this idea was about not defending the 3-point line and acting like you're going to high five guys and all that. So whatever the plan was this season, and for that matter, last season on the defensive end of the ball, defensive side of the ball. And I don't understand any of this because Mike Brown is a very good defensive coach, and he's set this defense in motion early. It's the same defense now that we saw at the beginning of the season. It's the same defense we saw last year, where they just do not defend anybody outside the perimeter, on the perimeter.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's the worst defensive scheme that I've seen, and I don't understand why they keep running it out there. Like, if you're going to allow, this team was 25th in 3-point percentage coming into the game, and you allow them to bust you up for 17 threes, 17 of 43, they shoot 39.5%. Who was the team the other day that was 30th in 3-point percentage, came in like 31.1%? Was it Orlando?
Orlando is not a good 3-point shooting team that always shoots well against the Kings.
Yeah, whoever it was, they crushed the Kings from behind the arc. Like, whatever it is that they're doing, they're not just daring teams to shoot 3-point shots. They're allowing something that is so outside the norm that is just such an aberration. Every team walks in and destroys you. And it's because you're giving a team confidence. You're giving players confidence by not even attempting to defend them. Like this second and third effort that, the Jordi Fernandez era talked about, like second, third effort, you're going to fly to the ball. All of that is gone. I don't know what this is. And so at a minimum, you have to scrap everything this offseason. You need to bring in a different defensive coordinator, defensive mind to help you establish what your defensive scheme is. Because this ain't it. Whatever has happened here, this ain't it. I don't care who the players are. Like, these guys couldn't defend a junior high team at this point.
Nope.
Because that's pretty much what the Washington Wizards are. And you just let them run you over. Just absolutely embarrassing.
I don't even have a well, at least this went well. I don't have any silver linings. I have nothing.
Yeah.
We continue to see some of the trends that we've talked about all year. You have DeMar DeRozan, who's largely ineffective through three quarters and then takes 12 shots in the fourth quarter. Domantas Sabonis, who finished the game with 18, 16, and 7, 0 shots in the fourth quarter.
Didn't take a shot in the fourth.
Didn't take a shot.
Yeah. And hey, I want to, like, here in the chat, we have this Kings best players don't defend. Why is James acting surprised? Why am I surprised? I'm surprised because defense is nothing but effort. It's nothing but trying.
Yep.
Like lateral quickness and stuff, it matters. But what is it? Nick Batum is one of the best defensive players in the league at like age 38.
Yep.
Because he tries.
The dog.
That's all this was. This is, you're not trying. Why are you not trying on defense?
That's it. Yes. It's not that, oh, wow, the Kings don't have a bunch of lockdown defenders. Yeah, we know that. We are on board with that.
Yeah.
It is something we have talked about. This show's been on for a year and a half. And we have been talking about their lack of defense on the perimeter specifically for a year and a half. But it is the effort level in a game that is exceedingly winnable and that you need. Like, you're battling to host a play-in game. That's what, again, it sounds silly because we had higher expectations, but that's what you're playing for at this point. And frankly, you're a game out of falling out of the play-in entirely.
Yeah.
This is like, dude, hey, it's go time. You know, you got the Cavs and Pistons coming up on a back-to-back. That's going to be a really tough stretch, but you've got the Clippers left and you've got the Suns left and man, huge games down the stretch. You have Washington and you have Charlotte. This is a gift late in the year where you have 2 games against teams that are not trying to win.
16 win teams, both of them came in.
Actively trying to lose. This is a gift late in your schedule, and you just fumbled one with no effort. Because again, Doug said in a press conference here at Golden One Center, he said, we may not play well every game. We're going to play hard every game.
Yep.
And they haven't. They didn't do that last night.
There was no pride.
That's the surprise. They came out against the Blazers, kicked the holy hell out of the Blazers. Looked great. Thought we would get that last night. Thought we would at least get the pride. Okay, you know what? We may be struggling. We're not struggling this bad. Let's take this opportunity to beat a team by 40.
And when, like in the third quarter, when things are going wrong, when do you not just say, look at your teammates and say, what are we doing?
Right.
Play harder.
Right.
All of you, stop what you're doing right now and just play harder.
Just try.
Show some pride.
Yep.
Nothing. No answer.
None. And now they're here. Worst Kings loss I've ever seen in my life.
Probably one of the top 3 that I've seen in the 15 years covering the team. But yeah,
so bad, dude. In
this moment, if you encapsulate everything that this loss meant, probably the worst loss I've ever seen.
All right. We'll have more on this. This is the most disappointing season in Kings history. I kind of think it might be. We'll talk about that. We might fit some baseball in. I've got some NFL draft notes if you want to talk about something else. I thought, hey, we should probably talk Kings today. So I have an Oliver Cromwell story to tell you.
Yeah.
It's Kings adjacent.
Okay.
Well, we could talk about that if you want to just get into 17th century English monarchy.
Maybe I'll counter that with some good Robespierre
conversation. Would love that.
Because I can talk French Revolution all day long.
We'll talk Kings, whether it's the Sacramento Kings or not, TBD. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Hang on. Somebody said something here.
Start starring chats.
Yeah. Where did that go? I agree there. Where did that comment go? Oh. Found it. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm excited to have that conversation. Sorry. What's going on, everybody?
Good question. Oh, John Bull is here? That's how you know it's bad. Because this is what sports does to us, bro. Sports is 99.99% pain. It's just a fact of life. But you go through that for what Joe was talking about today. You go through all of it for that game one at Golden One Center.
Exactly. That one moment. Absolutely.
And you just carry that little piece of joy with you. And then next year, no matter how awfully this train rolls off the tracks, we'll get here game one next season and be back on board.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. That is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We'd love to hear from you today. Anything you want. No take about the Kings is off limits. Anything. I will buy anything anyone wants to say today.
Are you sure?
If you're still like, I'm optimistic, cool. I would love to hear why. If you're like, trade everyone or whatever, I don't know, whatever the take is, it's on the table today.
Okay.
I'm going to agree with anybody. It's like, sure.
We got somebody on the line. I don't think I'm going to agree with what he has to say.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, it's Joe. He's in Elk Grove. Joe, let it rip, buddy. Joe, you're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Go ahead.
Line win. Two things for you. First, Mr. Ham, the first thing, what about starting Malik Monk, DeRozan, Alice, Sabonis, and Murray, and bring Levine off the bench?
Who's Alice?
Ellis.
Oh, Ellis. Got it. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Keon, got it. Okay.
And my next thing after that, I'll take my answer up here for that one, James. And my next answer is the Clippers play the Mavs the next two games. Clippers need those games. They're going to win both of them against the Mavericks. So we're a game and a half behind the Mavericks right now. We're going to beat Charlotte on Friday. Trust me. Christie will have those guys ready to play. Cleveland plays San Antonio Friday. They sit players out. They play us Sunday. They're going to sit players out. Our one surprise win again will be Cleveland. We'll be tied with the Mavericks. We know the tiebreaker in the head-to-head series. 3-0. We got the 9th seed back.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah.
What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is blue, buddy. Come on.
Awesome.
Kyle,
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you. So,
yeah,
sure.
Made me laugh. Thanks, Kyle.
No, I like sure, man. I wouldn't shock me, but I can't sit here and go, yeah, they're definitely going to beat Charlotte. How can you say that? How can you be certain the Kings are going to beat anyone right now?
Well, not only that, but it doesn't matter how many players the Cavs sit. They're still better than the Washington Wizards.
Yes.
They could sit 8 and they'd still be better than the Washington Wizards team you lost to last night.
They don't appear ready to coast.
No.
So
okay, so and to get to your point about why not start Malik Monk and Keon Ellis and DeMar DeRozan and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and bench Zach LaVine.
mm-hmm.
Like, look, Zach LaVine is a problem. What's happening with Zach LaVine right now is a problem. So is what's happening with DeMar DeRozan. So, like, it's one or the other. I've said this the whole time. I don't care. Like, if you're gonna if you're gonna bench Monk, that seems strange to me because I got to be honest, they don't have a point guard, and Monk is the closest thing to a point guard that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Markelle Fultz minutes need to go away.
They got to stop.
They've got to stop. But I don't know what your other option is because now Devin Carter's hurt again. Right. So, but either way, I don't care. Like, go to a 7-man rotation and don't play another guard. Whatever you got to do. But for me, like, and it kind of brings me to this. Like, I started a comment from earlier.
Yeah.
And this right here. Ricky Nolan, media got what y'all wanted. Let's start Keon over Monk. LMAO. Dumbass decision. I'm so pissed about it. 1-6. Start Malik. Malik is 26-20 as a starter. I hope Malik gets out of sack.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here's the problem, Ricky Nolan. Tell me which of the games that Malik Monk has come off the bench in the last week. Which one of those games did he help the team win? Because I don't think there's an answer to that. I think the answer is none.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing well.
So if you're gonna say, hey, you benched Malik Monk and now, like, you know, the whole world is ending because Malik Monk is coming off the bench. Well, how about he plays well when he does play?
It's a good call.
Because he's not. He's not at all. 6 turnovers one game, 5 turnovers the next. Like, that's not me saying, hey, Keon Ellis hasn't been any better. Keon Ellis has been horrible since you made the swap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that's happening, but I can tell you that Malik Monk is not the solution that everyone thought off the bench, and Keon Ellis is not the solution in the starting lineup.
Correct. There
is something else wrong with this team, and they have to figure out what that is.
And that was also never going to be a fix-all.
No.
It was just I thought it would help Zach LaVine. It hasn't. At least not substantially.
Yeah.
It hasn't helped their defense the way I thought it would. And Malik, since coming back from his illness and coming off the bench, hasn't been good.
Not at all.
So,
no.
This is a larger issue than just Malik Monk or Keon Ellis.
Yep.
But it just kind of goes to show that this kind of whole thing needs to be scrapped. This is not a 1 or 2 moves away type of deal.
Nope. No. And
that's what that says to me.
I mean, and from top to bottom, I think from top to bottom, this whole thing has to be scrapped. Since coming off the bench, Malik Monk is 16 of 45 from the field, which is 35.6%. He's 6 of 20 from 3, which is 30%.
Mm-hmm.
He just hasn't played well at all. And not only that, but in the 4 games since coming off the bench, he's got 15 turnovers and 14 assists. 14 assists in 4 games. Like, again, this should be your primary ball handler.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept saying it, like, it doesn't matter. If you're going to swap one of these guys out, somebody has to raise their hand and say, I'll go to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't, like, you have to coach them. You have to tell them, no, that's not going to happen. You need to go to the bench because you're not helping us in the starting lineup.
And there need to be clearly defined roles.
Yeah.
And I don't think they have that right now.
No, they're hanging on by a thread, trying to get through a season. Well, you're probably right. I mean, they're
hanging on to a thread.
They're 1 game above the Phoenix Suns. They're hanging on just barely. This is like an epic cat poster.
Yes. Yeah. The hang in there poster. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Steven has some stuff to get off his chest. What's going on, Steven?
Hey, good morning, boys. Hope you guys are enjoying this day, or at least whatever enjoyment you guys can get out of it, because this team has definitely sucked it out of me. I'll tell you that right now, man. Lifelong Kings fan here. I'm pretty sure everyone else who calls the station, typical thing. But, dude, my question mainly is, we've had two, I wouldn't say good, decent acquisitions, okay, over the last couple of years, okay? First off, it's amazing how quickly we can take at least 2 to 3, maybe even 10 steps backwards after we got into the playoffs. Okay, we get Kevin Huerter, and he has I wouldn't say a breakout season, but he has a really solid season. Okay, during the Beam Team era. Okay, and then he just falls off a cliff after he injures his finger. Then completely forgets how to shoot. Maybe I'm speaking from emotion here, and maybe I shouldn't, but I'm just gonna let her rip. Zach LaVine is the same thing. He comes to this team after having a really a pretty good season, comes to the Kings, and then just craps the bed. Absolutely craps the bed. That's something that I feel like is more of an organizational type of situation, because, I'm going to put it out there like this, man. De'Aaron Fox was right. De'Aaron Fox was right. He got the heck up out of here because he didn't want to waste his time and waste the rest of his prime playing for an inept owner.
Oh, is out of here?
That doesn't have their ducks in a row. You know what I mean? And this team is slowly but surely taking my joy away from watching this team, man. And it just sucks. Thanks for letting me have the floor, boys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, Steven, thanks for the call. What's your favorite color? Oh, gone.
Oh, now we don't know Steven's favorite
He
color.
hung up. I did not hang up.
No, that's fine.
You had to fade him for a reason?
You had the right idea typically, but he was cooking.
Yeah, no, I could tell he was pretty passionate about that one.
Shout out to Steven. So I don't want, man. If you just need to get some stuff off your chest, go ahead.
I think he just got off on the wrong foot there. I think the beginning was a little rocky. We lost our train of thought there for a second.
No, we brought it back.
We brought it back. No, he did great. I think it was a good call. Good job.
Thanks, Steven.
Huh.
Yeah,
the Beam team is Mondo is a Beam team officially over with. With the Beam.
Not always be around.
Yeah, the Beam will always be here, but the feeling of the Beam team, I believe, is gone.
It's not going to hit the same if they beat Phoenix on the last game of the season to get to 39-43.
Okay.
It just isn't going to quite feel the same.
No.
But, let's get to was it AD? Let's get to AD on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the show. What's going on, AD? AD, go ahead. Going once? Going twice? Gone.
Oh,
AD, call back. Would love to hear from you. Maybe it's Anthony Davis.
It could have been.
I just wanted to
just calling to gloat.
In, see how the Kings are. Did you see his game winner last night?
He's playing really well.
Yeah, he sure is. Yeah, dude. It's just it feels like it is. It's the most disappointing season in Kings history. There's never been, at least in my experience and going back through and looking, there's never been the juxtaposition between preseason expectation and how far this has fallen.
Yeah.
Like there's been disappointing years. Like don't get into it. When you win whatever it is, like 17 games, like that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
When you lose in the playoffs, when you have a playoff series stolen from you, that's bad. Like I'm with it. I'm not trying to diminish the sports hurt that came with those things, but I was there at the Cal Classic when DeMar DeRozan came out on the base or on the sideline with Vivek,
and
they're playing the Kendrick Lamar song, and everyone's like, "Wow, DeMar DeRozan!" And we're seeing all the videos about how here's how he's going to fit, and now they're insulated from a Malik Monk injury, and they got another guy who can score the basketball, and this and that, and wow, 51 wins was my number. Held on to that number for a while. 51 wins, and now they're just here. And this is not the conversation I expected to be having on April 3rd. And I maybe I'm missing one, but I tried to go back through and I never saw a year where there was this level of expectation, locally at least, where there was this level of expectation compared to this level of disappointment.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like the outside, they didn't believe this team was going to be very good.
Correct.
Like the DeMar DeRozan signing, and like most of the, like, I know we love to trash the national guys that are viewing this team from way far away and don't have a pulse on it and everything else. They have been right in this season. Yeah. And last season as well. Like every year I go on with Nate Duncan on the Dunked On podcast.
Yep.
And every year we have a discussion about this. We get to the end of the podcast. He gives his win total. I give my win total, and we're always way off. And I got to be honest, Nate Duncan is right. Yeah. Nate Duncan was right about this team and the construction of this team and where it was heading. And again, like, you took a major step backwards, like just in age alone when you did the DeMar DeRozan for Harrison Barnes swap. Then you did it again when you did the De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. And so I think the worst part is not only did this team underperform, are they underperforming and are they, clinging to life here, but they got older and they closed their window, and whatever window it was, it's gone.
You accelerated your timeline in reverse.
Yeah.
You accelerated your timeline and then went backwards.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's the worst thing you can do, is push your chips in and then lose more games than you did the previous year.
Even push
by
all
a substantial amount.
Yeah, and do a win now move with the De'Aaron Fox trade where you took back a win now player in Zach LaVine and then have it just backfire epically.
Horrendous.
Yeah, just like really, really tough look. And, I talked about this before, but the problem that I have with this team is not only, did you get older in all of these trades, but like Jake LaRavia and Devin Carter are your two youngest players. I mean, Isaac
25. 23.
Yeah, LaRavia is 23, right?
Yeah.
And Devin Carter is just turned 23.
23, yeah.
And then on top of that, like, you have Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones is 24. He's actually he'll be 25 in July.
Golly.
Like, this team doesn't have a young up and coming, like, the future isn't just sitting there.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Like, why would you develop a team like this? And not only, you had this really tight age group that was 24, 25, 26 when Beam Team 1 started.
Yep.
And you had a couple of outliers in the 29, 30-year-old Harrison Barnes.
Sure, veterans, though.
Now, though, your team is just, not only are they not good, but they're not young. There isn't a bright future to point to. And, man, this has to be like the roster turnover this summer, whatever they have to do this summer, has to be dramatic and aggressive. And sometimes you're going to have to give up something to get rid of something. Like, this is going to be a very, very difficult off season. And like, the only way that you can do this is if, I don't even think you can rely on the guys that are there now to do it. Like, this has got to be a complete overhaul at this point. And this was always the gamble at the trade deadline. It was always the gamble that you were going to do this, like, that it was going to all fall apart.
Yep.
And now we are where, to be honest, like, a lot of us thought it might go.
Yep.
And it's just tough. It's tough because it sure did seem avoidable. All of this seemed avoidable.
Yeah. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. TC wants to get in here. Let's got him. All right, go ahead, TC.
Hammer Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm chilling. So before we get started, I got two favorite colors, green and red, right?
Love that.
So I'm going to get that.
Love Christmas.
I'm going to get that out the way, for sure.
Thanks.
Those are my two favorite colors, dog. Hammer, so check it out. I'm gonna start with I don't want this to come off like I'm like tripping because I love this guy, bro, with all my heart. And I truly believe that he's a coach moving forward, bro. But Dougie has to start coaching. The whole vibing, filling off vibes and Hall of Famer, bro, that's out. I know we got a couple games left, but we got to have to start coaching and making actual coaching hard decisions. Like, bro, if you're not going, you're on the bench. This is a coaching move. You can be mad at me. You can be mad at me if you want, but I'm making moves so we can win games as a coach, right? Not about Hall of Fame. You're the homie. I got a lot of respect for you, right? It is what it is. You got enough respect and cachet, Doug, as a human being and as a coach, bro. So, listen, you're going to have to start coaching in that aspect. As far as the offseason, we're going to have to, like, moves. You might have to even start selling people off for a penny of the dollars, right? To just get people out the building to get new people in, right? And when we move forward as far as players, we don't need, like, mentally, I can't say people are mentally weak, but we got a lot of those people on this team. We need a lot of dog people, right? A lot of people that come in and like, you know what, man, I'm coming in the balling brotherhood, but also I'm a killer. We got to start looking for more of those guys, bro, and start weeding out the weak-minded people on this team and getting them out of here. Some of them might be fan favorites, bro, but we got to start moving them out and bringing new people in, strong-minded people, bro. That's my two accusations as far as this season, dog, moving forward, man. Dougie, I love you, bro, but we got to start coaching.
Well said, TC. Appreciate the call. Daniel, I see you. Manny, I see you. We will get to your calls on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, and we'll continue sifting through the wreckage of a pretty dreadful Kings loss last night in Washington. James Ham's there. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, good point by Zabo. Great. Love that. Thanks, Joe.
Tough.
Hey. Enough of the slogans. The daily fantasy slogans.
Oh. I'm wondering if TC's not colorblind because red and green being his favorite colors. I don't know.
What's wrong with red and green being your favorite colors?
It's just sort of strange colors to just be your favorite colors. And to have those two specific colors, which are usually colors that people are colorblind.
All right.
Have trouble seeing. Is that one of are those your favorite colors?
I love a dark red and I love a dark green.
I too like dark green.
What are we going to do, you know?
I'm also wearing red.
Oh my God. One of the K-pop groups I like very much is canceled.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah.
How do you get canceled as a K-pop group?
All right.
Wow.
No, Nick, I won't. I won't do that. I do. I'm a big Blackpink guy. Well, I was.
Are they no longer in existence?
Yeah, we had a tough tough set of videos come out about them too.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start.
It's a tough go in the K-pop community.
What is happening?
Blackpink also had some.
And one of their stars are part of.
We have not
of White Lotus.
White
right?
Lotus, yeah, Lisa.
I like her character development in White Lotus.
Yeah, she's been good.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you say that, Nick? No, I'm really excited to hear the answer to this. Oh, no White Lotus spoiler. Sorry, guys.
No, I wasn't trying to White Lotus spoil. I'm just saying.
No, I was
character development there is good.
You don't, Bob. He owns the team.
Yeah, did anyone catch Vivek announce play ball before the A's first game?
Just really interested in the answers. No, I'd love the answer to this, too, Drew. Go ahead. I'd love that. Please.
Oh no.
It's nice, but I'm not totally sure it's going to be healthy for much longer.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right. We got 4 people on the line right now? 3. Who are they? You can just pop on air and say them. Who do we have on the line?
All right, so we have Javier. We have
Got it.
I believe Adam is still there.
Okay, shout out to Adam.
All of these names are different now. We got
Perfect.
We got 3 people. So,
all right, and then Manny or Daniel. One of them is there. Daniel's there.
Yeah,
Manny's gone. Good.
Daniel is next in line.
Okay, perfect. Daniel, we'll get to you shortly. We'll try and get to all your calls on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Hey, I said I couldn't find silver linings from the Kings game last night. I found one.
Uh-oh.
Our friends at Jiffy Lube are still giving away an exclusive Insiders hoodie and a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, courtesy, of course, of Jiffy Lube. You can see the hoodie now at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. James is wearing it. It's got the custom Insiders logo, got that Jiffy Lube logo on the sleeve. Got it. It used to be in a couple different colors. I don't know exactly what inventory we have, but we have a hoodie for you and a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. To enter to win, you go to ESPN1320.com. You enter the code word cooked, because that's what the Kings are.
Cooked?
They're cooked. COOKED. Enter the code word on the Jiffy Lube contest page at ESPN1320.com.
Joe, you might want to add different versions of cooked with extra O's.
No, just 2 O's. That's it. Just one version. I'm trying to limit the giveaway stuff.
Okay.
Like, I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible.
Of course.
So cooked, just 2 O's. COOKED.
So you go to the contest page,
Yeah.
you click the button, you
Yeah.
add the code word cooked, you're entered to win a Insiders hoodie and a $50 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube.
Hell yeah. Can't wait. Courtesy of Jiffy Lube.
Courtesy of Jiffy Lube.
Yeah. Find the contest rules at ESPN1320.com/rules.
Excellent. Excellent.
We did it. I think we covered it all.
We did.
I just got a call and I picked up. I said, ESPN 1320. This is Joe. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I think you have the wrong number."
What?
And I said, "I think you called me." And he goes, "No, I'm calling a friend." And I
Put
said,
him on air.
I said, "If you would like to go on air, you're on the ESPN 1320 hotline." He said, "I'll tune in." Thank you.
My man.
So he's
Come on.
shout out
Hey,
Ruth.
welcome, new listener.
Shout out Ruth. He's
Yeah,
gonna
we
be
love
tuning in
Ruth.
now.
My
Yeah.
dog.
That's right.
Oh man. All right, let's get back into the Kings, I guess. Who was up next, Joe? Daniel? All right, let's get to Daniel on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Go ahead, Daniel.
What's up, fellas? Hey, I look back at my fandom, and for some reason, man, I feel the lowest today because when you look at Vivek, right? I hate to bring Vivek up because it seems like everybody does,
Sure.
But you got to look at him first before you even talk about what needs to be done. Should we blow it up and start over again? Should we do this? Should we do that? It starts with him, and in his 12 years, he's shown he's not going to do that. He's just not going to do that. So I want to ask Ham specifically, does he think, is there a point where it gets so bad that he finally changes, or does he actually look at this and think that he's on the right track? How can a smart man like this think that he's doing this correctly? Why can't he pass it off to people that know what they're doing? And why can't he see that he doesn't know what he's doing? I don't get why this can't change. This can't go on forever, can it?
All right. Good question, Daniel. What's your favorite color?
Blue.
Awesome. Thanks. Go ahead, James.
Well, I mean, it can't go on forever because people don't live forever. That's
Good point.
That's how it can't go on forever. Basically, I don't know what to tell you. Like I've written about this, and when I write about this, it becomes like super, super sensitive inside the building, and everyone gets angry because, I may or may not have insinuated that the Kings weren't super happy with Mike Brown at the end of last season.
Right.
And like it just becomes like this crazy
big hullabaloo.
Yeah, like sensitivity thing.
Sure.
That like they freak out about weird things. I don't know, like how many times does somebody have to make the same mistake? I've said this so many times before. Like I've taught my boys that it's okay to watch somebody else make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be the one who has to learn from a mistake every time.
Mm-hmm.
You can go, hey, that's a bad idea. Or you can sit back and just, watch like something unfold and go, oh, that's not going to go well.
Yeah.
You don't have to be the one that makes a mistake every time, right?
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be something that these guys they not only do they make the same mistakes,
mm-hmm.
they just don't learn at all from the previous ones.
Yep.
And like, again, an owner he's going to have his input on everything. Like almost every professional sports team has an owner that says yes or no to whatever. Like there are some that allow a front office or, management group to handle everything, but that's so few and far between.
Yeah.
What we don't have that I've seen in the past is somebody who honestly believes that when you fire Michael Malone, 24 games into a season, that's a good thing and you're going to win from then on.
Right.
Because that didn't happen.
Nope.
And then when it doesn't happen, when you have to fire, Ty Corbin and you bring in George Karl to save the season. Again, so we're just in the perpetual cycle of the same exact thing. When you fire Luke Walton, assuming that Alvin Gentry will turn the team around and fix everything. When you fire Mike Brown and assume that Doug Christie is going to turn everything around,
mm-hmm.
like what would make you believe that that's going to be the case? Nothing in the history of this franchise that you've seen play out time and time again would make you believe that that will be the case. So why do you keep thinking the same thing will work and doing the same exact thing? And that's the difficult part, because until you fix like that basic rudimentary thing, that instability is the worst thing for an NBA franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Until you fix that,
that's it.
You're always going to be this team. You're always going to be this group. And every once in a while, a broken watch is right twice a day.
Yep.
Every once in a while, you're going to pop up and win 48 wins, have a 48-win season. Everyone's going to be super excited. But in order to have longevity and to have something that's positive, that's moving forward, that is doing the right things and building the right way, the only way to do that is to find stability and build on that.
Yes, that's it, man. Not not every step backwards needs to be the end of the world. You won 48 games one year, you won 46 the next. That doesn't mean, oh my God, tear it down, make wholesale changes. Like, no, what went wrong? What small fixes do we need to make?
Yeah.
What small tweaks do we need to make to continue? Okay, we're on a track, we're on a right path. How do we keep taking steps forward on this path? Not, oh, okay, new path.
Yep.
Just anything to keep from bottoming out entirely. Cool. So you're going to be mediocre.
Well, and I don't even know if they're, first of all, they're not mediocre right now.
No.
And so I don't know what going forward they are, whether they're going to be mediocre or not.
Right. But they're going to be in that, space between, okay, they're not tanking out. They're not going to be a 15-win team in the hunt for the number one pick.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also just kind of battling for the back end of the play-in-ish. Like that's just kind of where they are, just for the sake of saying, like, hey, we're fighting for a postseason spot. That just can't be the goal. There needs to be something longer term. There needs to be an understanding that this is a window. Beam Team 1, the 22-23 season, was the start of a window. You tried to run it back. You took a step back. That doesn't mean, oh my God, the coach needs to be fired. Or excuse me, the coach shouldn't be extended.
Yeah.
It's, hey, where did this team lack? Okay, let's figure out what are the ways that we can bolster that weakness. Make that weakness a strength. And being willing to do things like dip into the luxury tax.
Yeah.
Which we're still not sure if they'd be willing to do.
Nope.
Doing things like not just giving away draft picks to unload salary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just there's all these things, like, dude, it's small tweaks to just keep rowing the right direction. Like, stay on a path.
Yeah. Like when you're renovating a home,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever walked into a home and said, hey, you see that window right there? Can you make that window smaller?
I'd love for that window to be a little smaller.
And then next year you're like, you know what? You didn't make that window small enough. Can you pull that window out and reframe it, re-sheetrock the inside and redo the outside? And can you make the window smaller? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
The answer is not just to bail on a 27-year-old, like, former all-star point guard because times get tough.
Yeah.
The answer is to figure it out, to sit down and figure it out, to have the conversations that are difficult and to figure it out, not to call the guy as a last resort when you're trading him.
Right.
Not to be the guy who calls him and say, hey, we traded you.
And if you have decided that this is untenable, De'Aaron Fox is not the player we thought he was. He doesn't want to be here. This relationship is over. You don't go then get a 30-year-old.
Yeah, you don't
who
just
doesn't fit what you're doing.
You don't just make the window smaller.
It does.
You just keep. Now you're on a sinking ship looking at a little round hole.
A porthole.
It's really, really difficult.
All right.
Sorry about that.
I think we mixed metaphors there, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It's all good.
We're cooking today, Kyle. We're fine.
It's all good.
Everything's fine.
I know we got a bunch of people. Joe, we'll figure it out at the break. Who's there, who's not. We've still got people on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Would love to get to your calls. We'll do that in the second hour. We've got more Kings. We might get to the A's got smoked in a 3-game series against the Cubs. The San Francisco Giants are cooking, but so's the rest of the NL West. We might get to those things. I've landed on an NFL draft crush. Anybody cares?
Yeah.
We might get to that, but I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of Kings. Sacramento Kings, TBD. But we're going to talk about Kings in the second hour. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
I should save this to say on air, but I will tell all of you, like,
I'm going to go talk to Joe real quick.
Vivek Ranadive does not want to have a bad team. He doesn't. He does not. This is like it's unintentionally intentional or intentionally unintentional. I don't know. It's not something that, like, he does want to win. And it's something that, he is very, very involved in what's happening here. But that doesn't change anything. Like, tough. Yeah, this is like Mark, this is not like a John Fisher situation. No. In fact, Vivek is trying to add more professional sports to your town. That's why the A's are here, because Vivek wants to add more professional sports to this town. But at the same time, like, there has to be a moment of clarity here, and I don't ever think there will be a moment of clarity where he goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm part of what's happening here." And like, it's difficult. Yeah. This one. I totally agree with this. It's hard for people that are successful in one arena to not want to get involved in other areas, even if they don't fully understand it. I worked for Copeland Sports for years. I've said that before. Like, I worked for Copeland's, and I also, before that, I worked in the grocery industry. A grocery store like conglomerate bought Copeland's, and I could see on day one that they didn't understand the difference between grocery and sporting goods, and they ran that business into the ground so fast, and Copeland's was gone within maybe a year. Just dismantled, and just incompetence. And it's because they're two different businesses. One of the grocery business, your margins are like super small, like 2%, but you're dealing in bulk. I don't know where Kyle's at. Oh, here he comes.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Mads, and Joe Brazil's with us.
Nailed it, Kyle.
Yeah. Internal clock and stuff, Talking a lot of Kings after a 116-111 loss to the Washington Wizards last night. To the 16-win, now 17-win Washington Wizards, who just last week gave up 162 points in regulation to the Pacers.
I think it's easier to call them a 59 loss.
That's good. Yeah, 59 loss team. That's good. A team that's going to lose 60-plus games.
Mm-hmm.
And a game the Kings kind of like, they need to win these.
Just a little bit.
And they just...
We're going to talk about Kings?
Yeah.
Not the Kings.
Oh, you want to talk about Oliver Cromwell?
Yeah, like, we had this idea to talk about,
Okay, great. Yeah, we can do that. And then we'll get to the Elk Grove Kid talk on to get us back into the Sacramento Kings. We got some people waiting. And we will get to your calls for sure. No, but I was thinking last night, trying to figure out different things we could talk about with the Kings. And I was kind of like, maybe if we just talk about like non-Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
So then I started going back and thinking about English Monarchs, and it led me to something I learned while I was in England that I would love to share with all of you. I don't know if anybody knows who Oliver Cromwell is. There's probably some history professor or person who with a master's in history or whatever.
And this is not Nolan Cromwell, the safety for the Let's Ram It Rams.
No, very different person. This is Oliver Cromwell, English politician, military man in the 17th century. I'm going to tell a very truncated version of this story, and I'm just going to kind of try and keep it to the nuts and bolts. So Oliver Cromwell was one of the people who spearheaded the execution of Charles I and the elimination of the English monarchy in the mid-17th century. It helped establish the Commonwealth of England. So basically, there was the long line of English monarchs. Charles I gets executed, and there's the Commonwealth of England.
Mm-hmm.
There's no monarch. Eventually, Oliver Cromwell became Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, and he held that position until he died in 1658. His kid then took over that position, and again, truncated nuts and bolts version of this story. sucked at the job. Was just ass.
Yeah, it's not good.
Creates a power vacuum, and eventually Charles II, who had been the King of Scotland, comes down, overtakes England, and the monarchy is reestablished in 1660, I think.
Okay.
Charles II, who is Charles I's son, FYI. Charles I, who, again, Oliver Cromwell had him executed.
Yep.
Or was one of the people who had him executed. Charles II was so pissed at Oliver Cromwell, who's been dead for 2 years, FYI.
Okay.
Died in 1658. Charles II took back over in 1660. On the 12th anniversary of Charles I's execution, they exhume Oliver Cromwell's body and hang him.
Yep.
They hung him posthumously because they were so mad at him. And then they lopped off his head, tossed his body in a ditch, and displayed his head on Westminster Hall for 23 years.
That's a long time.
Do you know how mad you have to be at somebody to have them be dead for 2 years, 2 years, and then be like, hey, actually, we're going to dig this guy up, and then we're going to kill him again, and then we're going to kill him again.
And then we're going to make sure everyone knew we killed him.
And then we're going to make it really clear. We're going to put his head on a spike on Westminster Hall. And then they built a statue for him, and it's in Parliament now.
That's bold.
Wild. Oliver Cromwell, fascinating person. Check out his wiki page. It's nuts.
I would.
That's my Kings related thing to talk about today.
I would much rather talk about just, like this type of stuff. Like we could sit here and do history lessons all day.
Sure.
Yeah. I love the French Revolution and French history.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. Like Robespierre, Maximilian Robespierre.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of a similar thing. He helped overthrow the king in France and had them executed. And then
Louis the 13th?
I think it is. Yeah. Or the 14th. Oh, well, I should know this. Either way, he ends up like running the reign of terror for like 9 months, where they kill like 14,000 people, 1,400 people.
Ridiculous, like blood running in the streets.
Yeah, they use a guillotine.
Yes.
Yeah, just off with their heads until they eventually shoot him in the face, or it's possible he tried to commit suicide. We're not sure which. There's some, but he doesn't die.
He winds up with a bullet hole in the face.
He's just very miserable until they lop his head off. Yeah.
Incredible.
And then, of course, this leads to Napoleon and like all of that. So it's complicated, but yeah, it's like, hey,
you could tell me anything about the French Revolution and things they did during the French Revolution, and I would believe it.
Oh yeah.
It's just an unbelievable period of history.
Oh, it's like the craziest 2 or 3 year period ever. I mean, like the storming of the Bastille and all this stuff. Yeah, it's wild.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Alas, we have to talk about the Sacramento Kings instead. I know, man.
How does this happen?
Let's get to Adam. He's in Michigan? Shout out to Michigan.
I think he's just left here because he doesn't want to be here.
That's totally fair. Adam, in Michigan, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Guys, I don't know why I'm a Kings fan in Michigan. I grew up in Sacramento, but I've been in the Midwest for nearly 15 years, and yet I can't just kick this Kings thing.
Sorry.
I don't really know, man. It's rough. If I'm being real, though, I think it's because guys like you and the fan base that regardless of heartbreak, we just stay loyal and keep on fighting. And regardless how incompetent this organization is, we're still here.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep.
We sure are. Adam, what's your favorite color?
I think, favorite color is certainly not purple. Let's go blue.
All right. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
We've got a lot of blue so far.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like everybody's favorite color is going to be a primary color.
It's not like magenta.
Mine is technically cardinal, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not red. Like your sweatshirt is like scarlet red.
Oh yeah, it's red.
Mine's more of like a darker red, like Stanford Cardinal, like that color red.
Yeah, I'm like forest green.
Yeah, good dark green.
Yeah. The sweater I wore yesterday, I think was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really good. Is Javier still there? All right, Javier, go ahead and cook. What's up?
How you doing, Mr. Madison, Mr. Hand? Just want to apologize last week for that reference I made. I didn't mean.
Bro, all good.
Just go.
All good. Let it rip, bro.
All right, so I just wanted to see, like, because how the team ineptitude is more than prevalent in all the fans out there. You know, the fight, like how you just said about making mistakes with your children, Mr. Ham. Like, they lost 5 games, straight. They were 13 and 18. But again, the coach that was the coach of the year brought us out of a 16-year drought, and the generational talent that De'Aaron Fox was, at least in this city, not in the NBA per se, to just give up on it, it just, you think logistically, whether this is rational or not, if a bunch of fans, 100, 200, came to the game with the Kings logo with the word SC or the words SCLL, those letters with Fire Monty or Celtics, some of that, would that even have any resignation of anybody at the top? Obviously not Vivek, but this is just a consistent, like, no matter what anybody says, from the dismay with my phone call, with the Kings players, the organization, the head coach. I love Doug Christie.
Oh, he's gone? Joe's fed up.
All right.
That was on Joe. That's not me. I don't control the phones.
And I don't touch buttons.
Joe is done.
All right.
Fair enough.
That's fine.
Joe said he's done. I don't think that you might know this better than I do, but from where I sit, given how prevalent and front and center Vivek is at games, if a bunch of people pulled up with Fire Monty signs or whatever, I think it would have some sort of impact. I don't know if he'd actually do anything because of an outcry of a couple hundred fans at a game. But I do think he would see it and notice it and take it into account.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, the in-stadium people, if you started like a sell the team chant, would drown that out. Secondly, there would be a directive that it would not play on the broadcast at all. That you couldn't pan to somebody in the stands with a shirt. I know all of this to be like factual, and
That's what the Mavericks are doing.
Yeah, and I actually know that there was a point where things did get ugly here, and fans did try to like do some of this stuff in the past, and like the franchise is well aware of what's happening, and they are someone like they crowdsource everything, but they see everything, they listen to everything.
There's probably somebody listening to this show right now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, somebody's job is to listen to this. It's to listen to the podcast, like whatever. Like they are
to consume the media.
They're omnipresent, right? And so for me, like, look,
what up, Kings in play? Hope your day's going well.
Fans, do whatever you want to do. Like but it's not going to impact. I don't think anything. I mean, you literally have an owner who sits at half court every single game. He's missed maybe 2 or 3 games like all season, but he's always there. And like, would he hear it? Yeah. Would he not like it? No, he would not like it. But at the
understandably,
yeah. At the same time, like there has to come a point where this thing gets fixed, or maybe it's not. Maybe you are like the Cleveland Browns of the NBA. Like we've seen other franchises go through just years and years and years. I mean, decades. The Clippers under Donald Sterling went for decades of horrible, horrible basketball. And, to be honest, like there are so many things that Vivek has done well in Sacramento that I at times I feel bad that he hasn't allowed himself to have like sustained success as a basketball owner, where all of the accomplishments that he's had outside of the game of basketball would be recognized. But it's the reality that he lives in. So like, until you figure out ways to do things differently, this is going to be how you're thought of in your community. And,
that's it.
It's tough.
And that's where we've seen so much of the sentiment online specifically. We talk about Doug Christie or Keon Ellis or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan or whoever, and people go, it's ownership. Like it's that. Like, yeah, but guess what? Ownership's not going anywhere.
No.
So it's about trying to find solutions within that.
Yeah.
And if you've reached a point with whether it's the Kings or the A's or the 49ers or the Raiders or the Sharks or whoever, or the Giants, where you're like, I'm done with this ownership group, then okay.
Yeah.
Like your support for the team is going to have to be different then, because like I said, the owner doesn't get traded. The owner doesn't get fired.
Nope.
They're around.
They are. And that's one of the
and
most
they're not going to sell, they're going to move the team.
Nope.
Anyways. We got time for one more? Yeah, let's get to Manny. Manny has been waiting patiently on hold for an hour and a half. Manny, go ahead, man.
Man, this is one of the craziest seasons. I said it last night. This is one of the craziest seasons that I've ever seen of a team with so much talent. And it's again, I said it last. It's Timu Gumbo. Like they just put a whole bunch of stuff together and they just expected it to work out, and they just kept doubling down and doubling down. And you know, it all circles back to accountability from the players, to ownership, to management. And even like when they fired Brown, the next thing I saw after they fired Mike Brown, which was done so horribly, was Vivek making a video wishing Keon happy birthday, saying how Monty made the greatest move in getting this dude. And it didn't even feel like it was really meant about the happy birthday. It was more like him trying to force Monty into everybody's face, saying, don't worry about this guy over here that got fired. This is the genius over here.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley's, Monty's still here. And I think with a lot of the fan base, it's not just about these guys quitting and all that. It's also about, like, when it's all said and done at the end of this season, do you trust anybody here right now that's working, whether it's the owner, whether it's Monty that ends up staying or the next person that he brings in? Do you trust anybody to even get it right, even if you cleared house, even if you went and traded, you know, whoever's tradable at this point and getting whatever assets are getting back? And even if they made decent trades of draft picks, getting those draft picks right, bringing like on every single level right now of this organization and of this team, it looks so inept and looks so dire that even if they did all that, people would still sit around and be like, you're not going to get it right anyway. Like, that's where a lot of the fan base is. And then with Vivek, I just need him to come out and say, I messed up. Like, I did some things wrong. I'm going to try to get better at this. But he doubles down so much that he really believes that he's doing this great job with the team, and he's not.
Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call. That's where, like, maybe this year is a silver lining in that. Maybe this is the year where, and again, I don't know. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying really hard.
He hasn't talked to the media in years.
No, and he's not going to. Like, owners don't do that. At least not typically. So he's not going to come out and hold a press conference and be like, hey, my bad. But is this what allows him to, is this season so bad that he goes, I need to change the way I'm doing things instead of doubling or tripling or quadrupling down? I don't know. But I currently, right now, as of today at 11:15 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time on April 3rd, 2025, do I have faith that whether it's Vivek or anybody around him is going to make the right decisions this summer? No. I have no reason to.
No.
There's no reason to give them the benefit of the doubt at this point.
No, we have.
You have to earn that.
Like 12 years. 12 years of,
of doing the same thing and failing over and over again.
Yeah.
But maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year that'll change everything. All right. We've got callers on the line. We got to step aside momentarily. We'll get your calls at the Oak Grove Kia Talk line. We're still talking Kings. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, where did that...
Just a full rebrand? David Jackson's an ideas, man, and I like that.
Yeah, there's... Oh, no. Yeah, I want to bring this back up.
Sorry. Go ahead. Take it.
I want to bring this back up too, Wheezy. He does do great things off the court. And his people, the people around him do great things off the court. And Golden One is one of the best in the league. The Doko is amazing. They are very inclusive and progressive as a franchise. All of these things are right.
Yep.
But that, unfortunately, it will always be overshadowed by whether you're successful or not on the court.
1,000%, dude. That's the only thing that you were judged on.
Yep. Yeah, so it's tough, man. Like this is a franchise that just like it consumes itself so often. It just like and hey, the one thing I'm gonna point out, like that I'm gonna say Manny got it wrong on. There are great people working in the walls of Golden One Center. And I would say, like, first and foremost, shout out to the training staff who has done another incredible job, who are fully dedicated. They work their butts off. The weight and like there are so many people there. The medical staff, training staff, like that are keeping the players healthy and on the court. Like there are a lot of people who do good work there, but that doesn't mean that, they're always going to get overshadowed, just like Vivek is by the loss, the losing. No, I know what you're saying, Manny, but there are people who are doing good jobs, and who like they are getting overshadowed by what this is, because I know that there are a lot of people that care deeply and who are trying to make this thing work, and there are people that are working around the clock to get Domantas Sabonis back on the court after 6 days.
So Ruth is Boston Jack, and I just talked to him, and he is a Kings fan. Like he had a ton of things to say. So there we go.
Love
He's online as well.
All right,
let's hear it. I can't wait to tell him he has the wrong number.
That's funny.
No, he's not.
In our hearts, maybe.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there, Joe Brazil here. I'm Kyle Madsen. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you would like to watch the program, Casey Tucker, this message needs a comma, please. And once you do that, we will repost it. But if you are watching, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. We would appreciate that immensely.
That's too good, man. That is hilarious.
I did that last night. Morgan Reagan on the post game was cooking. Like her and Deuce were, I thought, awesome at halftime. I thought they were awesome after the game. They did a really, really great job. And I said Cook and tagged Morgan, but it looked like I was saying Cook Morgan, not Cook, Morgan.
Oh yeah.
So commas save lives, guys.
They do.
Anyways, let's get out to. So if you missed it earlier, we've been taking your calls on the Oak Grove Kia Talk Line because James and I, we get to say our piece every day. This is we want people on the show all the time, but after a loss like last night, there we go. Thank you, Casey Tucker. After a loss like last night, we want to hear from you guys. Like this is a vent sesh for you. And we had somebody call in and tell Joe, our producer, you have the wrong number. And Joe's like, you called us. So that person hangs up.
I didn't call you. You called us.
Person says, I'm going to listen. Well, they listened and decided they wanted to jump in on the conversation.
We've converted somebody.
We have a new listener. It's Boston Jack. Boston Jack, go ahead. You have the correct number. You're on the Insiders on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up?
Hey, I'm back. I'm a convert.
Love it.
Yes.
Thanks, Jack.
So my first question for you guys is Levine and DeRozan the best 2-3 combination offensively we've had in the history of the Sacramento Kings?
Is
Say that again?
Is that the best?
Yeah, is that the best two? I think the Sacramento Kings have long been slight in those two skill positions, the 2 and the 3. And it seems offensively that DeRozan and Levine, at least on paper is potential, are our best 2 offensive players in those positions paired. Peja and Christie were great, but I think Christie wasn't an offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point, I would take Richmond and Lionel Simmons. Like, look, the pair doesn't work. Yeah. So I know that on paper.
Thanks for the call, Jack.
Yeah, is one thing. I get that. But, like, again, nobody ever paper championships.
From a pure, like, just stacking their numbers next to each other on Basketball Reference, yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. That's kind of what he was getting
I think that's
at.
what he was getting at. Yeah, I'll buy that. But then because he said paper's potential, but functionally that duo didn't work in Chicago and it's not working here.
No. I mean, are they, like, on paper better than Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes? Absolutely.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah, and you could probably make that argument that most of the combos there, you know.
Yeah, I think in that respect he's probably right, but they're not top 5 in 2-3 duos you actually want to have.
No. I mean, I would say maybe it's possible that Kevin Martin and Ron Artest, statistically speaking, would be like.
Oh, was he not done?
Close to it. Oh,
sorry, Boston Jack. Call back. I thought he was done. I thought that was just a question.
Oh, okay.
My bad. If you want to call back,
say my first question.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320.
Points
all right. Well, that's my fault. I'll wear that one.
All right.
It's on me.
All right.
Let's get to Bronson. What's up, Bronson?
What's up, guys? I'll make this quick and easy. If the Kings end up keeping their I'm going to say what's up and good morning. I appreciate you guys, by the way.
What's going on, man?
Thanks, Bronson.
Hey, if we end up keeping our pick and it doesn't convey over to the Hawks, would the Hawks be interested in working out another deal? Because if we don't get it this year, odds are we're not going to keep our pick, or we are going to keep our pick next year for rebuilding. Would the Hawks rather fix it so they don't get 2 seconds? What are your thoughts on something like that?
Thanks for the call, Bronson.
I mean, if they don't get it this year, they're gonna hold out and see what happens. Like, the Hawks are trying to rebuild, but then they started winning too. Like, and they don't even have their pick this year. It goes to San Antonio, so they had no reason to tank. And they've got, a bunch of young guys there that are trying to figure things out and are turning a franchise around, strangely enough. But I don't think that the Kings or the Hawks would be interested in working something out at this point, because it's top 10 protected for next season.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the Kings, they're going to try to win next season. Again, what you don't want to do is completely just, throw your franchise away and say, hey, we're going to be bad for a couple of years so we can keep that pick.
Yeah.
But at this point, like I was telling Kyle earlier, you look at where the Bulls are and where the Heat are, there's possibility if the Kings were to lose out or were to maybe win one more game the rest of the way, they could fall all the way to the 10th spot in this year's draft. And that doesn't, like, the 10th spot is probably a decent pick in this year's draft, but it also puts you in line where, the 13th, 14th, 12th, 13th, 14th, the like mathematical possibilities of moving up to the top 4 are very slim. But the 10th pick, it has higher like percentages of moving into the top 4, like considerably higher.
So now they're tanking.
It's not too late. It's what
tanking to try to get. You mentioned the Bulls.
Yeah.
Our buddy Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee posted this today. The Bulls in their last 15 games. Again, remember they traded Zach LaVine to the Kings. The Bulls in their last 15 games are 10-5. The Kings are 4-11. The Bulls are tied for the 4th best record in the NBA over that span. The Kings are the 3rd worst, ahead of only Philadelphia and Utah.
Yeah.
Woof.
I mean, we looked at the whole thing. Aren't the Kings like 11-16?
Yeah.
Since acquiring, or no. In games that he played, they're 10-16.
Yeah.
With Zach LaVine on the roster.
Yeah.
But again, like, I'm going to keep saying this. I don't think it's all Zach LaVine's fault.
No, it's a roster construction problem.
It's a roster construction. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's just a bad mix of players. Like, I'm not going to put it all on him.
I messed up earlier, and Boston Jack had more to say. So that's on me. Boston Jack, we have decided that you were correct. On paper, this is the best 2-3 duo the Kings have had. Functionally, it is not. Go ahead.
So question number 2, would Keegan Murray be helped to be on the offensive set to be put in the corner? And I'm thinking back on how the Warriors used Harrison Barnes in that way, because Keegan does the lion's share of defense. And I'm thinking if you put him there, it would help his energy conservation and at the same time set him up in a position or a place that he's comfortable with on the floor. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's kind of what the Kings do. It's what they've done the last 2 years is they've hidden Keegan in the corner. And it is partially to conserve his energy and to make sure that he's there for on the defensive side of the ball, because he's going to get the toughest cover no matter what. But at the same time, you spent the number 4 pick in the NBA draft on Keegan Murray, and you did that because you thought he could average 20-something points a game.
Correct.
And that he would be an all-star level player. And to take a player and minimalize his role on the offensive end because you can't go out and find better defensive players or players that fit his role, that just seems like a miscarriage of justice for Keegan Murray. So, again, if you could get to a point where next season Keegan Murray is allowed to average closer to 18 or 20 points a game, but Jake LaRavia is back and is filling in as part of that Keegan Murray role, that makes more sense. Like going out and getting players that could help elevate Keegan Murray would make sense. And again, don't take this as a knock on DeMar DeRozan, but DeMar DeRozan is the exact opposite of what you needed to put alongside Keegan Murray.
Right.
If you hoped for Keegan Murray to develop as an offensive player, you basically brought in a guy who consumes the offense and takes all of the light from the offense from a player like Keegan, who doesn't have a big voice and demand that he gets more.
Right.
And so,
which is a Keegan problem. Keegan's personality is not DeMar DeRozan's fault.
No, and DeMar DeRozan is who he is, and Keegan Murray is who he is, and the pairing,
oil and water.
But from a the view of 100 feet above, as a front office, you should have been able to see that would be what would happen. Just like you had 3 years of tape to see how the DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine relationship might play out on the court. And so these are things that are avoidable. You should have been able to see that
in theory,
but no,
man.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Rolling through with your calls on the Oak Grove Kia Talk line. Maddie is on line 1. Go ahead, Maddie.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to pose a question. It's a very simple question, I guess. With how inept this organization has been since Vivek bought the team, do you guys know? I guess if he has advisors or handlers who has a pulse on how the city feels, do they tell him how we all feel, or because obviously things haven't changed since he's bought the team and with all the failures we've had. Do you know if people talk to him about these kinds of things?
Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd imagine
there are people that if nothing else probably shield him from some of this. But if Vivek wants to open up Twitter and see people who are mentioning him, but again, I don't know that he runs his own Twitter account, and I'm going to guess that he probably doesn't. And so look, I don't know. I think this is a little bit of Emperor's new clothes or Emperor wears no clothes type situation where I don't think that people are definitely saying, hey, do you understand how bad this looks on the outside? And look, this was a basketball move that went wrong.
Sure.
This is not I don't know how to put it. You know what I mean?
I don't know that they view it as catastrophically as we do.
No.
They go, okay, this is a basketball move that went wrong. Let's shuffle the deck. let's get some new basketball people in here and right the ship.
Yeah.
I don't know that Vivek views this, or the just kind of ownership group, the group of decision makers views this as this, like, it's bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they're looking at it like everybody needs to be fired. This is horrible. Tear it all down. What are we doing? I don't know that the feeling in the building is the same as the feeling outside of it.
Well, yeah, but I also think as the owner, you always have the ability to deflect to somebody else.
Right.
You always have the ability to say, well, like, it wasn't me who made the trade, it was Monty.
Right.
Or it was Wes, and Wes already left.
Right.
You know, it wasn't me, it was them.
Right.
And I mean, that may or may not
even though
be
they hired them, but yeah.
Factually correct. Yeah.
Sure.
I did want to bring up, so right now the Kings are the 13th highest percent, like, in the draft lottery, right? They have a 92.9% chance of landing right where they are, the 13th pick.
Okay.
Like if the lottery were to happen today, and a 2.3% chance of dropping to 14th. So overall, their opportunity to move up is like a 1%, 1.1, 1.2, and 1.4 of landing 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you were the 10th pick, you only have a 65.9% chance of being the actual 10th pick,
mm-hmm.
and a 19% chance of being the 11th. But your chances of moving up are like a 3%, a 3.3, a 3.6, and a 4.
Mm-hmm.
So your chances of moving up are way greater,
right,
than staying at than if you were the number 13 or
well.
So.
And your chances of falling out where you're losing your pick this year are nil.
Well, yeah, there would almost mathematically be no
there
way
would,
if
3 teams behind you would need to move up into the top 4.
Yeah, and those 3 teams would have like such a small percent chance of actually moving up. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess if that's the move, is keeping the pick this year, then cool.
Yeah.
It's like a very small consolation, though.
Do we have more? Do we have more callers?
Yeah, we sure do. We've got Denton.
Yeah.
Denton wants to talk about Doug Christie on the Elk Grove Kia Talk On. What's up, Denton?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for the call.
Good.
Do you think Doug could survive if we lose out or only get one more win?
Thanks, Denton. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, could you hear me?
Yep.
Oh yeah, we heard you. Yep.
Okay. And the other question I had was about Zach. I mean, like, offenses is obviously superpower. Why didn't he shoot the ball more?
Boy, great question.
That's a good question.
Really good question.
It is. That's a good question.
Does Doug survive if they lose out? I don't know if Doug survives now.
Yeah, but I can also tell you there's a possibility that Doug survives either way.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Yeah,
I think we've moved beyond where I think we are.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I said earlier. I think we've moved beyond the just like, oh, just remove the interim tag. We're good. You need to do a coaching search. You need to bring in Taylor Jenkins. You need to bring in assistants from other teams that you like. Maybe it's Bobby Jackson.
If Nick Nurse is available.
Sure. You need to bring these guys in and interview them. But if Doug in that process shakes out as like, man, you know what? We really think he's the guy to lead the team, then cool. But I think that's going to be via the interview process. It can't be based on what happened this year.
Well, what I would hate to see is for they go through the interview process, they give the job to Doug, but then they hedge their bet by forcing Doug to take on one of these other coaches because they have head coaching experience. Doug should be able to. He should bring in a coach with head coaching experience, but what he should not do is just blindly hand over his assistant, the building of his coaching staff to somebody else. This needs to be, if he's going to be the guy, he needs to have the same rights that every other coach ever gets, and that's to hire their own staff.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
It can't be, we're doing you a favor hiring you, so we're going to do all the, no.
Yeah. And I would also say, like, look, this was always my concern, and it's a concern that I had voiced to Doug multiple times in the past, because this wasn't the first time that Doug's name came up as a potential head coach. And I told him, this is a freight train out of control. There is no way to wrestle this thing back.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, they almost gave him the job when they fired Luke Walton. Like, what are you doing? You take that job, you're going to be burned out of Sacramento like anyone else.
Yep.
And your life expectancy as a coach in other cities would be damaged beyond anything as well. So your best bet is to bide your time, wait until this thing turns, and then hopefully you get to take over at a good point down the road. And that's where I think this started out as, but where it's at right now, it's a difficult situation. And, again, Doug isn't dealing with a full coaching staff. He's dealing with a roster that was haphazardly thrown together at the All-Star break. And this is what you get when you do stuff like this. This is what happens. I would have liked to, I know people are like, oh, De'Aaron Fox was checked out. I would have liked to have seen if Doug could have reached De'Aaron Fox as a player and said, hey, can we get through this and can we move forward and everybody get in the room and can we move forward as a group and let bygones and try to win everything this season and we'll figure out what we do in the offseason. I would have liked to have seen that actually happen and not what did happen was, not only having a coach get fired, but a couple of weeks later having your best player get traded. And that you just put somebody in a bad situation where, again, I think the fact that he's still over 500 at this point is barely, but it's crazy.
Kind of nuts
that he's still hanging on.
Yeah.
And that's without, a couple of assistants and a couple of other things that they need for this team to be successful.
Denton also asked, why isn't Zach LaVine shooting more? Beats me.
Yeah.
I got nothing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you find an answer, let us know. Mitch in New Jersey. Go ahead, Mitch. Been hanging on the line all day. We appreciate the hell out of you. What's going on, bud?
It's on anyway. So people look at me like I, have two heads, but whatever. Now the chat room will be going. It's like a roast, Demon. Hey, so you're saying there's a chance you could be in the top 4, top 3? That's awesome. Kid Doug. I hope. Is it possibility that with the twos, trying to remember this coming draft? Can we have like 3 or 4 picks? Because that's what we need. We need an influx of young people. If we have to trade, is this a bonus? Because I guess we're stuck with the 2, DeMar and Zach. I would trade Sabonis over Keegan, get more, and Sabonis is much older.
All right. Thanks, Mitch. He's got a plan. Nothing is off the table for me.
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
The DeMar and LaVine duo is not tenable. One of those two has to go. If not both. If Sabonis wants out, all right, you got to do that. If somebody's going to give you something for Keegan, sure. It's all on the table this summer. There's nothing where I'm like, yeah, hey, that's a surefire thing moving forward.
No, I do think that everything is on the table, but there are things that I would do and things that you would do if you were the guy making the decision.
That's
here.
Correct.
The person making the decision here.
Correct.
And for me, pretty clear where I would go and how I would rebuild this team. But I just don't know that they have the same ideas and vision because they haven't been able to realize it.
All right. We got the handoff. Looks like D'Lo is going to be with us next. We'll talk with him about whatever the hell's going on with Sacramento. It's ugly. That's coming up next. James Ham, Joe Brazil, Kyle Madsen, Insiders, Jiffy Lube. You know the works. Go ahead.
I'm going to go turn on this computer.
It just feels like there's so many simple questions that there's not simple answers to. It's just like, why is LaVine not shooting more? I feel like there's a million of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think that one might be one of the easiest things to do. It's frustrating when we can all say, why? But I mean, at the same time, I think we all know.
why are they not trying on defense?
We've been yelling all day long.
Ah!
We talked about
what we've been doing.
Cromwell and having a head on a spike.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man, that red pops on the screen. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. I'm not a.
That looks great.
I'm not someone who wears red very often. I do like my Grass Valley hat, though.
Shout out Grass Valley. It's beautiful up there. Used to go camping around that area all the time.
That's where I grew up.
Getting comfortable. I will excuse myself when we return.
You can just hang out however you want. Yeah, just adjust that. Yep.
I think I'm gonna do the whole show with my feet up. These bitches out here.
Oh, I absolutely know about Taco Tree. My dad grew up right next to the one, Placer High School.
Oh yeah.
So
I've only been to that one like twice because I just
Yeah.
live on the other side of town.
yeah, we know all about that place though.
Taco Tree is bomb. It's like McDowell's, only way better than the original.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, everybody.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Before we get to the handoff with one of the members of the next radio program, I got to tell you about Underdog Daily Fantasy. Major League Baseball is here. That means I've got MLB lineups in every single day. They, of course, have all your favorite teams, all your favorite leagues, all your favorite sports. But I'm rocking baseball. No A's tonight, so I'm going up to Seattle. I'm going out to San Francisco for the Giants-Mariners game tonight. It's Justin Verlander v. Bryce Miller. They're both in my lineup. Justin Verlander, I'm going higher than 5.5 strikeouts. I think he's going to be pumped up for the home opener. I think he's going to be very, very good. Bryce Miller, I'm going higher than 17.5 pitching outs for the Mariners starting pitcher. He just needs to get through 6 innings. I think he can do that against the Giants. And then Elliot Ramos been tearing the cover off the ball. I'm going higher than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs for the Giants outfielder. First pitch for that game, 135. Been having a lot of success. Yesterday, Brent Rooker did hit a home run, but that was the only one of my 3 in my lineup that hit. That was a real bummer for me. So I'd love for you to play along on the Underdog app. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in any state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. And now it's time, everybody, for the handoff. Damian Barling going to join us. Welcome in, Damian. He's here. You get air horns, the Kings don't.
Yeah, the Kings don't deserve air horns.
What the hell was that?
It's the Kings season in the game. Like
they quit.
Like if they didn't quit.
They
like
quit.
They didn't quit.
They did.
No, they just yeah, they just get punched in the face and don't know how to recover. Like there's a point like in the like beginning of the fourth, I was like, okay, they have a couple minutes here. Like turn it on.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know that anyone would have walked away like, whoo, got to
what a
win.
win.
Like, all right, you won. Like, all right, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you do it at this point. Just go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jade,
it was clear quick. That's not happening.
Nope.
They're going to lose this game. And no one should be surprised that the Kings lost. This is their season in a nutshell. No one should be surprised that they lost. Like, and I don't even like we'll be here to field all of the anger and frustration, but it's like, yeah, like whatever. I want this season to end. If it ends a week from Sunday, I'm perfectly fine with that. One thing I think became it, like, I think everyone lost their job yesterday.
Yep.
Because
right.
I think Doug lost his opportunity to be a head coach. If Monty even had an opportunity to be the general manager next year, I don't really think that he did. He lost his job yesterday, and I think the direction of this franchise is in serious peril.
Yep.
And, like, who knows? Again, it's a one game at a time thing. You've got Charlotte coming up. You've got Cleveland. I think that's the end of the road trip, Hammer.
Nope, Detroit.
Oh, there's a Detroit game in there.
Yeah.
Back to back
Great.
after Cleveland.
Okay, so okay, awesome. So you've got Charlotte, and then you've got, I think, 4 playoff teams in a row before you close out with the team that you're competing with for the final play-in spot.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Cleveland, Detroit, Denver, Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah,
Unless
Denver's
I'm missing
in there,
one.
No, Denver's in there. You're right.
So you're playing a bunch of playoff teams. Those aren't playing teams. Those are certified playoff teams that you got ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
Doug is staring at individually an under 500 record now as a head coach when this is all said and done, unless they do something that they haven't done recently. And they look done. If we were inside the NBA, they look like 1, 2, 3 Cancun. They look cooked.
Quit.
Yeah, maybe they have. Maybe they did quit. I don't know. They look more lost than.
Yeah,
I don't know. They just look lost to me.
But I think that's a function of everything we've talked about with this. Just looks like a collection of guys playing pickup. When you're playing pickup, you don't have a go-to set or like a thing you can lean on where you go, okay, hey, when things get bad, everybody settle. We're going to do this thing offensively. We're going to do this defensively. We're going to lock in. And we're going to have a good 5-minute stretch. Like there's no resetting. It's just, okay, I guess try harder on defense. There's nothing that they're grounded in. There's no foundation here.
No, there's not. And for guys like Malik, who, when you struggle offensively, you don't have your hat to hang. You don't have anything else to hang your hat on.
Nope.
Like he has been awful the last 2 games offensively, which is so, not characteristic of him. Like at this level, just to be so bad on the offensive end, the Kings don't have enough talent to have a key offensive player be this bad. And then you're making the decision because of defense to start Keon Ellis. I got a question for you. Keon Truthers. Is the result any different with Keon Ellis starting?
Nope. No, it hasn't been.
We talked about this earlier. Like the fact that Malik Monk has just been horrific coming off the bench.
Terrible.
Like since he moved to the bench, it's like, hey, he's just not the same player.
And I don't, but it's like, why? Like, I mean, he's not tanking. Like he's not trying to be bad. It's just it's like he comes off the bench and the shot can't fall for him. That's it.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to something, James, you talk about this a lot with Malik, how he's not a grinder in terms of going into the gym and working on this specific area of his game. Like he just hoops. He's just going to get running. He's just going to play.
He's a hooper.
I think when he misses 4 games at this point of the year because he's sick and he's not on the court and he's not playing, there's not like something he goes back to. It's just, all right, I'm going to go back out there. I got to find it again.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of what the result is sometimes.
Yeah.
He might get hot here over a couple of games and hit 10 threes in 2 games. And we're like, oh, hey, there's Malik again. But
even when he's not hot, he's normally like serviceable.
Yeah, he's been
really
bad.
bad.
Yeah.
Like Malik Malik has had stretches where he's bad.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe this is just his stretch where it's bad. It's just happening at a really awful time.
Yeah.
But it's such a microcosm of the season. It's like, this is the story of the season. You need something to happen in this moment,
and
you can't get it done. You just cannot get it done, no matter how. I don't know this for sure, but it really feels like Washington was actively trying to not win that game last night.
Buddy, go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't even put
Jordan Poole
back in the game.
Like,
they were trying to lose.
How do you do that? Like, what is that conversation that you have in the locker? Like, what does Doug Christie say to that? Forget Doug. What does DeMar DeRozan say? Or the leader? What's the all-NBA guy say?
Probably not
What's
a lot.
DeMontis Sabonis say to that group?
I'll tell you, this season, you say it comes down to like that game. Like it's just like a microcosm of the season. And even within that, with 55.6 seconds left, DeMar DeRozan had that crazy 6-foot floating and one, right? They got the game. It's 111-109.
Mm-hmm.
You got beat by, and this isn't even a good play. Like, first of all, with 15 seconds, so they still had 9 seconds on the shot clock. JT Thor, a guy who's gone 1 of 10 from 3 and was a call up from the G League earlier in the day, buries a 3-pointer.
Had not taken a shot.
What was he even doing in the game? That just showed they were not trying to win. Why is JT Thor in the game with a minute left? And he's the guy who hits a 3 and makes it a 5-point game and basically ends the game. Just, you're right. It's a microcosm, but it's like
somewhere the Wizards general manager is like,
how do you even they didn't have a single player that you would double or that you would have to play close. All you had to do is play man up defense. And you gave up a wide open 3 to a G League guy who's 1 of 10 on the season from 3.
They've done all year.
All year.
And we're asking them in the final 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and so on games left to change that. This is what they've done. They've got Charlotte next. They were a 13.5-point favorite yesterday. As soon as I saw it, I was like, you bitches can't be serious. 13.5. I didn't think the Kings would lose. I did not think the Kings would lose last night.
You didn't think they'd cover.
What, 13.5? Bro, have you watched the Sacramento Kings play? No. What's the spread tonight?
Tomorrow? I tried to look.
Tomorrow, yeah. So,
I tried to look. I couldn't find one.
Okay.
Couldn't find
one. All right, I'll tap in tomorrow.
Yeah. At least first thing.
Just crazy.
I'll check in the morning and call you.
Thank you.
Hey,
please call me on your way to work.
Points.
Yeah. Don't, whatever it is, leave it alone.
Man.
Leave it alone. Michael Jackson, bad album.
Do you know? Really good song.
It's actually Leave Me Alone.
Leave Me Alone. Yeah, that's fine. Do you know who's really happy about all this? The Athletics.
Utah? Oh.
Because they just
baseball talk? No, nobody.
They just like, this is not the droid you're looking for.
Yeah. 18-3, 7-4,
but does
10-2.
Does anybody
Salute.
care if the A's win or not?
Nah. People are just happy they're here.
That's it. That's
and the
what
A's
I feel
aren't
like.
happy to be here.
You got to get 100 games in before you're like, oh, okay, does this team have any shot at all? Like,
it's a bad look to open your first 3 games in a new city, getting outscored 30.
That's tough.
5-9.
That's tough.
That's not a good start.
Geno Smith just signed a 2-year extension with the Raiders.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that was part of.
Do we have
part
terms?
of the trade? We do not. We do not have the terms of the deal yet. I'm
It's
guessing
probably a big deal for Brock
that
Purdy.
came from Ian Rappaport, and he tagged the agent. So I'm guessing it's not the most favorable deal. That's why they didn't include them.
Shefty will have it.
Shefty will, and he won't get it from the agent, and he won't
Correct.
tag the agent, so he has no problem putting the terms of the deal out there.
Like 2 years,
Yeah.
$8 million.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you-
Exactly.
Here we go. I'm dying.
Okay, don't hey, do it on the air. Do it. Those are the rules. Those are the
No,
rules.
we're back. We're
if
back.
a member
We're
of
back. What do you
ESPN
guys got?
1320 dies, it must be on the
What
air.
do you guys got coming back? Coming up on D-Lo and KC.
We are going to let people say what they want.
About
that's
the
what we
A's?
did all day.
Yes, about the A's.
All right. D-Lo and KC coming up next. Elk Grove Kia Talk Lines, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to start lining up now. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice, people. See ya! Chatty House, appreciate you guys. Really good show today. Thank you, everybody who called in.
Yeah, thank you to all the
you
callers.
guys were great.
It was awesome.
Thanks,
guys.
Had a bunch of people calling in today. We appreciate you guys. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Joe gonna get the last word.
Goodbye, everyone.
Joe gonna get the last word.
No, I'll say goodbye. Bye.
up? What up? What up? What up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey.
You let them ride for us, man.
Yeah, for D-Lo and
us.
KC.
You know what I mean? For us.
We still the ones, no matter what they do.
I mean, that ain't changing. That is not changing.
We welcome you in here to the Thursday, April 3rd edition, but this team is still an April Fool's joke. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. God damn it, Corey, say it again.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Man.
Wow. Who saw that one coming?
Literally everybody. The whole month of April is a joke with this basketball team. This team is so goddamn unlikable. It is awful that we waste so much time of our lives watching that. There was a point watching that game. This is bad. This sucks. It's not going to be fun. I think they're going to pull this game off. Gets to the fourth quarter, and it became apparent pretty quickly. I don't think they are. Then they made that run, and it's like, okay. Just leave with the win. That's all that matters. DeMar hits that shot. The and one. Hell of a play. DeMar had a crazy fourth quarter. A lot of people are going to hate it, but he did. It's no different than what De'Aaron did a couple of years ago, but it's fine. It's not De'Aaron. It's DeMar. You already hate him. It's fine.
Right.
And then they just give up a wide open three to a player.
To you, Damian.
That I guarantee you not a single media member knows. Not a single media member outside of Washington. I'm guessing the people in Washington might not even know who that was.
He's just there to help the tank.
Failed. They probably sent him back to the G League for hitting that shot.
Not doing that around here.
They were actively trying to lose that game last night. And won.
Jordan Poole didn't play the fourth quarter, I believe.
Jordan Poole was out there coaching in the fourth quarter. Out there damn coaching. He had the warm-ups on. I mean, I can't. Look, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. The phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. I don't want to say I stand in front of this team or nothing like that. That's not really what I'm ever trying to do or what it is, but try to give a different perspective. And I may do that from time to time today. But whatever you want to say about this team, whatever you want to call this team, they earned it. They earned it today. Or
they
last
earned
night.
it this season.
They earned it last night.
Like, they have Charlotte coming up tomorrow. Anybody feel good about that?
No, absolutely not.
By the way, that's 7 straight road losses.
Supposed to be the silver lining of you guys not winning at home. It's like, hey, at least we get to go on the road. Now that's cooked.
They got Charlotte coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Cleveland, Detroit, Denver, and Los Angeles Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
And then you close out the season with a game that could mean whether you play Wednesday or not.
Yeah, it could.
Dallas, I remind you, had dirt on them. They were the Undertaker at the end of a Buried Alive match. And Anthony Davis sticks his hand up through the grave and is trying to pull Dallas out of that. Now, this means something to Dallas. Imagine Dallas wins a couple of play-in games. Yeah, maybe they go on to get their asses kicked in the playoffs. But all that they've been through, the Luka injury, the Luka trade, the Kyrie torn ACL against Sacramento, the countless injuries that go along with that, the fact that Anthony Davis plays minutes for you before getting re-injured, the fact that everybody assumes Anthony Davis' season is over. He comes back, and not only are they in the play-in picture, they're comfortably in the play-in picture with about 6 minutes to go, and they're not even in the 10th spot. They're in the 9th spot because Sacramento and Phoenix can't decide what to do with themselves. Dallas takes a couple of play-in, again, long shot. I get it. Dallas gets a couple of play-in. What do you think they're thinking about this offseason? Yo, look what we just did this year. Look what we were able to do. We've got the tools. We've got everything that we need. We've got the assets. We can do something here to put together a good basketball team. It's going to kill us to be without Kyrie Irving. I got that. But we could do something here. They could build off of this. Meanwhile, you've got Sacramento and Phoenix just looking at each other. I don't want it.
This Kings team has no heart.
I snatched a chain last night. I snatched that. That $2 steak. I snatched that right back.
Team has no. Well,
here
team has no talent. That's what it feels like.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, and this is extremely evident to me, at least, after watching them last night.
Mm-hmm.
They've been trying to say it, and we, I don't know, haven't been listening or paying attention to them. But last night, it was clear as day. They don't want to play basketball together no more.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
They don't.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
They want this season to be over as soon as possible. And if that results in one playing game, two, whatever, they don't want to play basketball no more. They don't want nothing to do with this franchise, with each other. They don't want that. It's clear as day. Last night was an embarrassment. An absolute embarrassment. You mentioned it before, a team that wasn't trying to win. A team that didn't want to win, was actively trying to lose. Outworked you. These young guys, rookies, G League players, they just outworked you. That was disgusting. That was disgusting last night. That happened. And we'll go in depth, we'll talk about it. Like I said, I want to hear from what everybody else said. Everybody, there is nobody that is absolved of this one. The only person I saw really getting after it on the defensive end, I was probably two. It was probably Keegan and Malik late in the game. That doesn't mean they were good at it, but they were trying. And the fact that it had to get to that, they had to go on a run to cut down on a 10-point lead, 11-point lead, or whatever. It's embarrassing. That's disgusting, and they should be embarrassed. Each and every one of those players should be embarrassed. And it ain't. Like I said, I'm not here for somebody taking over the locker room and taking all the shots and all this. Where's Domas Sabonis at? Where's he at? What is he doing?
I get in trouble whenever I ask that.
No, we asking the question today. We can ask the question about DeMar DeRozan. We can ask the question about Zach LaVine. They all are getting questions asked about them. But Domas, no, he plays so hard, and he's tough. Nobody's denying that. But what he's doing isn't good enough. And here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have that we seem to encounter. And if there is an ounce of what people in the media here say, like a James Ham or Matt George is joining us and all this other stuff, if there is an ounce of that, of what they say in the chatty house, what they say on King's Twitter, what they call in and say, where they're looking around and saying it's this person's fault before looking in the damn mirror, that's the problem. That is the problem. If there is an ounce of looking around saying, well, I can't do anything because this person is doing this, or I can't be good because this person wants to shoot the ball all the time, and nobody, and the coach ain't doing it, that's the problem. They got a bunch of people in there pointing fingers at everybody else. Instead of sitting there and saying, what do I need to do to be better? What do I need to do to help? And that goes for everybody. That goes for Domas. That goes for Malik. That goes for DeMar. That goes for Zach, Keegan, all of them. Go down the list. Everybody got an excuse and there's a reason as to why they can't do what they're supposed to do. And we hear that all the time on the airwaves and in articles and in podcasts. And if there's an ounce of that in that locker room, that's why they suck. Because that's the problem. Everybody looking to blame somebody else instead of taking accountability and thinking, hey, I'm not doing this. I'm not executing. What can I do to be better?
David Lopez says, that's the bonus trade demand incoming. Let it.
It might not need no damn demand.
Yeah, let that trade demand make its way in.
Might
Go
not
ahead.
need no damn demand.
Let that happen.
We hear with him on the court. We're at this way. This is what you always say about Fox. Much I like Fox and Sabonis. All that. They were 10th when the guy got fired. What the hell were they doing?
And they've put up about the same record since then. They're marginally better. Like everything Doug had going for him is gone. You've wiped all of that away in the last month or so. It's all gone. This team was 3-4 games over 500, like at the beginning of March. That is all gone now.
Back to square one.
What'd you say? They're 4 games under now.
Yeah,
they're one game away from where we were when Mike was fired.
To be honest, it might be worse come the end of the season.
Which means, right? Well, we just laid the schedule out, and that means if they're back to 5 games under, doesn't that put Doug at 500?
Yeah, I think
is that how math works?
Yeah,
that would make Doug a 500 coach. So now what? Now what for Doug? I said what I said with the insiders. Everybody lost their job last night. Unless they do something that they have not done all year. Win some road games, win some home games, beat some quality basketball teams, and fight off Phoenix at the end of this. Everyone lost their job yesterday.
I would even say that.
It might not.
For me, at least.
No, it very well might not. Phone lines are open. Oh, I see y'all. Okay. We'll get to you. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Let's get this first commercial break out of the way. We'll come back. We'll settle in. We'll hear from you. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
So check this out. I gotta cash this in. I'm just reporting what's going on. I'm not creating this. I'm not saying this. Okay. I'm just reporting what's going on. I had to change my, output input on my computer so I could turn the sound off. And they got all the options like MacBook Pro speakers, QuickTime input. They use the screen record audio, They got some other ones, some AirPlay joints, Studio 2, Studio 7, cafeteria area. And then they've got this one that's virtual that I don't know. Somebody's got to explain this one. It's Black Hole 16 channel. I'm not linking up to that. Black Hole 16 channel. Jesse, you know anything about that? Is that? Oh, you're not even listening. Kyle, any of y'all? That's any of y'all? Dame, that yours?
No.
Okay. I'm not connecting to it. I'm not connecting to it. They won't get me. They won't get me. I'm not even gonna put that on the screen, man. Come on now.
Hey!
Wait. I was talking to college. What the hell's going on over here?
Hey!
Oh, come on, dog.
Oh man, everybody hung up.
Well, yeah, one guy wanted to talk A's.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
Sam dropped it a point about their effort yesterday and stuff like that, but he didn't want us down there. And we got TC.
Hey, there we go, Frank Martin. Yes, sir. Q1227. That's the spot.
Oh, there you go, Frank.
That's
there
the
you
spot.
go. Good.
A little earlier when I got here this morning, I had to talk to Complex real quick. It is I don't want to say a terrible feeling. I don't want to over exaggerate it. But when you walk all that way and he's not in the office.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's a tunnel of darkness right there.
Yeah, we need a ring cam over there to where we can just check a monitor and see. Is Complex there? No, I'm not walking all the way over there.
But like he picked that office, huh?
Oh yeah, that's his vibe. Yeah.
And he ain't leaving.
Well, it's part of it because he's got the little sneak door or whatever. He
Yeah.
doesn't have to say bye to anybody.
Nope. Or he can avoid us when he knows we're pissed.
Yeah, like
which
if we're
I'm
not getting
very
tickets or something.
confident. Yeah, I'm very confident he did. Nah, Breezy Bowl ain't coming here, man. It's only in
LA and San Diego for California.
Ramsey, I love you, bro, but you don't chime in with anything positive. I let you slide the other day. You won't slide again. And I'm telling you this as a straight up shoot. You won't slide again. You don't comment and hang out like you used to. Don't come in and talk dumb shit. You my man. You always going to be my man. I let you slide the other day when Katie was here. I've told you privately. I'm going to tell you in front of everybody. Don't do that shit again, or you will see me in person. You and I will talk the next time we're face to face. Don't do that again. Got little outsiders popping in the chat with things to say today. That's all right. Everybody in the mood because their basketball team sucks.
Yeah, they do.
And I'm no different. I'm tired of this team losing to the Wizards.
Which loss is worse?
Well, the Christmas one.
Oh, well,
The Christmas
I'm
one.
sorry. I forgot about that.
The Christmas one was worse.
I forgot about that. I'm talking about the one last year in Washington. Sorry, we got 3. Which one is the worst?
Oh,
of the
no.
3?
The Christmas one always going to hurt me the most.
I forgot about
The pain
Yeah.
in my family's eyes.
that one. That was tough.
When they looked up and saw the sky.
When the Kings literally canceled Christmas.
Oh, they did that.
Wow.
They did that.
Tragic. James said earlier this might have been the worst loss in his tenure. And I don't disagree.
Yesterday felt like puke guy vibes. Or like
Yeah, he
you
said it
knew
was
like
worse
it
than puke guy.
kind of was over yesterday.
Well, yeah, but that would have had to have happened at the Golden One Center. If that game happened if last night's game happened at the Golden One Center.
Oh,
Yeah, that's puke. That's heavy puke guy vibe.
They would have been booed.
Oh my
Like
God.
we've never seen
Oh
before.
my God. That would have made the Laker takeover look tame. And the Warrior takeover.
And the
all of the
Celtics
fans.
takeover.
Yeah, all of them. All of them.
Yeah, that was these guys, like I said earlier, usually, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I just look at things a little different. Like we'll probably talk about it, at some point today, some of the things that I've heard that I just kind of see differently. But today, people say what you need to say.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to necessarily argue. I might give a different point of view. I might look, but I'm not arguing with nobody because that was disgusting. That was absolutely ridiculous. And they need to, they're not listening. They probably don't really care, but they need to understand what they did. You can't hide from. You can't hide from. You can't rationalize what the hell we saw last night. And it wasn't just one play or two plays in the fourth quarter. It's being in that position throughout the game that you need to come back late or anything else like that. How we even get into that position? One of the things that I talked about that really frustrates me, and I think a lot of people feel, is I talked about how these guys don't want to play basketball no more. They don't
Together.
they don't want to play together no more. They want the season to be over as quick as possible. And the reason why I think people are so upset and so bothered by it, the majority of people, I don't, certain people maybe feel like them, but some people do want to see them play basketball some more. Some people do want to see them be in the playoffs. And these guys don't care. They just want it to be over. And people are like, bro, I want to see Kings basketball. I want to see you out there, Zach LaVine. I want to see you out there, Sabonis, DeRozan. I want to see you keep playing, but you could care less. That's disgusting. And that's why this is people, a number of people have said it. You said it. Just unlikable. Just an unlikable group. I'm not necessarily there myself, but I understand how people are. You know, I don't
even mean the individuals.
No, just
collectively.
Right.
This is just a
performance
group.
wise.
You can't. There's nothing to love about this group. Nothing. I don't know that it was any different when De'Aaron Fox was here. De'Aaron wasn't the most lovable guy. Like, the group collectively is. I don't get it. 916-909-1320. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up, TC?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, man?
What's up, TC?
Man, just frustrated, bro. So, like, this is where I'm at with it, bro. Like, I'm with you, D-Lo. Like, it's as far as, like, the jobs and all that. Moving forward, bro, what I can say, this is not singling nobody out or anything, bro. This has something to do with it's not working. So the Hollingers and all these guys, bro, y'all was right. I'll be the first one to come on here and say, bro, I was wrong. I was wrong, bro. Y'all was right. Man, listen, this ain't going to work, and it's not going to work with these dudes, bro. So if we got to get pennies on a dollar, I don't care about PR, media, people talking about, oh, that's a bad look. How you guys didn't get something back? I don't care, bro. We already did that once already, right, with Fox. So who's to say with DeRozan and Levine? I'm talking about both of them. They both got to go, bro. If we got to get pennies on a dollar for these dudes, bro, we're going to have to do that, and we're going to have to figure out who we going to move out and move forward with. That's the conversation. Who has a backbone? Who's not mentally weak on this team? That's who we're going to keep around, bro. Other than that, everybody can go. Fan favorites, I like this guy, I don't want him to go. Bro, they got to go, dog. We need strong-minded, strong backbone players that want to be here, bro, and that want to grit and grind. Doug, I love you, bro. You got to coach this whole vibe. We coaching on vibes. I don't want the Hall of Famers. Bro, that's out. You're a dog, Doug, so you got to start treating us like a dog. Listen, if you're not hooping, bro, and you're not doing what I want, that I need to be done, you're on a bench. I don't care about how much money you making or Hall of Fame status or none of that, dog. Doug, stop coaching our vibes, bro. Other than that, DeMar and Zach, pennies on a dollar this all season, bro. That's all I got, bro.
Right. It's all good. All right, TC. So
what,
like who? Like what? So who we playing then? Oh, if you're not doing what I'm telling you to do, you on the bench. Who you playing? You want Isaac Jones out there? Is that what we're talking about? You want Isaac Jones out there? Apparently, Jay Crowder can't play. Can't have him out there. You want Doug McDermott out there? Doug McDermott going to play the way you want? This idea that the guys aren't playing are going to play the way that you want is insane.
Right.
No, that isn't going to work. You're going to have to get through the rest of these games. That's all it boils down to. You're going to have to get through the rest of these games.
Yeah, and
with this group, with these guys playing these minutes, they're either going to have to find a way to play better or they're just going to keep losing.
Start Keon Ellis, start Malik Monk, bench Levine, bench DeRozan.
None of this matters.
Doesn't matter.
None of this matters. Because you said something, and I think you framed it in a way that I don't know that we framed it before. And 24 minutes into this, I think you're exactly right. This team is tired of playing together. Whether it's the way DeMar plays, the way Zach LaVine plays, whether it's the way Domas plays, whether it's the way Doug coaches, whatever it is, they're sick of each other. And it shows out there on the basketball floor. The Wizards give up like 120 points per game. And the Kings scored 111?
Wizards were in the driver's seat the entire game.
The entire game.
Where are the Wizards? The Wizards give up. I want to have the exact number. Hang on. Oh, that was the exact number. They give up 120.8 points per game. And the Kings scored 111. Like,
we know what it is.
What?
That's just
entering that game. That was the worst team in professional basketball. Now they're not.
Mm-hmm.
That belongs to Utah. That's why Washington was trying so actively to lose that game.
And they're pissed.
What do you say if you're Doug Christie? Like, what do you say to that group? Hey, look, I get it. Y'all don't want to play ball anymore. You just lost to a team that was actively trying to lose this game. They had no interest in scoring more points than we did, and you let them. I guess I'll see you in Charlotte.
That's about
and let's just get through this season, because clearly y'all don't want to play. I ain't got nothing to say to you. You probably just cost me my job, but I know y'all don't care.
I'll be the second person who got fired.
Because DeMar, your contract's worth, $27 million or whatever it is next year, and 13 the year after, or whatever that partial guarantee is. Domas, you straight. You're going to ask for a trade, so it's whatever. Malik, I know there's this cute little story out there about you, but the fact is, you probably made the wrong choice. You had two options. It was Sacramento or Detroit. Oopsie. Everybody else, good luck to you. I'll see you in Charlotte. Doug should quit on them too, because y'all just screwed his ass over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you come back from that.
I mean, these
because
guys,
beating Charlotte ain't gonna do it.
These guys, all of these guys are playing for themselves. All of them. There's not one, regardless of what people like to tell you, there ain't one martyr out there. They're all playing for themselves.
This team has a stink to it, I feel, and I think to get rid of that, you got to kind of clean house at this point. Like the group of guys doesn't work here. Like Doug was in a tough situation, but I don't think.
So what's clean house mean?
Getting the GM out of here. We're getting a new front office. We're gonna get a new head coach. Probably gonna shake up the core and all that. Like Domas, you're out of here. I mean, whatever deals work. I don't know what guys you can trade and who wants who and all that, but like this team needs a big shakeup.
You probably can't trade Levine, so you're stuck with him. He'll still be here. But yeah, Domas, you feel calls. You feel calls for Domas.
I don't know about the idea of building around Levine, Domas, like Keegan anymore, anything like that. Like
DeMar's going to easily be tradable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Domas is or not.
Well, that's the one thing
I don't know.
With TC, he just said the wrong person. Man, do what you got to do. Just get that off the books. Like that. Like at this point, I don't even think you're doing. You can try, but you're not like deep down private discussions. We're not doing anything thinking we're getting like great value or anything else like that.
You talking about for Sabonis?
Yeah, just get these guys off the books.
I'm curious to think
get them out of the damn arena.
What the rest of the league thinks about him, because he's a great player and like all NBA and all that, but he does get paid like a number one or a number two guy. Like if you look at the annual averages and who's around him and all that, like it's those type of players.
Zero shot attempts in the fourth quarter for Domantas Sabonis. $40 million. And I already know people will say DeMar DeRozan took all the shots. All right, whatever. There were plenty of times when Domantas Sabonis could have had the ball, passed it up, had the ball, could have looked for his opportunity. He didn't. He didn't. Like Domas,
Never
I think
does.
Domas is a heck of a ball player, but $40 million, and when you need a leader and you need a guy that's going to produce, he's not that. Like when you really need it, like I don't want to diminish it because it's a 48-minute game, but all that he's got this in the third quarter. That's cute. The league is won in crunch time.
Well, that's what he's here for too. Like that's why you're paid the way you are. Like it was supposed to be you and Fox. Fox isn't here, and then somehow, some way, you fell back 3 spots.
Domas scored the same amount of points De'Aaron Fox did yesterday.
Like that's
in the fourth quarter.
inexcusable. Like it's great he gets the rebounds and assists and all that, but like Kenny said, when it's go time, it's go time. Like you need to be there.
Yeah, when it's go time, he don't go.
No. He took DeMar DeRozan took 1, 2, 3. I think this is 5 shots from the start of the start of the fourth quarter to the 7-minute mark. He didn't take another shot till 3:04 when they were down 7. So I'm not here to defend him because they didn't win. That's all that matters. But what the hell is he supposed to do? They're already down 7 at this point. Keep waiting for Domas to start shooting? No, I'm going to try and win the damn game.
Let's see what Manny's got to say. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? Hey, during the podcast yesterday, I had said something about, I don't know what you do in the offseason. Maybe, if you can get an athletic wing and a true point guard for DeMar, maybe that you try to run it back for like half a season and see what you can do. And then I went back and watched the game late last night after the pod because I didn't get to really get deep into the game. And after watching, I was like, no, I'm wrong. Blow all this up because I don't truly believe they quit necessarily. I think sometimes when you see teams like this play really bad, that's the first thing everybody says. But they definitely just don't know what to do with each other. This team is just a mesh of parts that they just threw together, and it just doesn't work on any level, on any way from a basketball point of view. I don't think at all. And it's like what you guys said too. I just don't think they want to play together anymore. I think they're done trying to figure that out, and they don't know what to do individually on the court, and it's just everything. And with the fan part of it, I feel so bad for a lot of the true diehards because even if they blew it all up, even if you got whatever it is that you think you can get for some of these players, whatever, nobody trusts the owner or the organization to even draft right or make usage of anything that they get in return at this point. Even if you get rid of Monty, do you trust who they'll hire to be the next guy? All that, everybody's so scarred from all that. It's just until you actually see it, you're not going to ever believe it. And it just seems like James says, this perpetual, circular thing that they keep doing with all the coaches that they've had and everything. And I really feel bad for Doug because I wish Doug could at least get an opportunity to build whatever it is that he would want to build. But like you said, D'Lo, and I 100% agree, I think last night's game was that one point where it's yep, everybody's gone.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Manny. Check out the Chatty House after party over there on YouTube.
And another thing that I talked to Jesse about before the show, talking about Vivek, everybody talking about, he needs to sell the team. What we got to do to get him to sell. And it's always, he's the problem. He's the constant, fine, whatever. I don't care. I don't care, whatever. If Vivek, I don't care. The contract, we have fun with the Uncle V and stuff. He don't know who I am. I don't know who he is. I don't care. I go home to my family, regardless if Vivek knows who I am or not or anything. If you want to say he's the problem, by all means, go ahead. I don't care. But what I need somebody to preach to me and explain to me is if he is the problem, how can he keep losing? James said it right here, sitting right over there. He loses damn near every battle to Monty McNair. Anytime Vivek wanted something, Monty got his way. So you want him to get, what is he doing per se that makes them lose to the Wizards or makes them lose by 30 to the Magic? And I just think that it's a bigger problem for me is as long as he's there, people are always going to look for a crutch and look for a reason why they are not doing their job. I can't because Vivek's here and he's meddling. Once again, all the things that are said on airway, if any of that is in that building, they're doomed way beyond Vivek, because they got a bunch of people who look around and say, I can't do my job because of this guy. I can't defend because Vivek keeps meddling. I can't do that. No, man. As long as he's here, they always going to look to blame him for whatever's going on. And I just asked the question, what is he doing? Explain to me what he's doing.
Has he hired the right person yet since he's taken over?
Maybe so, but that's a separate conversation, because nobody says he hires the wrong people. They just say he's in the way, he's meddling. You can hire the right or wrong people. You can hire somebody and get out the way and let them do their job. That's not what people are saying he's doing.
Go ahead, Jesse.
I do feel like Vivek used kind of as a crutch, but I also feel like the issue with him really is the fact that he hasn't hired the right person yet to run this thing, whether it be Vlade, Monty, Wes, whoever's before that. Like, that's my issue with him.
One of my issues remains he seems to always find ways to hedge his bet. And I think you go back to when he took over. There was, I think Pete D'Alessandro was his first general manager, but Chris Mullen was here and had some sort of role. And then all of a sudden, Vlade was here, and then Vlade becomes the general manager. And then I think Joe Dumars is here. Like, well, what is Joe Dumars here for? What's his official title? What is the hierarchy here? Then Vlade's gone, and Monty and Wes are in here. That's another problem that I feel like we have outlined, repeatedly. And then Joe was like, well, I want full control over everything. I want to report. I want to be able to veto the front office and report to Vivek. And Vivek said no. So Joe left. And now Vlade's back. Wes is gone. We're all waiting for Monty to be fired. And so I can't, it just feels like he is incapable of making a decision, saying, this is the decision, this is what we're doing. Go do your job. It's like, well, this is the decision. This guy interviewed for the job. I want him to work with you. He's willing to stay. You guys can work together. I really like Vlade. The city likes him. I'm going to have him around. I'm still paying him anyways, because I fired him with years left on his contract. So he's here. Because remember, him and Luke, I think, signed at the same time. So it feels like whether he is lurking or he is, meddling. Or he has someone around meddling. It feels like there is not a definitive structure, right? Like, we have the ability to go to the top boss. But more times than not, if Kenny and I have an issue, we're going to go to Complex. And then Complex and the three of us, we'll go meet with our boss. We know the structure of things. And we know in the end, no matter what, if we say something to Complex probably has to take it somewhere. And we know that we know how this is all going to work. I don't think anyone in Sacramento has any clue who's making the final decision. Because, and we have said this since this show took the air, there are people within this organization who actively work against Vivek Ranadive. They're still here. They've always been around. They've always been leaking stuff to the media. It wasn't Wes Wilcock. Wes did plenty of talking to the media, but Wes wasn't the one. He's not he wasn't around 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. This has been happening since the original disintegration of the Michael Malone relationship. Somebody within this organization loves to talk and loves to make Vivek look as stupid as possible. Every picture ever painted about that man makes him look stupid. It's because all of this stuff is coming from the same exact person. And for some reason, they haven't been filtered out of this organization. For some reason, they've remained too close to the organization. For some reason, they have direct, perhaps financial links to the organization. But they are going to work to make Vivek look stupid. You'll have to forgive me if I don't believe every story I read. You'll have to forgive me if I read an article that tells me people are nervous because Anjali and Jeremy Lamb are around a month after the two broke up. So forgive me if I'm a little skeptical of the garbage that I read, with all due respect.
Right.
But yet at the same time, y'all want me to believe that every single story you tell about this man is true. He has his shortcomings. I do think he makes a lot of mistakes running this basketball team, and I just named my number one issue. But the idea that he is the issue with this basketball team, you're going to miss me with that. You're going to miss me with that.
I agree. And like I said, I just need, and everybody, these people, he's meddling. I don't know. Maybe there are people who know more than I do. Matter of fact, I know there are people who know more than I do, and maybe they have something completely different. But I've talked to at least 3 different sources. Now, I don't even want to say source because I'm not reporting. I just talk to people, right? 3 different people, 3 different walks of life, and with connections to this organization. 3 different times of the year. It wasn't like, let me talk to him. Let me walk over here, talk to him. This was December, March, whenever, right? They've all said in unison, Monty McNair is the decision maker. All that other stuff, like they put on us, meddling. Monty McNair makes the decisions. It's his call at the end of the day. The draft picks, the roster moves, the trades actually getting done, all this, he's in control of that. And that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, you're not going to find an organization in sports where there aren't voices all over the place. Yes, there's going to be voices. Yes, somebody's going to be able to have the ear of head of basketball ops or the owner or anything else like that. I'm sure even in Oklahoma City, there's people in there that talk to Clay Bennett or something like that. Mm-hmm. But they all know Sam Presti is the decision maker. In San Antonio, R.C. Buford is the decision maker. Everything that I've heard is Monty McNair is the decision maker. There ain't no meddling. Like I said, I've heard 3 different drafts where Vivek wanted somebody else. Mm-hmm. Vivek didn't want the guy they drafted. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, when it was time to put that card in and make a decision, they literally went against the guy that he wanted.
Well, didn't he want Keegan when the consensus was Jaden Ivey? Oh, Vivek got his way again. Nobody, again, we say this all the time. Nobody's written that story a second time. They wrote it once. They never wrote it again.
So the overarching question that I had with that, once again, is I think people get too deep into the weeds in this stuff sometimes. What does that have to do with not showing up against the Washington Wizards?
Great question.
That is a personal decision that those men made not to put their best foot forward yesterday. Mm-hmm. It ain't got nothing to do with if the guy is meddling with the general manager. Zach LaVine, I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know if you want to be here or whatever. DeMar DeRozan, I don't know if you're fed up if you want to be here or not, but you got a decision to make. Sabonis, same thing. Monk, same thing. Are you going to band together as a group and put your best foot forward, or are you just going to half-ass it? They made the decision yesterday. That is not Vivek's decision. That's not even Monty's decision, even though he should be gone. Hell, that's not Doug Christie's decision. Mm. Those men made their own choices yesterday.
I'm glad you brought up Doug's name again. I think there's a couple of more things to talk about with DC. Maybe less specifically DC, more specifically Sacramento Kings head coaching position. Daniel, hang tight. We want to hear from you. You want to get on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line? We'd love to hear from you. 916-909-3282. 1320. Chatty House is jumping. Even Jill Adge is in the Chatty House. Boy, we need her.
You know it's a big day when Jill Adge.
We're about to get. We're gonna have to book in about a week and a half. We're gonna have to book weekly appearances from Jill Adge so she can tell us who the general manager is gonna be. Hey, voice your frustrations, man. It's Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, Mark, like I said, and Kyle said it earlier too. If he's the problem, then he's the problem. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna keep complaining about it, or you gonna find a different team? Because he ain't going nowhere. He's not selling. If he does something like he ain't. If that is the issue, the problem is never going anywhere. So what are you gonna do? I'm not challenging you to do anything. I'm asking you a question. If that's the problem, if that is the sole problem, that is the reason why they can't win on a consistent basis, then you've got a decision to make. If you really believe that. Now you could just be talking, or you could just be upset and kind of getting your frustrations out on one individual, and that's understandable too. But if you really believe that, what you gonna do? Gonna keep complaining about it, or do something different? Because you'd be just as crazy as they say Vivek is if you are doing the same things and expecting different results. Everybody, and this, like I said, do what you want to do. But I'm just asking you. Everybody talking about, I can't believe Vivek is making the same mistakes over and expecting a different result. What you doing with this team then? What you doing with this team? Because if he's the problem, if he is the sole problem and he's the main reason why all this is going on, what are you doing expecting different results here as a fan or somebody that follows this team? You're just as crazy as him, or just as crazy as you think he is. I disagree, Chris. You have a little bit more say so on your life than you're giving yourself credit for. You don't have to follow this team. If it is just set in stone that that's the problem, you can spend your energy elsewhere. You know, that's what I used to do with Skip Bayless. Once I saw
I think you guys are having a conversation. I might be misunderstanding his tweet or his message, excuse me.
Well, I think because somebody was in there, Vivek's the problem. Vivek's the problem. And I said, all right, well, what you gonna do? Because he ain't selling. And I said, if he's the problem isn't going anywhere. So are you going to continue to complain about it? Or are you going to let it go? Or are you going to do something else with your life? And I'm not telling you what to do. But if he is the problem, and that's why I say, if you really believe he is the problem, and that is, as long as he's here, nothing will change, well, you've got a decision to make then. But you may not really believe that. You might just be talking. That's what I'm trying to get to the root to. If you're expressing your frustrations, that's something different.
Well, Kenny has just told everyone to go to hell. I went to get water. I came back. He told everyone just to go straight to hell. Stop following the team. And we got Jill Adge. She says we're just screaming into the void and we move on. It is bad here. Remember when we FaceTimed San Francisco? That was so fun.
That was a mistake.
That was the peak of the season and also our downfall.
I'll do it again.
We should FaceTime them just because,
we'll FaceTime them maybe to switch the vibes back.
Can we FaceTime Bonte Hill? Hey, we're trying to undo the curse.
We're sorry.
We're trying to undo the FaceTime curse.
Do that.
We'll be like
right now.
Michael Scott and Dwight giving the gift baskets and all that.
So you're thinking about coming back? Are you FaceTiming on the phone or your computer?
On the
phone,
yeah,
good. Okay, beautiful. Let's see if we can get Bonte.
Let's see if we get Bonte on here.
Yeah.
Big.
Hey,
what's up, man? Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up, Mrs. Bonte? We see you.
Hey, look, man. Hey. We just trying to reverse the curse because ain't nothing going right since we FaceTimed you after the Warriors win. So we trying to reverse the curse here on the show and just take the curse off of us, dog.
Forgive us.
I didn't post it. I didn't post it.
Bonte. Hey. Bonte, we're sorry. We're sorry.
Well, that's a whole different story. Bonte, this did not go the way I hoped it would. I'm getting off the phone. All right. All right.
Okay.
All right. That's enough.
Hang up on
that.
that.
That's
man.
enough.
All right.
Bonte, Miss Bonte, you guys have a good day. Yes, this is ridiculous.
Oh man.
Maybe that was a mistake as well.
That didn't go well.
Yeah, that didn't go the way we thought.
Let's get Daniel in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Daniel?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, maybe I got it wrong, but Sam Amick said that Monty, he fell on his sword during the press conference when he ended up saying that, right after they fired Brown, and he's not the one who wanted to fire Brown. So who fired him?
So I'm sure Monty and his people would say that right now too. I'm not saying that there's no truth to it, and I'm not saying somebody didn't tell Sam that, because Sam he reports what he hears from credible people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if it's going bad
Wonder
now,
if his name rhymes with Jess Jilcock. Wondering
if it's going all bad now. Most of the time these people don't take accountability for their mistakes. I bet you in 2 years, when Nico's unemployed or somewhere else, well, I had pressure from on. I didn't really want to do it, but there was forces outside that made me trade him. Of course, he's gonna say that. You talk about accountability. Don't nobody take accountability in this game. So I don't. Once again, if I'm cynical of somebody saying that, forgive me, but yeah, I don't expect Monty or his people or people who support Monty to be like he didn't want to do it. Because to be honest with you, like, yeah, he didn't make the call.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't make the call. That doesn't mean he threw his body in front of the decision and said, Vivek, don't do this. So, I'm here to, no, please don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it, Vivek. Don't hang it. Don't fire him, Vivek. Don't fire him.
So is firing Mike Brown a bad move now?
Well, it didn't get you anywhere.
Right.
Well, I don't
like you're in the exact same spot, right? So here's the thing.
I don't think you were going anywhere to begin with.
There was a couple of players who weren't, like, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. There was a couple of guys who weren't going to play for Mike, and I guess are just incapable of playing for Doug. It probably doesn't matter.
I guess if you keep Mike, then you needed to make some trades and get some guys out of there. Like if you were going to go the other way, but the way I saw it, like, wasn't getting fixed. If you were sticking with this team, 13 and 18 for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Damian. Like, it don't matter.
Yeah.
No, oh, okay.
Well,
round 2.
Yeah.
Round 2. All right, man. We gotta.
Let's see. He
reverse the curse.
Hey, Butch. Hey, man.
Well, what's up, big dog? What's up, man?
We're live on the air. We're trying to undo the FaceTime curse, and we just wanted to call and say sorry. And
I apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize, brother. I apologize.
The last time we FaceTimed you, it went really bad for us here in Sacramento. In fact, nothing has gone right.
Nothing
since then. Yeah, I've noticed that. No. Okay, you don't have to sound that way about it, but
expound on that.
Yourself into like some weird version of the freaking Chicago Bulls was something I didn't have on my bingo card.
Yeah.
2 years ago, you had one of the most fun up-and-coming rosters in the league, and somehow you went ancient overnight, and you guys hate everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
Just take the curse off. That's all we're asking right now.
We're just asking you to leave us alone. You guys have destroyed us. We FaceTimed you, and like the next day you got Jimmy Butler, and now you're unbeatable, and we're here.
You know what, though? Let me tell you this. As just a normal peasant out here, not the king of all things Bay Area, I'll tell you this. I don't subscribe to any wizardry or voodoo or hexes or curses. I'm probably more cursed myself than anything.
Yeah.
Seems like everywhere I park, I get a $108 ticket here in the city, or someone tries to break into my car. But I love that you think I have that power.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, I guess if nothing else, we'll just tell you that we love you and just make it stop, okay?
Vamos Gigantes, Butch. Come on, baby. We're going to the playoffs.
I love you guys too. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, God. Yeah. Yep.
How about my San Francisco Giants?
Well,
How about my Giants?
Yeah, we got that bum Farhan out of here, and everything's good.
Oh, you mean the guy that I hate more than anyone coming out of LA ever? Literally, it's Tommy Lasorda. Well, LeBron as well. Tommy Lasorda, him, and Eric Karros. Yeah, I'm so happy. And Jim Everett, obviously. Don't call me Chris.
Jim Everett.
Yeah.
Baseball hour
David,
with Casey and Butch.
David.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the sport, baseball, that had more viewers the last 2 years in the World Series than the NBA had in the finals. I don't know if you know. It's a very popular sport.
No, I'm aware. Okay. Now, okay.
Yeah, let's
all right.
settle down.
All right, Butch.
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't see that crowd in Chicago at the White Sox.
Okay,
man.
Butch.
Ain't nobody
We've got to go. We just called to say sorry, and we love you, and we'll talk to you later. Okay.
Goodbye.
All right, Butch.
Goodbye.
That's enough.
Goodbye.
All right.
Goodbye.
Yeah, we're 0 for 2 on FaceTime.
Yeah, those things went awful.
They're not being as receptive as I hoped. I really hope they'd be like, all right, it's okay.
No, they don't give a damn.
Bonte seemed like he wanted this to go on a lot longer.
Bonte would still be on if we let him.
That ain't fire.
It's not.
It ain't fire.
Did we FaceTime Guru last time?
We did.
Oh.
But Guru,
Did he pick up?
Nah, Guru's in the middle of the show.
That's right.
Guru, I don't think, is off till 2. Yeah.
That one might be okay. He seems like a nicer guy.
Yeah. Go text me last night. I just cursed.
It's about all you could do.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll try Guru maybe at 2:30. I don't know.
I mean, those are all the guys that, Guru called back. I mean, we did FaceTime Matt Nahigan. Maybe Matt Nahigan was the one who was really behind this.
Well, he did get
he didn't get to pick up last time.
Well, he does have Mitch's number.
He was probably busy talking to Mitch last time when we called him.
Oh man. That was just god awful last night. God awful last night. Wow.
We all know it's over now.
I mean, like, I don't.
Monty McNair can't be back.
So,
Beam team, whatever this regime was, did not work.
Like, you would be putting Doug in a terrible position if you brought him back, right? Because this group, regardless of what happens over the next week and a half, does not work together. They don't. And so maybe Vivek is going to try to cling to some relevancy somehow by just trying to retool this team, which I don't know if it's even possible, but if you're in the camp of trade these guys, get as many draft picks, start building this, I don't know that that's realistic. And what kind of position are you putting DC in there? And the thing that I was thinking of before the commercial break, when I said, remind us to get back to Doug, was if not Doug, who? Because I told you a week ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, this job is now undesirable. This is not a job you want. It's a job you might take, but it's not a job you want. So if it's not Doug Christie, who do you think it's going to be? Who's the coaching hire that you're going to go make that you think is going to work?
Flip side, who wants to come be the general manager of a team where you can't even pick your coach, though?
Flip side is dead.
That's a lie, though. That is a lie.
What do you mean?
You can pick your coach. You can pick your coach. What coach is Vivek picked?
Well, I'm saying if Doug is going to be the guy next there and you bring in a GM, like you don't get to pick your coach.
You mean just in this situation?
Yeah, I'm talking this situation. Yeah.
Got you.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. All right. I'm not the bad guy.
A week ago you were
Hey,
the
I'm on your
angriest Kings
team.
fan here.
It's a mess. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And
I see a lot of people bringing up David Adelman. David Adelman's names come up a lot. Who is he in Denver? Is David Adelman in Denver?
I think last we saw, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Somebody's
sorry.
going to tell him no.
Yeah. Who's Denver's head coach again?
Don't do it. I will get you a job somewhere else.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Like I can imagine the conversation goes, if you want it, take it. If you need to be a head coach, take it. Otherwise, stay here. I will make sure you get a job somewhere else. Or the Kings come to ask permission or the permission to interview, and Denver goes, no, we ain't going to do that to him.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely
right.
not.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with the organization or the perception of the organization, whether it's you talk about the ownership, whether it's talking about the structure of the front office, whether you talk about the mindset of anybody that walks through those doors. The mind that's what I can't get away from. And maybe, look, I'm not there. Maybe they feel like they get beat down to the point where, yeah, it's impossible. Maybe that's how they feel. But I really believe the mindset of anybody who walks through those doors is, I can't get it done because of what's going on around me. And as long as that's the mindset, it's not going to change.
I don't think you can bring back Doug because of that, though. Like, I don't think you can bring back Doug because it's like, who's going to want this job? Because then you're just a hamster on the wheel, and this is never going to, like, you're never going to get out of your own way.
But
you can't be like, oh, who wants this job? Let's just give it to Doug. Like, he'll want to.
Well, no, and I don't mean it like that. I mean it more in the sense of Doug might not be a bad option.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can do better than Doug is the question.
I think you owe it to yourself to try at least.
I think you're going to do that regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Doug's getting a contract extension before the season's over. I don't think Doug is getting hired a week from Monday. I don't think that that's happening. I think you're conducting a search, and Doug is a part of that search. That's what ultimately I think is happening.
If you bring in a GM and he's conducting the search and it comes down to it, or Doug Christie is the best out of this bunch, then I'm fine with that. It needs to be his guy, though. He needs to pick him. You can't be Doug Christie's the guy. Like, Doug Christie's going to be your head coach. All right, you're going to work with Doug. He's great. You'll love him. Like, Doug's a good guy. Like, that's not going to work. How many times have we seen, oh, yeah, Luke Walton, Mike Malone, like, these guys all get fired if they don't want you.
Luke Walton
was bad, but, like, he wasn't Monty's guy either.
He was Vladi's guy, though.
Exactly.
Vladi hired him, and he was it was wrong.
It was Christmas.
But the GM made the
It was before Christmas when that rumor started.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Walton was the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. And it was already, Luke Walton's probably going to be the Sacramento Kings' next head coach.
And Luke should have got fired, though, Monty's first year.
Imagine being Luke Walton and you're unemployed for like 6 seconds. Game is weird, dude.
Yeah.
Same thing happened with Dave Yeager. Dave Yeager, fine coach. The dude was unemployed for a minute and a half.
The thing about it, man, is
I guess we wait to see who gets fired this offseason. And
Taylor Jenkins, come on down.
He would have been unemployed too long. We would need someone who was fired faster.
Right.
Oh, let's get him in here.
Right.
Doc Rivers is available.
Coach Bud.
Oh my
Coach
God.
Bud, come on,
oh
Nurse.
my God.
Nick
That's
Nurse.
a shoot. That's a shoot. Yeah, Nick Nurse didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, man. It's the one thing that I continue to go back to, and I know a lot of people look to blame the higher ups, and that once again, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not here to say they're doing a great job. To me, that had nothing to do with what we saw last night. As far as the effort and the way those guys competed last night, that was a personal choice by those men on that roster, on that floor last night, and that was disappointing to see. You know, whether they took Washington lightly, whether they hate playing with each other and want it to be over, like that's on them. And I'm not going to let them off the hook for that. That was what we've seen in 2 of these 3 games on this road trip is appalling.
It's who they are.
It's absolutely appalling. And like I said, I'm not letting them off the hook for that. All 12 of those guys on the roster. That's disgusting.
Let's get Lazy in here, 916-909-1320. What's happening, Lazy?
Yo, D-Lo Casey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, man? Hey, I just want to get in on the conversation going on. I just had a quick question and comment. My question, so going forward, right now it's undecided if the team's going to try to rebuild or tank or start over or just try to tweak things. Wouldn't it be easier for Doug if they decided just to tank and start over? Then there would be no expectations on Doug. And I know no one wants to do that because it's not fun to watch. It's not going to make a lot of money in the short term. But didn't we just see Chauncey Billups do that with the Trailblazers? Like, they were rebuilding for a while. And I didn't think Chauncey was going to see it to the end, but now they're starting to see that light at the end of the tunnel. And also, my comment was, I know a lot of people are mad at Vivek, but this is on Monty McNair. His job is to build the roster. He hasn't been able to draft, and he doesn't have the connections to make deals go. And he was letting West do whatever. So I think the blame should be more on Monty than Vivek, honestly.
Okay. I think Vivek is a shadowy figure. I wanted to look at something. I actually didn't realize it had been this long. The Blazers have, I guess it's not that long. Yeah,
they've got 3 draft picks.
They've been inadvertently, and I don't think this was purposeful until it was, until the Dame Lillard situation, or I guess the Dame Lillard situations. Their drop-off happened in 2021, 2022.
Yeah, because they've got 3 top 5 draft picks.
So I got to point something out, though. We do this with Oklahoma City. Lizzie brings it's a great point. We have to make a distinction here. Does Sacramento have Dame Lillard? Does Sacramento have a Dame Lillard?
Nope.
They don't. That's the difference. Dame, Harden in Houston, Paul George, Russell Westbrook in Oklahoma City. You look at those teams and how they're able to do something. You know who didn't have a Dame, a Paul George, a Russell Westbrook? Minnesota. Minnesota just kept landing top picks. And look how long it took them. They kept landing top picks, and it took them a long time to finally get to this point. Multiple top picks to finally get to this point. You think they're dangerous this year? They had to trade one of them. They had to make other moves. They had to use those assets to make moves.
Dame Lillard was able to net you Drew Holiday, which turned into Rob Williams and
Malcolm Brogdon.
Did they get a pick from that?
I believe they got a couple of first-round picks, at least one. I know that.
They got the Bucks first-round pick in 2029, 2 pick swaps in 28 and 30. DeAndre Ayton, Tamani Kamara, who's an all-league defender type guy. So that's what he was able to net you. Do we think you'll be able to get all that for Domantas Sabonis?
No, I don't.
I don't think so either. I mean, you'll get something. Like you'll get something, but yeah.
So what's the next move then? What's the next step for this franchise?
Cry.
I already did.
FaceTime Bay Area people and ask for forgiveness.
We did that. The first 2 things on the list. Now we're stuck making French toast all morning.
Nice.
No.
That's very good.
Stay out of this. No, this is
that's a deep cut right there. That's deep cut right there.
That's a good stuff.
I'm full.
Not now, Kenny.
Yeah, not now. Thank you.
Let us have this.
I think that they're not. I don't think they're necessarily related, but I think you gotta rid this organization of everybody that doesn't want to be here.
Well,
let's just start, I guess.
Shoot. Who does that leave us with? Keon?
Malik Monk gets to stay.
Keon probably still here.
I think Malik Monk is actually that type of person. He's not a perfect player, and
I think Malik will ride.
Yeah,
I think Malik will absolutely
if you ask
ride.
Malik, we're trying to turn this thing around. We want to start with people that want to be here. I believe, and maybe he wouldn't, but his mentality is, no, I'm here. I'm 10 toes down. Like, let's do this. I'll be the leader or whatever. Is that the best situation for your friend? I'm not here to answer that, but I think he wouldn't run from it.
Well, you need guys that are bought in to start. Like we've talked about it since last week. Who's playing for the name on the front of the jersey? And we came up with like 3 guys, maybe. Like that's where you start. Guys who want to be here, and then you build it out from there, I guess. It's gonna be ugly, but
Jill had the suggestion for a community sage burn at the Golden One Center, similar to Kyrie.
Get Kyrie's guy.
I like that.
Well,
And we're gonna get creative this summer. We got to turn this thing around, guys.
yeah, we might want to do it now. I don't know.
Well,
if this
there's no.
can wait
We
for
don't
the
want to
summer.
waste it on.
Yeah,
We don't want to waste it on
you're
now.
gonna,
It's
gonna
not
waste
gonna-
good sage.
How many
session?
sage burnings can you have? If you have 2 sage burnings, do they cancel each other
It's
out?
one a pre-sage burning and then the sage burning. So we could do a pre right now while the season's going on, and then close it off. It's like coats of paint.
So there's no set on like how many burning of the sage or whatever is too many.
Oh, okay. Well,
Just
yeah.
I guess it's how much smoke your lungs can handle when you're walking around all that.
Well, we have survived far worse. So at this point, it's fine.
But yeah, I think the answer is just a question. You gotta find who wants to be in. If that's nobody,
Here we sage.
then you
Thank you, Jason.
Sacramento classic right there.
Sacramento sage burners there from David Jackson.
But yeah, if you come away with no players that want to see this thing through, then you just overhaul as much as you can, and you do what you can in this offseason. And the others that said they don't want to be a part of this, you be like, hold on, I'm gonna get you out. I can't do it all in one summer, but don't worry, we got a trade deadline coming up. I got to get some play. We'll get you out, but you got to get everybody that isn't locked in to trying to turn this thing around and isn't looking to blame somebody else.
But
you got to get them out of here.
Like, but it's I feel like actions are going to speak louder than anything those guys could say, because we're seeing them on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like, maybe it's not DeMar. Maybe it's 1 or 2 guys out there, and it's not 5 of them. Maybe it's not Zach LaVine. Maybe it's Domas. Maybe it's Keegan. I don't know. That sounds outrageous. I'm just saying stuff at this point. I have no idea what it is. But the fact that this group, the Wizards at one point led that game by 14. The Kings' biggest lead was 5. It's the Washington Wizards. They were trying not. They have a player named Keshawn George on their team. Now, he didn't play, but that's the man's name. That's the man's name.
You made that up. I'm going to need to see the Carfax.
They got a player named Bub. He started for them and played 41 minutes last night. His name is Bub.
I wish he was here. He could play.
I wish the one guy who didn't get any run for Washington last night actually played in Sacramento.
Rashawn? He's still there?
Rashawn played 2 minutes last night.
He's still there.
He
Wow.
is. You didn't notice that. He played 2 minutes and 27 seconds last night. Yeah.
All right.
That's where we are.
Okay. Well, I'll be damned.
Rashawn. I'm so glad Rashawn got paid, because I don't know what's next for my man. If there is a next. The XFL, maybe.
The XFL.
Play right next to Trey Lance.
Oh man.
Trey Lance isn't doing anything but
I
out
think
there
Trey
working
Lan-
on
I
his
think
footwork.
Trey Lance is in the CFL.
Oh yeah, my fault. He's in that league.
He's not doing anything but working on his footwork right now. That's what he's doing.
I
And
sure
this
hope
is how
so.
we do this?
I would hope
He's
so.
working
Kenny.
on the tat.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Get in on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. It's Dealer One KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I saw this when the Celtics were playing Memphis the other day. Marvin Bagley's in Memphis.
He
Did not
is.
know that.
He didn't play when they came to town. He was there. Somebody said something that we're gonna stop doing. Once again, I'm gonna try not to curse. But Valis 14, I don't know who you are. And you're wrong. not bashing on Amick because he represents and reports real news. Not at all. What I'm telling you is, and if you listen, because clearly you don't, and you just, I almost called you out of your name, but you clearly don't, and you just want to hear what you want to hear. I said, I'm not questioning what Sam has been told. Sam is one of the best in the business. I'm not even questioning his sources because Sam is as connected as anybody in this game. What I'm telling you is everybody has an agenda. Sometimes the agenda lines up exactly with the truth. And sometimes, and I'm not talking about Sam. Once again, I almost called you out of your name. I'm not talking about Sam. I'm talking about the people that Sam is talking to. Sometimes their agenda lines up with the truth, and sometimes their agenda doesn't line up with what's actually going on. And Sam's job is to decipher between the two sometimes. More times than not, he's 100% on point, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody is trying to protect themselves when giving information to Sam Amick or not telling the whole story of how things go down to make themselves look good. Whew.
I'm always curious about those things. Do we represent fake news?
I need a glass of water. You guys don't understand how difficult it was. Not to curse or call him out of his name. That's just
Kyle said, call him a scrub.
That's not enough. That doesn't work. I needed to. Yeah.
It was big time though. Shout out, like Dumbo said. That's what we call growth right there, Kenny.
I'm trying. But all that really means is at some point it's just gonna explode.
Yeah.
Somebody is going to.
No.
I said what?
No. Hey. All right. What had happened to Game of Love? We're back.
What?
At some point, what?
It's just gonna explode.
All right. He's Antonio.
He doubled down on it.
That's what's gonna happen.
Double tag.
Well, that's how it went.
It's gonna. Yes. What was
Draymond Caraway over
what
here?
Was well, it's kind of like our movie. What's our movie? The
I don't
Pixar
know.
joint with
The
the
what?
temper.
Elemental.
It's kind of like that. I'm trying to
what?
I'm trying to just,
so you don't
suppress everything and just turn over a
You're
different
not
leaf.
supposed to suppress your emotions.
Well, you're right.
You're not
right. But
supposed to do
trying
that.
but I'm trying not to.
I
in this
suppressed my
professional
emotions
setting-
with Ramsey, and I cussed him out earlier. You
Yeah.
can't suppress your emotions.
In this professional setting with people that half the time aren't real people because they don't even have a picture, or I don't know. Try not to curse at them. Try not to call them out of their name.
It's very nice.
Or nothing like that. But like I said, I think that's gonna it's not gonna be every time, but one time somebody's gonna feel the wrath. Just never know. And literally a ticking time. I'm like a fault line. You just never know.
Kenny is the San Andreas fault. It's California. He's gonna break apart in 30 years.
You just never know. Yeah.
They always leave
Well,
after you call them out too, by the way.
hopefully it's in a company meeting because then we might get something out of it. Hopefully Kenny snaps in front of like a decision maker.
What we're gonna get is them walking me out like Cuba Gooding.
What's funny is like in this room, like I'm the hothead. Outside of this room, Kenny's the unstable one. I'm the one who presents everything calm, cool, collected, well thought out. Kenny don't say nothing. He don't even speak to people until he gets pissed. So the only time Kenny talks is when he's pissed. And like, well, Kenny Caraway, man, he got a real Andy Bernard over here. Like, he got a little,
Punch the hole in the wall.
Yeah, that's a drywall.
Hey man, no, I'm just.
That's a great episode, by the way.
No, it was one of my favorites, but I'm trying. I'm just, Like I said, especially with the supporters of the show. You know, I'm trying not to curse at nobody.
Sometimes you need to get yelled at, though.
Nick V is like, where was this mentality a week ago?
Well, that's the thing. Nick V caught it. Nick V was the one.
Nick V minding his own business.
I didn't even go that hard on Nick V.
Man, you made fun of his jersey.
Well, he got that damn Ross jersey.
Hey. At least Nick V showed his face again after that.
Hey, look, you can have the jersey. I just wouldn't put it as my hobby. That's all I'm saying.
Damn, John Bull says Nick V already got sent packing today.
Oh,
man. What a rough day it's been in the chatty house. Jeez.
I almost got yelled at by Kenny, and I wasn't even trying to do anything.
Wow. Well, this will be fun. I know he's got a lot to say. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. Our brother Kamar.
Oh, man.
Calling from 3 hours ahead. Is life better as a Kings fan at 4:20 Eastern Standard Time?
Listen, my sweet brother Noomsay, I haven't talked to y'all in such a long time. Listen, you know, I just want to tell you, I hate that I was right about everything, you know, post trade, but it is what it is. We don't have to relitigate that because the proof is in the pudding. My issue going forward is I don't know how this team rebuilds when the head of the snake in the organization is not going to shift, because I don't know what type of GM you're going to get that's going to come in, or even management that's going to come in, because we already know Montemayor is not going to survive this. That's the tea leaves are what they are. But what type of talent you're going to get in the front office that's going to be willing to come in here and then have Vivek, you know, when he starts getting that itch to start second guessing, whether it's having Vlade come around, or it could be Peja, or whomever it could be, whomever it's in his ear, his daughter, whatnot. I don't know. But that's my worry right now, because right now, the current iteration of this team, it can't survive, right? And whether or not we get rid of Domas, we break it down for spare parts. I don't know where that goes. I mean, that's just what it is. But I'm just kind of nervous about how we move forward when the real issue is not going to be moving off this team.
Kamar, real quick. That's one of my problems, though, and I'm gonna still let you respond to that. But that's one of my problems. Yeah. It's Vivek is a scapegoat. Vivek did not tell them to pick Devin Carter. That was Monty's decision. And as long as people are around here saying, well, Vivek's meddling, it'll always absolve these guys of making the right choice when they need to. That was his decision. He picked Devin Carter.
I don't disagree, but here's the problem. What about that report? And it's not verified, of Monty didn't even want to get rid of Mike Brown. It was knowing that, and with the understanding that if he got rid of Mike Brown, it was going to lead to a domino effect of this terrible event in the organization. But the owner pushed this forward, and then you see what ended up happening. Like, I think anybody with any sense could say, you fire a coach in the middle of the season, and then your star player who's told you on the record, you get rid of this guy, I'm out, right? And it's like, we can't be surprised. Oh, why did the team end up torpedoing towards the end of the season? Because the linchpin of the entire thing just was pulled from the team.
Who was the linchpin?
I don't know.
Who was the linchpin? De'Aaron?
Who? I can say, let's just say it was a double fold of both De'Aaron and Mike Brown.
Okay.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think we would have been better served just keeping what we had. And then if the team would have faltered. We could have readdressed it in the offseason. But the way we try to rebuild, and then we added Zach LaVine, we added a bunch of good players individually, but players that didn't match collectively, with, and then putting Doug Christie under I feel bad for Doug. Because Doug you can't even blame this on him. Like, you're expecting him to course correct with a team that hasn't been put together properly.
Let's be honest as well. Appreciate you, Kamar. Let's be honest as well. You said it earlier, Jesse. We talked about it. This team would be in the same place with Mike Brown. Everybody is like,
I think the team would be in the same place with De'Aaron Fox.
Yes. They weren't. We're far removed from that. So people have different outlooks on it, maybe. But
can I ask
the difference probably would be you'd have De'Aaron Fox, you'd have an opportunity to trade him in the offseason as opposed to a rush trade in 3 weeks before the deadline. But this team, people would hate this team. People will be disappointed with this team because they'd be in the same spot. They were in the same spot when he left. It wasn't like you traded somebody that was doing a great job. The team was doing great, and you got rid of them that way. People were disgusted with the team at that time. They'd be the same way, in my opinion.
I feel like a lot of this.
A couple of people have brought up the Money didn't even want to fire Mike. Let's deep dive that for a quick second. Monty didn't want to fire Mike because the Athletic told us so. Salute. Sure, there's no ulterior motives in that source talking to the Athletic. Why? What was the problem during the summer? When the contract wasn't getting signed. When De'Aaron made that, if he's not the coach, get me. If you're bringing in another coach, trade me. When that statement was made during the summer, when Mike wasn't getting a contract extension, that was Vivek too. Because let's be consistent in our consistent in our messaging.
Right.
So it was Vivek who said, "I don't want to sign him to a contract extension," and Monty and Wes talked him into it. That's what we're doing. Huh?
Once again, is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? Which one is it? Is he letting the basketball people make the basketball decisions, or is he meddling and making them do things that he wants to do?
I just want to be clear. If you're saying one, you have to back the other.
100%.
If you're saying that, no, I believe the report where it said Monty McNair didn't want to fire Mike Brown. Okay, then tell me you believe that it was Vivek Ranadive who didn't want to sign him during the summer. Make sure your messaging across the board is consistent. Because one can't be true without the other being true.
And also with that, he didn't want to sign him throughout the summer. And what happened in the summer?
They signed him.
Well, that's another lost battle for Vivek, right? If everything is always a battle, if he's always on one side and the basketball people are always on another side, that's another loss for Vivek. If that's what you guys believe.
I don't know who hired who or what, but I feel like that's where the Kings' problems this season started. When you did give Mike Brown that contract extension, and I'm not even opposed to giving him the contract extension, but if you knew that some players on the team weren't for him and it was some top players, then moves needed to be made either way.
But we're all in agreement that something went wrong last year, right?
As far as what do you mean?
Well, where we are today was set in motion last season. Whatever issues, disagreements, fundamental differences that people like Domantas Sabonis had with Mike Brown started last year. The distaste for Mike Brown amongst these players started last year. And De'Aaron may not have outwardly said, "I want Mike Brown fired." And I believe that De'Aaron didn't say that. But this whole man, De'Aaron loved Mike. De'Aaron loved Mike. We talked to enough people who told us we saved every text message, every single one. And they have made the decision to not use any of them. But they exist. And we were told the day we broke this story, the De'Aaron Fox story, this isn't being painted. He's painting this in a way that isn't reality. Again, it doesn't mean he wanted Mike Brown fired, but that Mike was some sort of, I'll use Kamara's word, linchpin for De'Aaron Fox is not real. And De'Aaron and people associated with De'Aaron made that clear to several different people in the Kings' immediate front office and at the very, very top of their front office.
100%. 100%. And Then this is like I said, I don't claim to have all these sources, and nobody's talking to me on a daily basis about what's going on. I just talk to people from time to time. But at that Indiana game where that was just awful and it looked like they quit.
Mm-hmm.
That's
the reason it looked like they quit.
Right. It is. If it walk like a duck, quack like a duck, it ain't no damn mongoose.
Well, okay.
It ain't no damn mongoose.
You say so.
Whatever you say,
I'll take your word for it.
But I was talking to somebody that would know the inner workings of what's going on. And they were like, Vivek was dead set on not firing anybody. They were asking for just somebody to be fired. It wasn't even Mike. And the word that I got was, he said, we're not firing nobody. We're going to get through this. That was after the Indiana game. What happened at 48 hours later? I don't know. I ain't talked to nobody after that. And then nobody talked to me. But up until that point, there were people who were like, yo, somebody's got to go. This isn't working. And Vivek was the one that said, no, we ain't firing nobody. That's what was told to me. So this whole thing that it was him all along, he'd been pushing for it for all this time. And that's not how I'm hearing things.
Mm-hmm. Which actually, boy, that's funny. Because Kenny and I actually don't talk. We never talk through stuff. That makes a ton of sense because remember what we were told that night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they wanted someone out. Someone clearly was Mike after that Indiana game.
Mm-hmm.
Then it gets marched up the food chain and nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Detroit game happens. And clearly someone changed their mind.
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate decision maker changed their mind. You can't fire a head coach without running it through the owner.
Right.
At the very least, Indiana was a Sunday
night.
At the very least, somebody brought it to Vivek's attention Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And whether he said sleep on it, whether he said not yet, or whether he just flat out said no. You and I were stunned that we made it through a 4-hour show and ultimately 7 hours of radio on Monday without Mike Brown being fired. And then it became clear, okay, they're not doing it. Somebody had the thought, somebody brought it up, somebody presented it, and somebody obviously said no.
And matter of fact, now that I think about it,
imagine if we talked. We could have figured this all out months ago.
Now that I think about it, I talked to somebody on that Sunday, like damn near right after the game. Whoever was telling them whatever, they hadn't talked to them yet.
Mm-hmm.
This was after Saturday's game where somebody was like, yo, somebody's got to go. And Vivek said that was the Laker game that they lost because they couldn't get an offensive rebound. And he's like, nah, we're going to figure this out. And maybe I got this wrong. Oh boy, it's all coming back to me now. Maybe I got this wrong. In the initial athletic report, not the one that came out when De'Aaron Fox came back to town and everybody started to CYA, I guess. But the initial one, wasn't it? They all came together and decided that's what they wanted to do. And Vivek said, let's sleep on it. That's why it happened the way it did with them going on his way to the airport. He said, I think it was a Thursday night.
Right.
Everybody agreed this was what we wanted to do. And Vivek said, wait, let's just sleep on it and reconvene in the morning. Isn't that what was in the original athletic article?
Correct.
There's
a lot of things in that original article that changed, though.
So things change, and I'm not. And once again, because I almost cursed somebody out during the break, and I don't want to do that. I want to be perfectly
turning
clear.
Over a new leaf.
I want to be perfectly clear because
he's gonna snap, though. He
says he's gonna do something
he's
else.
Got up here.
It's elemental. It's gonna go bad.
But I want to make it clear because I don't want no confusion because this is my guy. Sam Amick is my guy. Every time I see him at Golden One Center, I talk to him. We have a great interaction, and I love his work, and I believe in his work. All I ever say is not what Sam is reporting. Like, because I don't think Sam is ever reporting a belief, right?
Never.
He's reporting what he's being told.
The question is who's talking to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what their
From
angle
those
is.
two things, from those two articles, that seems to have changed. The very first article was they all convened and agreed that a move needed to be made. And Vivek told them, let's sleep on it. That was the first thing. Then De'Aaron Fox come to town, and now people are saying it wasn't my call. That's all I'm saying.
New day, new article, pal.
And once again, that I want to be clear. I'm not talking about Sam Amick. I'm talking about what he's being told. That's what I'm talking about.
And I don't know who talks to Sam. I have no idea.
I don't either.
I just know there's one consistent voice that always seems to make sure Vivek looks stupid. I know that Wes Wilcox has everyone on the planet except for D'Lo and Casey on speed dial. And that's fine. We wouldn't answer his phone anyways. Also, our sources are higher, pal. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Sorry, Stephen, we missed you, man. If you I'll be more responsible in getting to the phone lines to keep you from having to wait too long. Again, 916-909-1320. We knew as soon as 6:30 or whatever time it was last night hit, it was like, oh, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow. People are gonna have some things to say, and rightfully so. The fan base is frustrated. They're exhausted. This is an exhausting season. Started with so much excitement and so much promise, and it's had so many ups and downs. The Mike Brown stuff, the De'Aaron Fox stuff. It started with the DeMar DeRozan stuff, and since then, it's just been. DeMar DeRozan was an acquisition people weren't sure about. Zach LaVine, made this worse. The heel turn of De'Aaron Fox, or the turn on De'Aaron Fox, the acquisition of Jonas Valanciunas. Finally, the Domas feels disconnected. He does not feel like his presence should be bigger. That's what I'll say. He feels like, I don't think Domantas Sabonis, who's been all NBA every year, he's been a Sacramento King for an entire season. I don't think his presence is big enough. His voice isn't big enough. He's good at throwing his hands up in the air and yelling and clapping and moving guys over here and pointing and telling guys where to be. At this point, it's fake hustle to me. What is anything that you're doing mean? Now, that may mean the other guys ain't following. He may be trying to lead.
Right.
But DeMar, bro, I got this. I'm going to the Hall of Fame. I got this. Zach LaVine may be trying to do his best. Keon just trying to do whatever Doug tells him to do. And Keegan, you never know. I don't know what Keegan's thinking. I have no clue. I have no clue what any of these guys are thinking. I just don't feel like Domas's presence is big enough.
When I watch Domas play, it feels like, because it's in his nature, because it's who he is, he's going to go out there and compete, and he's going to play hard every time. That's just who he is. But he's not bought into what's going on right now. He doesn't believe in the people that he's playing with.
And if he's told them that, I'm fine with it. If he's letting his play speak for him, then I'm not good with that. If you're not good with what you're doing, tell him. Doug, whoever the hell is left on that coaching staff, DeMar, LaVine, Tell them. Stand up in the meeting. Tell them. You ain't got to say it in front of us. That's fake.
Right.
Tell them we're not doing this the right way, and the proof is in the results. It's right there. We need to do things differently. We need to execute better. We have shown stretches, pretty lengthy stretches, where we can do better.
If you care, and you may not care, because if you
That's
don't,
the tough one right there.
If you don't care, you're just trying to, like I said, like we talked about earlier, you're just trying to play out the string so this ends as soon as possible.
That's it.
If you care, like, and when I say they should be embarrassed, not as men, not as people, just competitors in this basketball team, they should be embarrassed about what's going on for this whole week, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like they should be embarrassed by what's going on. If you care, you're embarrassed. If you don't care, I'm just trying to get through this. They play like they just trying to get through it. They play like they don't. I'm telling you,
Their feelings ain't hurt.
Right. They play like they don't care what happened last night.
Well, what like we think about our reaction, right? We think about the Chatty House's reaction, the tweets, the messages, the calls, the whole deal. What's the Tony Romo line that changed the way I think about sports? I was so upset when the Cowboys lost, probably to the Giants in the divisional round for the 50th time.
Pick one. Giants,
Yeah.
Packers,
Field goal.
Seahawks, Niners. Just pick one. Go ahead.
Jessica Simpson.
I mean, we don't have all day. We're almost going to break, so we don't have time. Just go ahead, because there's a bunch to decipher. One we just don't know which one.
Yeah, which one were you talking about?
I actually don't know, but it was one of those. It was definitely one of those. And Tony said, "Now, if this is the worst thing that happens to me, I'm good." And I thought, why do I care more than he does? And I can't help but look at all of us and wonder, we care more than they do.
I don't. These guys want to win because, like Kenny said, they're competitors, but
They definitely do.
I don't think Zach Levine just got here. I don't think he's tripping too much. Just opinion. DeMar DeRozan probably has a decent idea of what his future is looking like next season. Probably doesn't involve the Kings, I'm sure. Domantas Sabonis needs clarity. He's already thinking about the offseason. It looked like yesterday. It's just over for these guys, I feel, at least for this season.
From the Sacramento Kings, Devin Carter is considered day-to-day. He'll be listed as questionable in the game versus the Charlotte Hornets tomorrow with that right shoulder contusion. That is the first update that we've gotten since that March 29th injury against the Orlando Magic. Confirmed a right shoulder contusion. Devin Carter considered day-to-day, and he will be listed as questionable headed into tomorrow's game versus the juggernaut that is the Charlotte Hornets.
Who's even playing for that team? They got so many guys out.
No LaMelo Ball.
As we've learned last night, it doesn't matter who's playing for them.
They can bring Kendall Gill back. Bring Kendall Gill back. It won't matter. And I don't mean old Kendall. I mean Kendall Gill today. They can sign him to a 10-day today. And you got to watch out. He might go for 35.
I'm genuinely curious. How old?
Well, I'm going to guess
Kendall
this
Gill.
one. I'm going to say Kendall Gill
The
is
90s basketball player?
Yeah, I'm going to say poor Jesse didn't even know who he was. I'm going to say Kendall Gill.
Poor Kendall Gill.
41. I'm going to say he's 50. I'm going to say he's 53.
I will go 52.
Should have gone the other way.
Damn it. I knew it
56
was
years
one.
old.
There we
Kendall
go.
Gill's
Count it.
56.
Count it.
Music's not playing.
Count it.
Music isn't playing.
No,
We'll come
sir.
back.
Count it.
Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Who's the Kendall Gill of today's NBA?
Who is the Kendall Gill of today's NBA? You know, the first person I think this guy's a little better than Kendall Gill. I was going to say Jamal Murray. I think he's a little
Kendall
better
Gill
than
was pretty good then.
He was a really good shooting guard, but he was like the third best player on that team. So let me see. That's a good question. Who is right now is Kendall Gill? Maybe Derek White.
Oh, Matt, I have a feeling we're going to welcome Matt in today,
I was
and
just
then
gonna say
we just ain't going to say a word for 40 minutes.
It's one of them days, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Austin Reeves isn't off, but he was like that. Like, he was a good guy. You're not gonna, he's not the best player or the first two best players, but Kendall Gill, he might drop 25. Let's see here.
So I'm gonna stick with Punk. I think he gets it.
CM Punk. CM Punk.
Kendall Gill, 13.4 points per game for his career.
WrestleMania still
20th.
2 weeks away?
Yeah, 2
God
weeks.
damn.
We got next Monday, and then the Monday after that is when they'll be at Sacramento.
That's right.
It's lining up for Rock to show up at Sacramento, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I just had to get this in. Took an L last night, but I'm back at it again. Prize Picks ready to go, and I went with the full lineup today.
Okay.
I went with the full lineup. We got Steph Curry going up against the Lakers
You're
at
doing
26
that.
points. I got the Goblin off because I don't want the Goblin.
You did what?
No, chill.
You did what?
Chill. I took the Goblin off. I took the Goblin off.
Man. All right, bro.
Hey, Kings got flustered today.
Man.
I took the Goblin off, and I went 26 points. I went more
Okay.
with Steph Curry. Luka, he had a Goblin. I took that Goblin off too.
Crazy night.
Boy. Man. Kitty just out here holding. God bless it.
He was at 7.5 assists. I went more on that. Anthony Edwards against Brooklyn. They got their mindset on that 6th seed. So he's at 26.5 points. I went more on that. Bam Adebayo going up against Memphis. He's 20.5 points. I went less.
Did you see the Goblin for Giannis?
No.
It's 39.5.
What the Green Goblin is 30 points?
No, the Demon. Sorry, the Demon, not the Goblin. The Demon.
Damn,
The Demon is 39.5.
Wow.
Oh,
wow,
man!
And they're going up against somebody. Oh, Philly. Yeah, somebody. Sorry, but he might not be in the game that long.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he
That's
might
what
not
I'm
be in
saying.
the game that long.
I might take the Demon on Steph though.
Ooh.
It's Steph and Bron tonight.
Right?
No, the Demon.
Oh no,
the Demon's 29.5.
Oh, okay.
Demon is 29. Okay. What's the Austin Reeves Demon? Ooh,
what's Austin Reeves talking about?
Austin Reeves, 24. 24.5 or 29.5. That seems outrageous.
Across sports,
I ain't messing with that.
Across sports, I got Suarez of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's killing right now. He is absolutely killing. I saw a special that Albert Pujols did on MLB Network last night, where Albert Pujols doesn't shave his head. It's George Jefferson. He don't shave it.
Okay.
I said, bro, what are we doing? But anyway, he broke down the way Suarez has started the season. He's killing. They got him at 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Give me more on that. And then my boy, Ellie De La Cruz, who's also killing. He's got a torpedo bat. They got him at 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. So the lineup is set. I'll be posting it on the socials. Make sure you go check that out. What you need to do, though, is download the app. Put in the promo code KIFM. to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineups. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly. No matter if you win or lose, they got you. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
You guys got Zabel sending in like 3 minutes before we even get into the punchline.
He got in there first, though. Yeah. He got in there first. I got to reward my man.
I need.
Zabel's the guy. We got to make Zabel the guy. I can't even start talking about Prize Picks and Zabel to run your game in there.
I think I said
keep fighting,
took
Zay.
a L last night. And
keep fighting, Zay. Yeah. I got your back, Zay.
Shout out to my boy Zabo. He back in there. Big ups to him. I think Zabo, he's got 3 wins on the season. Kyle's got 1, and Johnny's got 1.
Wait, this is a thing? This is what we're doing?
I'm gonna keep track.
The Run Your Game League.
My lineup is trash.
Are you going all demon?
Oh no, so I didn't have all demon. I had LeBron on the Goblin for like 17 points. The demon is 29.5 though.
For LeBron?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I got I'm gonna need Aaron Judge to hit a home run though, that's for sure.
Oh, you went okay.
He's at 0.5. I just need you to hit 1.
The Yankees have lost 2 in a row.
I don't know. I don't love this lineup. I might do something I've never done before and change the entry fee.
Yankees lost 2 in a row?
Well, I don't know. I know they lost on.
How many in a row have the Dodgers lost?
Oh gosh, same fair. We got a damn walk off last night from Shohei.
So so is it? Did I get this right? Was that against the Braves?
Yeah,
and the Braves haven't won yet.
They're 0-7.
0-7. No, I believe no team has made the postseason after starting 0-7.
Wow.
What?
I saw that graphic today.
Is that real?
I thought I saw that graphic today.
Oh wow.
Now
I'm submitting the lineup. I don't
fair,
love it. I don't love this lineup, but I'm submitting it.
I wish you tell the whole story.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Usually that was before like 7 teams made the playoffs.
Got you.
So they still got a shot.
Yeah, it's baseball.
So yeah. By the way,
I ain't winning nothing on this lineup.
The RYGL standings are up.
Why are we doing this? This is Zabo's gimmick. There's
the
no
RYGL.
Yeah, you're treating Zabel like Daniel Bryan right now.
This is whack, bro.
You got Randy Orton and Batista
Like
picking up
Daniel
wins and all that. Like, this is cold work.
Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Start the Zabel movement.
Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. This is a bad look.
RYGL.
This is a bad look for everyone involved.
Zay's gonna have to go up against Kenny day 1 of WrestleMania, and then day 2 he's got to beat Kyle Renata and whoever else is
it's
on
like
there.
the yes movement.
Exactly.
He's got to beat Triple H before he gets his title match.
Show up with his ribs all wrapped.
Did you see what's his name is back in WWE? Rusev.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's back. And they I think I kind of heard this, I couldn't remember, but the whole Bobby Lashley thing, they said that was Vince getting at Rusev.
Yeah.
What was Bobby Lashley?
They put him with Rusev's with Lana.
Yeah, Lana's
his wife, I think she was.
Oh.
And they was always kissing and all this other stuff, and they said that was Vince getting at Rusev. That's messed up.
Wow, hard to believe Vince McMahon would do something like that.
Welcome back, Rusev. Though, here's a mid card spot.
He could feud with Kevin Owens.
Rusev was a mid carder in AEW.
Hey, like Swerve in a tournament to a star, just like Cesaro.
Rusev versus Kevin Owens.
Bro, why do you hate Cesaro so much?
I don't hate Cesaro. I tell the truth, and you guys might not like it, but it's the truth.
Oh, you didn't have to convince me.
Hey, see,
you have to convince me.
It's not hating if it's the
well,
truth.
If he just took a baseball bat with, I guess, nails attached to it
that
his
was
back.
still gross, by the way.
I still haven't seen that one again.
Hey, shout out Rob Van Dam says that's not wrestling. ECW alumni though.
It's absolutely right. Well, in
RVD wasn't that crazy though, huh?
He never did anything that crazy.
Like
New Jack did throw someone off.
Wrestled. Yeah, he threw someone off a balcony.
All right.
I guess they literally got to the top of the balcony, and the big dude was like, "Nope, we're not doing it." And New Jack was like, "Yep, we are."
Go.
Throw him off.
Crazy.
landed on top of him, like shattered his skull open.
Oh,
brilliant. It's amazing that New Jack is dead. It's really stunning. He's not with us anymore.
You want to talk about what you call scar tissue, like on his forehead?
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious.
Nicholas Castro says Cesaro's the Zach Levine of wrestling. I don't know if I buy into that.
Oh, man.
I feel like you're disrespecting Zach there.
You are disrespecting
Yeah,
Zach.
you're
Zach
very
Levine
much...
was on the 1 seed at one point.
Well, I'd hate to keep bringing his name up, but it's just first thing that came to my mind. Is Zach Levine the Kevin Owens of wrestling?
No, Kevin Owens is better than Zach Levine.
I think
Is
Jesse's
he?
right.
Yeah.
I think
Is he?
Jesse's right. I
Is he
think
really?
Jesse's right.
Yeah.
Jesse's right.
Zach Levine.
Jesse's
He ain't never
right.
winning
Zach
the Monday
Levine
Night
is the Sami
Wars
Zayn,
with,
I think, of wrestling.
Kevin Owens leading the charge.
You ain't never winning anything with Zach Levine in charge.
Exactly.
No,
But
Zach
now there's
Levine,
a better comp.
Zach Levine is Sami Zayn. Like, he's just always around. He's really good, but it's like you're not winning.
Yeah, that's Sammy run.
I don't even know.
When they trying to put the
Oh, you think Sammy's
they
better?
trying to put the belt on Sammy for a second? I was like, settle down, guys.
No, they told a story with Sammy as the underdog versus Roman. I don't think there was ever a threat to put the belt on him, though they had that match in his hometown, which got, the crowd, really into it. And the right outcome happened.
We got a Zach
Roman
Levine as
won.
Dolph Ziggler. How do we feel about that one?
Oh, that's tough.
Maybe
Dolph was actually pretty good.
maybe the 1 seed that 1 year with the Bulls was kind of a Money in the Bank cash in type thing.
You know
I was
where
about to say, because wasn't Dolph a champion?
Yeah,
he
like a
was.
second.
You know where they killed Dolph Ziggler
I love this.
is when he won that Survivor Series match that was where Sting debuted, and it was to get rid of Stephanie and Hunter, and Dolph Ziggler was the guy who did it. And they asked him the next day, "Hey, you saved the WWE from Triple H and Stephanie," and he goes, "I don't care about that. I do what I do every night, and it's steal the show." And it's like, all right, jackass. Like, whoever wrote that for you, you should have stood up and said, "No, this isn't it. No one cares if you wrestle a good match. If you can't tell a good story, get off of my television." And ultimately, guess what happened? Brody works for a company called TNA now.
Ouch. Well, they're in partnership with
Well, so maybe he'll be back.
They this was just really,
Oh, Zach Levine is Zach Ryder.
now
tough.
that is disrespectful.
That's
Whoa,
worse.
You've
whoa,
gone too
whoa.
far.
Whoa.
Zabo, you've gone too far.
I don't know.
No, he's gone too far.
I don't know.
Kane pushed
Zach
that-
Levine
no,
has
hey.
a damn gold medal. Don't do that.
Yeah, Kane pushed Zach. What's his face? Zach Ryder off the side of the stage in a
So
wheelchair.
who's Zach
Like, that's
Levine
not,
then?
I think he's
I
Sami
think he's
Zayn.
Kevin Owens.
He's not Kevin.
He's not Kevin Owens.
He's Kevin Owens.
He's
No,
not
hey,
Kevin
someone
Owens.
threw it in there. DeMontis Sabonis is Kevin Owens. You don't have to agree. I'll say it.
That actually works.
I don't remember who said it. Shout out to whoever did.
That actually works. Like, they put
Sal said
Kevin
it right here.
Sabonis is Kevin Owens. I think that's not bad.
Hey, man. Hey, chill.
That's not bad.
I'm not going to put it on the screen because, come on, man. I will need to do that. Dr. David, come on. It's recent.
It's not
I
very
see it.
nice. No, it's not very nice. Be nice, Dr. David.
Well, wait a minute.
Levine is the
oh,
and I'll lose his mouth.
man.
Now this game is very mean.
Now, okay.
Who the hell's the Bastion Booker?
You don't know who Bastion Booger is?
No. This is no. When you see it's gonna be disrespectful.
Bastion Booger.
That was Deuce, and Deuce, come on.
How do we
Come
know that
on.
wasn't Morgan?
that's not cool too.
What if Morgan was like, "Yo, you know who Zach Levine reminds me of? It's Bastion Booger." By the way, since
That's
Deuce is
crazy.
here, should we talk about Deuce's shirt last night? I think we would have to talk about it to Deuce.
Well, yeah, maybe so. I will say this. I was watching when I got home. Background changed.
Yeah,
It looked a little
It
different.
looked, yeah. That
Mhm.
Wild West background was tough on Deuce's suit and
They
shirt.
should have consulted him with before.
And the other thing was, I thought Morgan's outfit was terrific. I thought I love the loose bottoms, the tight tops and the baggy pants. Like, I think that's a great look.
They look good. They look good. They always.
I
look good.
know I like Deuce's suit.
Yeah.
The color of that suit I liked a lot.
The background just messed them up a couple times. It was all good.
The Bastion Booger
He did.
thing
I
was
mean,
cold.
the shirt.
I
I
need-
liked the shirt. It was a little teacherish, but it wasn't TV all the time. It was a little more teacherish, but I still like the shirt. I like the pattern. I like the color in the shirt. It worked for me.
I need I need the proper. We're not moving on from this. I need the proper Zach LaVine wrestling comp.
If it's not Sammy, then who?
I don't think it's Sammy.
And
well, okay, all right.
Real quick, DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
DeMar DeRozan is Roman Reigns that 1 year. They kept those 2 years. They kind of kept force feeding him. Like that's how the fans.
It's DeMar DeRozan is Roman Reigns before
stop
the
putting
heel
him on my
turn.
TV and stop also balling all the time.
So DeMar DeRozan is the sucker and succotash version of Roman Reigns.
As soon as the 5th minute hits, they just boo.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Zach LaVine. Okay, but no. Why is he not Sami Zayn? You think Sammy's better than Zach?
I do think Sammy's a little better than Zach. Maybe that's the comp. I'm leaning on another one, but I don't think it.
Once again, guys, again, he's a 2-time All-Star and he has a gold medal.
All right.
What
okay.
Sammy
all right.
Intercontinental champ. Wanted to be Gunther, right?
He did.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. Let me go a notch above Sammy.
Okay.
This doesn't work. Okay.
Oh, I got an old
okay.
school one.
Okay. I want to be clear. I think he might be a top 3 in-ring performer of all time. But is Zach LaVine Daniel Bryan?
No.
Daniel's too good. He's too good. Okay.
Too high.
He's too good.
I got one for Oh, shout out to Spectre because I was gonna say it. Zach LaVine, Mr. Perfect.
Hey.
Okay.
I kind of like it.
I like it.
Well, mainly because I chose it.
You're not going to headline WrestleMania.
Right.
You're a solid role player.
You're an asset to the company. Like the company is part of the reason why they're strong is because of you. You're not the reason, and you're probably not a top 4 reason.
Deuce got a good one.
Uh-oh.
Deuce got a good one.
Go ahead.
Deuce got a good one.
No.
Hey.
Well, no, wait a minute. No, you know who come on. You know who that is.
Wait, who?
Well,
Deuce says Damian Priest.
I say no. You know who that is? It's Keegan Murray.
Hey.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
They want him to be this guy. He's just not that guy.
You got the right name.
Hey, I'll be turning the TV off when Damian Priest is on my TV.
The wrong player. Keegan Murray is Damian Priest. That's a good one right there.
Stop telling me he's a champion.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Yeah. Keegan Murray is Damian Priest.
I liked you guys are kind of talking me into Sammy. I like Mr. Perfect. Daniel Bryan a little too high.
So
Daniel Bryan
is too high.
Probably Sabonis? Daniel Bryan?
Nah, Daniel doesn't belong in this. He's too good.
He's
too good. Yeah, he's too good. He
doesn't
play for the Thunder. He doesn't play for the Kings. Yeah.
He plays for the Thunder.
Yeah, he does. You know, I know you guys don't like this. The Billy Gunn, it's not that bad.
For Zach?
Yeah.
No.
High hopes, like was a solid performer, never a main eventer, like got buried by the Rock.
We're just isolating his time in Sacramento. Is he the Shockmaster?
No. He's no.
By the way, Jesse, clip this.
I think Zach LaVine.
Hate us.
I think Zach LaVine. We should just refer to him as Mr. Ass now.
That's you can't do that.
Just
listen to Dr.
Get the music. We'll get the theme music. Zach LaVine scores. Why not?
You can't do that. The man has won a gold medal. 2-time All-Star.
This is what happens when you lose to the Wizards. This isn't our fault. This is your fault. We got Stanley on the line. He might drop a wrestler. He's got a good one usually drop.
Okay.
Stanley does?
He'll drop one in sometimes.
And he's going to fire us at some point.
Yeah.
What's up, Stanley?
Well, I'll tell you what's up. It's almost April the 15th, tax day. And I heard that Kenny and I heard that all of you all collectively have been cheating on your taxes. And you know what that means. IRS. Erwin R. Shyster is going to bust up all of wrestling. I mean, that's the lowdown. And he should bust up the Kings for losing to the no hapless Washington Wizards or whatever you want to call them. I don't know what they are.
But that's what they are.
I mean, that's something that, I mean, nobody that, I'm glad I'm not a season ticket holder, because I would have, and you know, if they would have, I heard you all say this morning, if it had been at Golden One, and they had put on a performance like that, man, they would have had to call in police protection, man.
Now I'm with you, Stanley. They need to know who should have been on that roster last night. Tell them who should have been on that roster.
And I'm not even going to go there.
Because they need that type of guy. Come on, tell them, Stanley.
Man, they need first of all, they need Bobby Huggins as coach. Doug Christie is too nice. He's too nice. And you know what? I mean, y'all can laugh. I mean, look. And as bad as I do think that Rick Pitino is I don't even want to talk about how despicable he is. But if you want to win, that's the kind of coach you need. That's the kind of coach Sacramento needs. They need someone like Bobby Huggins. Okay. They need someone like Nick Van Exel, and they need someone like Danny Thornton as assistant.
I've just figured it out.
With this. Y'all laughing.
No, I figured this out, Stanley. All these years, I didn't realize you're a Cincinnati fan.
No. I'm just saying that I'm taking the kind of coach that you need. The kind of guidance that you need to win around here, because I'm sorry, there is an app, and you know what, Mike Brown, you shouldn't have never got rid of him. I mean, look, you can say what you want, and I know people regress, but okay, you fire him, who you gonna bring in now? Don't tell me Ghostbusters. But I mean, this team right now, they are in a helpless spin. It's like a spinning mode on a dryer. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like the Cowboys.
Okay. What do you do that? Stanley was having a good time.
I'm going to do that when I cut him off.
Yeah, Stanley was having a good time.
Cowboys got their quarterback of the future, though. They got that quarterback of the future.
Shout out Joe Millen. Shout out IRS, too.
Do you think Stanley forgot my name?
Yeah, he doesn't know who you are.
I don't think he does.
That's not true. He says the same every time.
No, I think he forgot.
No.
He even had a inside reference to your past.
He did.
Well, remember the one time we were like, oh, yeah, he calls in. He's like, yeah, Kenny Caraway. You talking about Trey Young? He's like, no, that was D'Lo. Well, whoever that was.
Yeah. I don't even know that Stanley knows for sure that I'm here. That's all right.
Make sure you guys do your taxes.
Most people forget who I am when I'm around Kenny.
Not true.
But who's the Erwin R. Shyster of the Kings?
That was a good call from Stanley right there. That was a good call. IRS.
IRS.
Keon?
No, Keon's got to be someone like likable.
Yeah.
Somebody had a good one in there.
It's Markel Fultz. It's a curtain jerker. Like it's a yeah. There's nobody. It's nothing.
Somebody had a good one in here. This was spot on. Oh, it was Jacob. He said Malik Monk is Jey Uso.
There you go. Yeah, that works.
You know what? Yeah,
that's a good one.
I mean, he needs to start. I don't necessarily believe it. I think he's better as a 6 man.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. That's a good call.
Keon is LA Knight.
Whoa. That's a little disrespectful.
No, it's not, because you guys don't like LA Knight, but the people love LA Knight, and the people love Keon Ellis.
I see you working.
Well, but that's insinuating that we don't like Keon Ellis.
No, you guys are going to have to just work with me on that one. I'm more right. I'm right.
Defame our names for
you guys are just some haters on that guy.
We like you. Oh, Aldo, that's a good one. Keon is the 1, 2, 3 kid.
There you go. There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
My fault. Maybe they're not fans of LA Knight. So don't do Keon like that, Jesse. My fault, Warren.
Monk and Jey Uso was flawless.
Yeah, that was a great one.
That's flawless.
That was a great one.
I actually think Damian Priest and Keegan Murray is flawless too. I know that wasn't Deuce's intention, but that's a good one right there.
A little too real there, Deuce. A little too real.
Man.
Did we ever figure out who Sabonis was?
Oh, I thought we settled on one earlier.
I think it's Kevin Owens.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Owens does work. I mean, a solid player, never going to get you.
Not going to leave my company.
Yeah.
But you need him on the roster.
You
to
do.
fill out
Exactly.
the roster.
Yeah. But you need a Roman Reigns.
We have no Roman.
We have no Roman
no
Reigns.
Cody. We have no.
I need to play through.
We have
Kevin.
no Punk.
No.
We have no Seth.
No. That's
we don't
crazy.
have any of
And
that.
Seth might not even be like a number one.
Was De'Aaron Seth? Did we have a Seth and a Kevin Owens here? And no Punk and Roman?
That sounds right.
No Cody?
That sounds right. That sounds right, because if you squint hard enough, Seth can lead this company.
Yeah, but when Seth,
maybe
but
not.
no,
Seth can lead it if you have the right people around him.
Yeah, Seth led with Hunter. When it was the Authority, he was their guy. He didn't lead by himself.
Right,
He didn't
right.
like Cody is standing alone.
Right.
Roman, you know, I know he had Paul, but he stood alone. It wasn't him and Vince. It wasn't him and Hunter. It was Roman. It's Cody. Seth was a part of the Authority story.
Come on, Leon. Sabonis is fake.
No, stop it.
Hey, is Vladdy Divac?
Well, wait a minute. Jacob Z might have one. Jacob Z might have one. He asked if Sabonis is Lex Luger. And remember, they wanted Lex Luger. No. Hear me out.
No, that's a good
They wanted Lex Luger to be the guy so bad. They put him on a bus. They draped him in American flags. They had him body slam Yokozuna on the USS Intrepid on the 4th of July. And he couldn't do it. He could not be the guy. The problem is, I can't believe I'm about to say this. We don't have a Bret Hart either.
Ooh.
Bret Hart came along,
Yeah.
bailed Vince McMahon out. That's the thing.
Well,
Vince never loved Bret Hart.
wait a minute.
He
Is DeMar Bret Hart?
no.
Older in the game.
No.
Feels like he should be getting the respect.
DeMar is Bret Hart in WCW.
Yeah. Hey, is Vladdy Divac the Undertaker? You kind of buried him alive a few times, but he's still here.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Is Vivek Kevin Nash?
Hey, Vivek might be Vince Russo.
Oh, God damn it. Well, it's a coaching job on a pole match.
Hey, David Arquette, my champion.
Yeah.
Coaching job on a pole.
Oh, man.
Oh man, this took a little bit of this thing off, but it won't last. We still
No,
gotta talk
it won't, because now we got to go to commercial break, and we're going to come back. And at some point, Matt George is going to join us, and I have a feeling he is going to be
We're just gonna
pissed
sit back.
off.
We just gonna sit back.
Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. De'Aaron is Rusev. Just wants to leave and hopes the next team will figure it out what to do with him. That's a good one.
All right, bro. Let me get this in here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Here we go. Actually, let me try and click on. All right. I'll go right here. Kicking it with KC. You already know the vibes, man. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Big ups to him. And yeah, we got to put this because there were some moves made with some WNBA players. My girl, Dejanay Carrington, she signed with Reebok. So now she rocking with Angel Reese over at Reebok. And I got to be honest with you. I don't like the Angel Reese shoes. They're kind of, they're whatever. But I see what Reebok is doing over there. I like what Reebok is doing. Dejanay Carrington, that's going to be a great pickup for them. Big ups to that. But that wasn't all, because There we go. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that more on the screen. There we go. Kiki Arifin, USC star, 2025 WNBA draft prospect. She signed with Skechers. And that goes along with Rishae Jackson, who also signed with Skechers. Skechers out here making moves. They got Joel Embiid. I think they got Julius Randle too. Look, man, they can do whatever they want to do. I'm not mad at that. But I can't, if I got $150, there's some shoes I just can't pass up to go get some Skechers. That's just me. That's just my bag. But look, shout out to them. Nobody's really gotten injured or nothing like that, so the shoes must be quality. But, yeah, man, the whole point of this thing was these young ladies are out here making moves, and they don't always involve Nike. And that's a good thing. More options, no monopolies on these players. I think that's a good thing, man. So shout out Kiki, shout out Dejanay, and, yeah, shout out Skechers and Reeboks. Big ups to them. Oops.
No, Kevin Durant, I don't, but be safe. Bad George is the McFoley of this show, by the way, for those who are asking. Is James Ham Bret Hart?
Takes his job very seriously. Who's Matt George?
He's McFoley for me.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. You've been on that one for a while.
Hey, who am I? I'm opening
I don't know.
myself
We've
up
never.
for this one. I'm opening myself up, but who am I? My Razor Ramon, Scott Hall?
You're like a halfway heel, halfway good guy who will disrespect you if you need it, like deserve it.
Randy Orton?
You might be Randy.
Yeah,
you might be
that's a
Randy.
good one.
Yeah, that might be one.
You never know when I'm just gonna.
Yeah, Kenny might like be
pump-
cool with you. He's gonna
punt
punch you in the head. Like Nick V might get punched in the head, or whoever the guy was earlier just might get an RKO out of nowhere. You never know.
Our friend says you're HBK.
That's my boy.
Huh.
Our friend
Oh,
and
means you're the
HBK.
greatest.
Those are my
Means-
boy.
Means you're the greatest.
Who the hell is that going?
Who? Oh, he's the one laying the rest.
All right, hey,
He was the one. It's a shoot.
No, not you, not you. You're,
Oh.
hey, to the person who sent us that.
Who's Jesse?
Oh,
Who's
man.
Jesse in all of this?
Let me see, man. I gotta think about it.
So I was thinking, is Deuce Seth Rollins
That's a good one.
or is Jesse Seth Rollins?
I mean, be Seth. Like I run with the corporation and stuff like that.
Seth is a little too loud and flamboyant to be Jesse.
So that I think that
is
works
true.
for. I mean, Deuce really is the Miz.
He is the Miz. He
But,
really is the Miz.
Yeah, like that
Yeah,
works.
that's spot
Deuce
on.
is the Miz.
That's spot on. That's not. I don't know. I mean, he's good, but no. They said Jesse's Dom.
No, he's not Dom. He's not Dom. I don't know who Jesse would be.
Oh man. Yeah, I got to think about that one. That's a good one.
Oh my. Damn.
No, it's not that. I'm thinking.
Yeah, this is an important one. I don't know.
Okay, then.
If
Well, I guess we'll move along.
Hey, no, if well,
I'm trying to think here. That's a good one. I don't know. I mean, there is a little Triple H.
Okay,
There's
what
a
if
little
we
Triple H going on.
separate the off the ring stuff from the on the ring stuff? Like Dame's a legend out here.
True.
I don't want to say this person's name, but Hulkster. I don't know.
No.
Like you were red and yellow before, now you're in New Hollywood era right now. I'm saying separate the off the ring stuff.
Well, our friend says I'm CM Punk.
Maybe that's
That's
it. That's
a
it.
good one.
That's it.
No,
Thank you.
that is
Thank you.
exactly.
Thank you for that one.
Yes.
It's called Dame
No,
Hulk
there's
Hogan.
more to it. Damien is CM Punk. Great talent, but famous for burning bridges.
No, yeah, you're Punk.
Oh.
He just saved me with that one.
Did I really burn a bridge? Just one of them.
Yeah, just one.
I don't think you were ever wrong. Like I don't think CM Punk's ever been wrong.
I think CM Punk has always believed exactly what he said.
Yeah.
CM Punk went back, rebuilt that bridge and went back. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's trying to. I see what he's doing.
You and Trips? You and Trips?
Well, where's that text coming from? Man, it's gonna be the Carmichael Dave show with D'Lo. Yeah, I'll do CM Punk, a bit of a hothead attitude problem every once in a while.
Somebody said it
I'll do
earlier.
that
So
one.
I don't want to take this. They said it, so I didn't come up with this. But they said Grant is Hulk Hogan.
Well,
No, because Hulk Hogan was good.
well, there's that.
You're not gonna sell me on calling someone a dandy for 20 years.
Well, yeah, no, he lost it. The things that as a consumer, as a listener, there were times like when Grant would get really mad at a caller. I did find that entertaining for a while.
He could be gold
After a
dust.
while, it was all right, bro. I guess maybe when I got older, like when I was like, hey man, call in there, don't be talking to me crazy like that. Like, who the hell are you?
He could be.
That's when I found it a certain way. But earlier on, I thought that was entertaining.
He could be gold dust. He was around for 20 years.
Dustin.
That's it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not gonna do that. There was a time when I was entertained by a show, but like I said, as I got older,
I never enjoyed the way he did it. I never enjoyed the way he did that show.
I respect your listeners.
as I got older and understood the disrespect to the listeners and the kind of coded way he would talk about these players,
Yeah.
that's when I was like, yeah, I don't really.
Now, admittedly, I didn't understand that stuff when I was younger. I just knew like I don't enjoy this. But you know, he was around for an eternity, and there's obviously still a lot of Kings fans that like him. So
yeah,
salute.
Yeah,
salute. Well, I've got bad news. The Kings still lost last night. No matter, we could talk about this for 2.5 hours. We could talk about it for 10.5 hours. They still lost to the Washington Wizards.
More
last
bad
night.
news. They play 6 more games.
4 of those games are against playoff teams, certified playoff teams. 1 of those games is against the team they're fighting for the last playoff spot, and the other one is the Hornets.
Let me ask you a question. Ask both of you guys a question. Is there anything realistically, and what I mean by that is like, yeah, sure, if they just work with me, if they went to the Western Conference Finals, like, yeah, people will love them. That's not realistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything realistically this team can do to make people look at them in a positive light?
For me personally, no, the book is written on this team. I know exactly who they are. Couldn't care less if they win the next 3, blah, blah, blah. Like I feel like I know exactly who this team is.
I think there's I'm kind of with Jesse, but I also think there can be like an amendment to that. I don't know that the Kings, what is it, 6 games left? Let's say I honestly think a miracle is 3-3. Or not a miracle, but 3-3 I think would be a incredible finish for them. You get into the play-in with the 3-3 record, hypothetically. You win 2 playoff games, playing games, excuse me, and you put up a fight, whether that means win games or not in the first round of the series. I think this fan base will respect that. I don't think anyone will change their mind about this team, though. I don't think they get to the Oklahoma. Oh, they lose by 5 to Oklahoma City. Oh, they stole game 4 against the Thunder, and it was a 4-1 series. I don't think any Kings fan goes the day. All right, we got okay. You see, we play like that. I don't think any Kings fan is doing that. It was like, okay, that's okay. There's some good fight. Doesn't change anything. You've shown us since October, whenever the season starts. You've shown us. We believe you. Whatever happens moving forward, either great or damn it. But it is if they win some playing games, they get into the playoffs, they're the 8th seed. That is an isolated feeling over our overall feeling of this team. I don't think people's minds can be changed. And honestly, as crazy as it sounds, I think last night's game is going to have a long-lasting impact on that.
I think you're spot on with that. 2 things. I think it would take 2 wins in that first round, and that's where reality stops for me. Like that is the best they could do, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean they're gonna get that done or it's probable or anything. I'm just trying to think of like what's the highest that this group can achieve. 2 wins in the first round, right? That is what it would take for this team, this fan base to feel differently about this team. I don't think they're going to get to that. And you said something you said a word that was kind of spot on, is respect. This fan base, in a sports sense, doesn't respect the way this team goes about business. It started about, well, some maybe for earlier for others, but in the last 3 weeks or so, getting just slapped around numerous times, showing a lack of heart, a lack of cohesion, a lack of competitive spirit. Respect is the perfect word. They don't respect the way these guys go about business. If they lost a lot of games last year at the end of the season, but they were close games. They were fighting. They were down a man or something like that. There wasn't a lack of respect for the way that group went about their business. They have that lack of respect with this group. And like you just mentioned, the stink of last night is going to be tough to get off.
This team doesn't represent anything about this city. Just the fight and all the hard-nosed stuff about just kind of going to work and all that. Like this team just they don't even take on the bare minimum. I think that plays a part of it. Like the Kings fans don't ask for much. Like I remember working 50-50 raffle over at the arena. It's like Tuesday against Detroit. Most of the arena is damn near filled. Like all you got to do is play hard. That was before Beam Team and all that. This team doesn't give them the bare minimum.
Act like you care. Act like you want to continue playing basketball with each other, play for the city and all this other stuff, and they'll love you. And to be honest with you, they'll look past a lot of stuff.
How did it get so? Like, how did we get here?
It's a culmination of things. It starts with not making any moves after Beam Team won. It continues with the Mike Brown extension, not making moves there, not getting a handle on that situation. Firing Mike Brown, trading De'Aaron Fox.
Should you have taken a risk on OG?
Yeah.
Or Pascal or
Siakam,
one of those?
I think now in hindsight.
Siakam's the one?
Siakam's the one. I think Siakam might be better than Tyrese Halliburton on that Pacers team. He's a big reason why they've gotten to the conference finals. Not talking about Tyrese, but more so what Siakam's done for them.
And from everything that we've learned about that was he said he's not going to resign. Just get him here and see if you can convince him. That's what that was. And
it's risky.
Yeah.
It's very risky.
Yeah. Because
he leaves, and we're probably having the same discussion about the front office and all of that different stuff if that move doesn't work out.
I could respect the risk like that more than just not really making the next move or kind of capitalizing off of Sabonis with other stuff.
So, I was watching something last night, and surprisingly, I found myself watching basketball because I usually don't do that, especially after a loss like that. But
yeah, that loss was nice and early. We still had plenty of time to kill in the rest of the night.
Baseball games were over at that point. Like there was nothing going on. But as I was putting Ryan to sleep, threw on the NBA app, just going down what they had. And I got to the 2021 NBA Finals, and I wanted to see the end of Game 5. That was in Phoenix, Giannis alley-oop, just that moment. I love that moment. And as I was watching that, I was like, I know it's a little different because they've made the playoffs, but I look at that arena. I go back to that time of what Phoenix was and all this other stuff, and it was almost movie status in Footprint Arena at that point. Like it was a moment. It's like we're back, we're here, and look where they're at.
Yeah,
4 years later, and I thought about it. And I'm not.
That's when going for it goes wrong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They did everything that they wanted. People wanted this Kings team to do, and it didn't work. And there's nothing to say, that was right. Or
wait, what didn't work with the Bucks? Or?
No, the Suns.
Oh, the Suns. Excuse me. Okay.
I don't know that that's true. I hear you. I think the Brad one was a reach, and I thought it was unnecessary. The Brad one, I didn't. I like Bradley Beal. I didn't think you needed to do that.
But to get KD, they traded a guy like Michael. That's Keegan. And there's a thought that just keep that group together. They were going to be able to do something. They had a coach that got him there, fired him a year later. And once again, not to say it's right or wrong or not like that. I guess it was just an observation. That's all it really was as I was watching. But it also maybe points out like, all those guys should be gone. Trust me. The front office, all they should be gone. But everybody talks a matter of fact of like, if you would have just done this, this is how it would have been. Well, Phoenix did everything you wanted these guys to do.
We never got the opportunity to find out though.
That's fair.
Well, and that's
the it's like Monty McNair's entire tenure for me is what could have been or what if or whatever. Like he got Sabonis and he got Sabonis and all that, but like he never really capitalized for me enough.
He didn't capitalize, and like I said, the whole thing about it is it's a results-based business, like Jesse always says. I agree with him, man. And regardless of what you decide to do, that don't really matter. The results better be there, regardless. If you're trading, if you're standing pat or whatever, just make sure you stay winning. And they weren't able to. And the interesting thing about that is with Phoenix too is they got the owner out of there. Like everybody wants to sell. They got a new owner in there, and he's driven it into the ground. And the owner they had before was one of the worst of all time.
Yep, in every sense.
So
like a bad person in a poor basketball.
So this whole starts at the top thing. I mean, it does, but
by the way, he didn't willingly sell. Like, I mean, he did, but he was essentially
forced out.
It was essentially sell or else, and he chose sell versus or else.
Correct.
The Vivek thing doesn't really scare me as much as other stuff. Like I guess him and how like the front office dynamics, but like me and Ken have talked about it. There's plenty of bad owners in sports that get teams to the playoffs somehow, some way. Then you can work past that.
Yeah.
Now if he's trying to bring in special advisors from the past and all that's an issue, but
even then
we get there when we get there.
Even then, you just gotta win. It doesn't. It like there's
a process to it, though. I think there's a reason why they haven't been winning, and I think he has contributed to that. Like, I think he is the head of the snake for this dysfunction, I guess.
Is Vivek Mark Davis?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to
Does that work?
Yeah, for me, yeah.
You got to wear all of that. That's part of the job. I bring up different points of view and ask different questions and all this other stuff, just because that's the way I think about things. But what do I say about all these players? Your name's on the test, Vivek. It's the nature of the beast.
I think Mark Davis and Vivek want to win in the worst way with their teams, but they don't know how.
I think they trust the wrong people.
Like for me, that goes into not knowing how, I guess. Like, maybe now it works with
Well, Mark
Tom Brady.
definitely did.
Mark did
Mark's
what
big
everybody
thing
told him
was
to
John.
do. But didn't Mark do what everybody told him to do?
In what regard?
Get out the way and get the GM.
Yeah.
He did that.
No, he did. I don't think Mark Davis, I don't think he meddles in Raiders business. But you could still make the argument he hires the wrong people.
That's what it is for me.
And to a certain degree, that's what
I think Gruden was the wrong hire. I think, I mean, we saw Antonio Pierce coach for a season. He was gone. And I don't even remember the guy's name anymore.
McDaniel's the worst coach of all time?
Well, that one, no, the general manager.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, he was gone too after like a year.
So it's, like I said, not
Telesco. Thanks, Collins.
Yeah, not trying to absolve any. It was just an observation. I was just watching, and I was like, damn. I know Phoenix. I know you ask a Suns fan today, like, yo, we was about to start a run. At that point, Booker was like, what, 26? 25, 26. Like, yo, we got this dude Booker. We got Michael, who's like 23. DeAndre Ayton, like, he's not Luka, but he's figured it. Like, we're good. Like, we're cooking. And
that was also a team coming off a finals run too. So I could get like being mad because they didn't hold on to that. Like, you hold on to Keegan and these guys is coming off of 3 wins in the first round 1 year.
Yeah, sucks. And you just kind of hope that that me personally, like I said, if you ask me, I'll tell you how maybe I go about it or whatever. I don't really care about the process. I just want the victories. That's it.
I think the process is important, though.
Kings fans care about.
I get what you're saying, but the process is important, though. I think the process matters.
There's more. But my whole thing is there's different ways to go about it. There's different ways to win. The Knicks didn't tank.
I'm not talking about that.
I'm not saying
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, people like tank, blow it up. There are plenty of good teams that didn't do that. There are teams who did tank and it worked out for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing when people say there's just one way to go about it, I just don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. I think however they choose to go about it, whether it's be good enough or don't get rid of people so you can still kind of be good enough, that could work. For people who say, hey, just blow it all up, start over, that could work too. That could work. I don't care how. I don't care what way.
None of
this team feels exactly like the Raiders. Like, now that we're talking through it, like the Raiders, I feel like we're trying to like hold on to something off of that one playoff year and stuff like that. And just they never fully rebuilt, if anything, is what I'm saying. And they're just kind of hanging on. It just never worked. I think there's nothing to hang on here with this team, with this Kings team.
Need to let it go like Frozen.
Let it go like Frozen. They need a player. They need a franchise player.
Yeah, and they do not.
And I don't know.
One.
I don't know how you get that.
You got as we established, we got a bunch of semi-mains, bunch of semi-main events.
And I don't think
one
you're
who
getting,
will sell a pay-per-view.
I don't think you're getting a guy too, like the guy, unless you kind of go start backwards first.
That's where you need some luck. Like, that's probably where you have to you need to get lucky in the draft. You need to land someone in the draft, something undeniable. Like, you're not going to trade for one. Those main eventers aren't available.
Yeah,
unless you have a player that someone would have to perceive, like, you could, like, Anthony Davis, when he plays basketball, is a great basketball player. He's a main eventer, to stick with this analogy. The problem is his availability. That's the question about Anthony Davis. You would need a general manager to look at Domantas Sabonis and go, that's a main eventer right there. That guy can headline WrestleMania. And if you don't have a general manager that thinks that, how do you get that guy? How do you get that franchise guy? The only way is through the draft. And I don't even know if the Kings are drafting this year. So, like, I don't know how you do this. If you need the guy, because De'Aaron was not the guy. De'Aaron was another one of those solid semi-main event guys, but he wasn't the guy to carry the company. He wasn't the guy to carry the team. You needed a guy above him, and this team does not have one.
They got to start from scratch, where you bring in a GM and he hires his coach, whether it be Doug or whoever, and you keep whatever you think you can build around and just go from there. Now you have to draft the right guys. I think that's how you get it done. Like, you're not trading anyone, bringing anyone in. Like, you have to start from scratch again. And that's not full on taking. We're just, all right, we're playing with G Leaguers the whole time. But, like, you pick 2-3 guys or whatever. All right, we're kind of stick with you guys and just go from there.
I'm looking at this year's All-Star roster, and I think there was 24 players. I think that's right. There actually might have been less than that because one team was just the rookies, right? The way they did the format. So I think that out of this, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 signs. Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's like 25 players, right? Or out of these 3 teams, there's 18. I count 9 of them that came out of the top 10.
Okay.
Which is, once again, like we've always talked about, like half. Like this is where luck comes into play, and this is where picking the right person, no matter where you're at, comes into play.
The Kings aren't where they are because they never like fully rebuilt. You could have took Damian Lillard. You could have took Luka Doncic and changed your fortunes. They are where they are because they had the wrong guys or the guys making bad decisions. Your fortunes could have changed if you just drafted the right guy one time.
And that can be anywhere. You could have drafted Kawhi.
You passed on Donovan Mitchell, right?
You passed on Donovan Mitchell. Pascal Siakam was there for everybody. Obviously, Jokic was there for everybody. Giannis was there for everybody. You know what I mean? Like Jalen Williams was there for everybody. Tyler Hero. These are all stars. Jalen Brunson. Like I don't want to say
Jalen Brunson back at practice, by the way.
That's good to know.
Today.
I don't want to say like, yeah, top end talent is at the top of the draft, but just because you don't get that doesn't mean you're hopeless. You've got to nail the draft. Hell, one of the guys you picked was the 4th pick in the draft. And he's not ready to carry your franchise. So you did that. You got up there and picked those guys. Another guy that everybody raves is this, and I don't want to say like I don't think he's a great basketball player. He's an all NBA guy. Sabonis wasn't no top 5 pick. So you got to get it right. That's just kind of what it comes down to. No matter where you're at, you have to get it right. And
it's really simple. It's just like Kenny and we say, like, it's a bottom line business. Either you do it or you don't. Monty McNair is a guy who doesn't, so you find someone who will.
We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us here about 30 minutes or so. I know he is going to have a lot to say. He had a lot to say over on Locked On Kings. And we'll talk more about this team. We'll hear more from you as well. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Rich, you're 100% right about De'Aaron in that moment in particular. And I thought that was his, like, catapult superstar moment. But what did he do after that? Like the next season, he started out. No, you're good. You leave it there. The next season, he started out the season white hot, scoring 30-something points per game. And then he just declined. Now, I agree, Rich. We didn't capitalize on that team for sure, but I also think De'Aaron had a moment and then declined, and I don't think he's ever returned to anything close to that. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, yeah, Kelly Sunshine says, like, if they drafted maybe Lillard or those other guys, would they be the same player? Like, the Warriors were a dysfunctional mess like the Kings, and Steph got there and changed everything. Like, the right player will kind of
But the most important thing with that is that they stuck with Steph.
Yeah.
And there was legitimate question whether they were staying with Steph Curry when they signed that contract. If the deal hadn't been something they were able to negotiate, Steph could have become Steph somewhere else.
Like I don't think like the Kings are keeping like a top 75 type player from being that. Maybe they're on dysfunction, but like Dame said, they'd be that somewhere else.
We are in basketball. At least that's what it feels like. Fox had a broken finger when? When was Fox's finger broken? You talking about at the beginning of this year? Help me out here. What are we talking about? When was the shooting hand injured?
He hurt his pinky, I think, in like game 4 of the not pinky.
No, I got that in the playoffs.
Yeah.
No, I got that. I'm talking about the next year.
Yeah, I don't think his hand was hurt last year.
His hand was hurt this year. I think both of his hands were hurt this year. And if that's the case, if we're making excuses for why he's scoring, no, I got it. He hurt his hand in the playoffs. He's averaging 30 points per game the next season to start the next season. That's how he starts the season. He's been injured so much, y'all timelines are messed up. And then he goes this way. Never got back to the player that he was. Nah, man, that's a different hand, bro. That's not the he's not dealing with the same injury he suffered in the playoffs. The injury he didn't have repaired. I need to respond to this message. The injury Fox didn't have repaired was he injured that in training camp this season, not the one he injured in the playoffs. Averaging, I'm literally talking to one person right now. I think I'm talking to De'Aaron Fox. He averaged 25 points per game when he was averaging 31, and the team declined. He was on the verge of being He was on the verge of being a superstar. Superstar De'Aaron Fox. He was doing everything we begged him to do. We saw it. It was happening, and then he just returned to De'Aaron Fox. A great number 2. You're making my point, Fast Lane. He returned to being a number 2 guy on the team. In a team full of number 2s. 916-909-1320. Well, Rich, that's a weird way of putting it, but I understand what you're saying. De'Aaron bears the brunt of this. De'Aaron bears the brunt of this. Mike Brown bears the brunt of this.
Yeah.
Get Rich, man. That's a
flag on the fans.
Rich.
Get your fans in order.
Rich.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rich.
Get your fans in order.
Rich.
Want none of that out here. My goodness.
Sorry, Rich. Hey, to the fence and back, Rich.
Yeah,
Come
fence
on,
and back,
man.
Rich.
Keep running, so I tell you
Come
to
on,
stop.
Rich.
Man, so I mean, I just kind of walked in. What are people like saying that?
No, I think there were some people who took exception to the fact that I said De'Aaron Fox wasn't the guy here. He wasn't a number 1, and I'm convinced there are some people watching this show who might have not have watched Kings basketball for the last year and a half. They got the injury he suffered in the playoffs as the injury he just got repaired last week. What he just got repaired last week is the injury he suffered in training camp. He got hurt like minutes into the first practice, and he never had that finger fixed. I think he wound up hurting his other hand at some point during the year too, but I feel like that might be a little messed up. But the jacked up finger everybody saw and talked about so often, he injured that in training camp. That is not the injury he suffered against the Golden State Warriors. He started the next season averaging 30 points per game. He was on fire for like the first 2 months of the season. He didn't even make the All-Star team because from December to February, drop off. That continued through the rest of the year.
Hey, man, look, De'Aaron Fox is a hell of a basketball player. He's an all-star in this league. This isn't shade at all, but he can't be your number one and you be a good team, in my opinion, consistently. It may happen, for a year or something like that, but I don't think that's his skill set, his mindset, and what he could be. There's no shit. That doesn't mean he's not an all-star. That doesn't mean he can't, achieve great things in this league. He already has. But when you talk about a guy, go look at the standings. Find a guy that you deem as being franchised that isn't that isn't in the playoff race right now. Booker might be one of those guys, but Booker's also done it multiple years. Booker has multiple years gotten to the playoffs. He's gotten to an NBA Finals. So that's the difference with him. But look at when you talk about a franchise guy and a number one, they typically, it's not an every time situation, but typically they don't let their teams just fall to the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, they're the reason why the team never really falls to the abyss, because they're there. And I just don't think that's what De'Aaron Fox is. That, once again, that doesn't mean he's not an all-star. He's not super talented, that I don't like his game or anything else like that. But it's just, I don't think he's on those guys' level as far as being a number one franchise player.
Let's see what Herbert has to say here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Herbert, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, my guy?
Hey, I got a theory, man, on the Kings woes. So, if we remember, we always used to ask the question when Fox was here, like, who's the leader of the team? And we kind of never. We knew it wasn't Fox because he's just not that, he just wasn't the guy that he didn't want to, lead the team, or he didn't want to be vocally or whatever. So I think when Fox left, there became a void in the team. Now who's the leader of the team? So you have Monk, Sabonis, and then DeRozan, and then Levine came. So I think a power struggle happened within the team, and I think maybe I don't know, but maybe Monk thought it was going to be his team, or maybe Sabonis thought it was going to be his team, or DeRozan or whoever. But I think there was no leader for the team, and they was trying to figure it out, and I think that's why they look the way they look.
Appreciate you, Herbert. I don't buy any of that.
I don't buy a power struggle, but would you buy maybe just this team doesn't have anyone just leading the charge right now?
I believe that.
Yeah, that's where I would take that.
I believe that part.
I don't think it's
I think the bigger issue is not, oh, it's my team, it's my team. It's that no one is taking this team.
That's where I would go with it.
I think a lot of the times, to be honest with you, it's not all the time, because I think sometimes just his personality, who he is just like, all right, this is what I do. I'm about to do it. But a lot of times that's why DeMar does what he does. There ain't nobody else is doing it. Fine, I'll do it. And I think there were quite a few times when Fox was here when he would do, whatever. And he tried to, hey, Fox, you get it now. What was that Phoenix game where, remember, DeMar went crazy? And he's like, all right, Fox, you take it from here. Like, go ahead, take it. And it doesn't seem like there's a guy that will do that. We've seen DeMar defer a little bit to Malik Monk. Malik Monk is that type of personality, that type of energy. We're like, no, I'm here. I'll do this. But I feel like if you don't tell a guy like DeMar DeRozan that you want it, you're not going to go searching for you. I don't have time for all that. Like, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that seems to be his mindset and his personality. Mm-hmm. If you say it, like, all right, I got you. Keegan Murray, hey, DeMar, come on, man, hit me on this pin down. All right, let's go. But if you don't say nothing, all right, I'm going to shoot it. Then I don't know if that rubs some people on the team the wrong way, or they don't feel like they can say something, or maybe I got it completely wrong. But that's the way I read it from the outside looking in.
916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, Matt George is going to be with us. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10. He's going to be with us coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. He's going to have some things to say for certain.
I'm sorry, Jamar in the chat said, what's the conversation between Domas and Monty this offseason? Domas saying, hey, man, I appreciated you being here this whole time.
Yeah.
That's the conversation.
That or like, hey, where are you going to buy your house next?
Domas and Monty's conversation this offseason is, oh, man, it's a damn shame what happened.
It's a pleasure working for you, guys.
Hey, big dog, man, here's the Redfin password that I use.
Might need it back.
Yeah, Monty's going to say, hold on to it, pal. You might need it. You might need it.
But yeah, man.
Kings still lost.
Yeah.
3 hours later, they have not beat the Wizards.
They are still a game ahead of Phoenix for that 10th spot.
And Phoenix has who is tonight
Boston
the second
tomorrow.
Boston game? Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Boston. No KD. I asked the question yesterday because
tomorrow. Sorry, you said it real quick. Is tomorrow the last one we know for sure KD is missing? Or is there one more after that?
I think there's another. That's New York. So yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's playing in New York.
Okay.
Either. Okay. New York on Sunday, and there was like a lot of rumors and people talking about look out for KD on the move this summer.
There's a lot of those.
There were these teams. Yeah, there were these teams that were interested in all this other. I think Shams was the one who started it, right? He might have, or he reported on it at the very least. And I was just like, well, why don't they just shut him down? Like, clearly, this isn't a marriage that's going to continue. Get into playing. Like, you don't have championship aspirations right now, if we're being realistic. You're going to move on from them.
I don't think Ishbia wants to deal with the embarrassment of not making the playoffs. I think Ishbia might feel like if we can get there, we can win 2 games. And, I mean, Bud's job is on the line. We talk about the Kings and the impact, or maybe lack thereof, it would have to actually get to the postseason. You get this group to the postseason, you know, maybe it helps you this offseason and putting something together. Maybe it saves Bud's job. Right now, I'm of the belief Bud's fired. I could be wrong, but I do think Bud's part of the problem. But I think he's gone. So he doesn't want to shut him down. And KD's a competitor. I'm sure he doesn't want to be shut down. KD out here like, I want to play basketball. Or at least that's my assumption based on his personality. Out here want to play basketball. So that would be a guess, though, as to why he hasn't been shut down.
Yeah, that all
everybody
makes
else is everybody
makes perfect sense though.
Yeah, you know the KD. I obviously, if things don't go well, perhaps Giannis this summer, and then you talk about your boy Shams. I was listening to Shams today talking about New Orleans and Zion and how the structure of the current relationship is not sustainable. The Pelicans maybe don't have plans to move Zion Williamson, but the Pelicans and Zion Williamson probably need to have a conversation about what things look like for those two moving forward. And if they can't, figure that out, then maybe there is a scenario where Zion is also a conversation piece this offseason.
We've asked this question a number of different times. I'll ask it again. Maybe not this specific, but would you trade Sabonis for Zion?
Yeah.
Jesse, what's calling?
Jesse's had it. He's sick of this sorry ass basketball team, so he left. I'm out. I'm out.
That's risky.
Yeah, it's risky, but how is it risky?
Just because he might not even play. That's
no, he might not. But we know what Domas gets you. This is what Domas gets you.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a risk on something else.
Yeah.
Also, I want Pete Youngman back.
Yeah.
Give me Pete Youngman to get in here and keep Zion on point. Not that the medical staff isn't just to make me feel better.
Right.
Get Pete Youngman in there to be able to take care of
Another
Zion.
advisor.
Well, Pete Youngman lurking around the medical staff, meddling.
Yeah,
Hell, he doesn't even have to just monitor Zion.
That's it.
That's
you got a singular focus.
That's it.
I think I would too, though. And once again,
what would be the argument not to is like, oh, Zion might not play. The argument to do it is, well, you know what Domas gets you. It's right here.
I think this also, and maybe this is a little unfair to Domas as well, but it's also, at least me, I won't speak for you. The clarity thing is playing in the back of my mind. It doesn't feel like he's 10 toes down on this. So if he's
Domas,
not,
yeah.
So if he's not, all right, I'm gonna look to make a move. If Domas came out,
What Hunter say? We'll do business for him.
Business for him.
Yeah.
If Domas came out and said, "Hey, this is a tough time, but I want to be here in Sacramento. I don't want to be traded. I want to be here." I'd keep him.
Mm-hmm.
I would keep him. We haven't heard any reports about that, though. I guess that's the only.
We also haven't heard any reports that he doesn't want to be here.
Well, we've heard reports that he's seeking clarity. That's what I'm saying. Like you're right. We haven't heard reports that he doesn't want to be here, but we've heard reports. We've heard rumblings, right, of certain things.
I'm seeking clarity on my KSFM schedule too. That doesn't mean I want to leave.
Right.
Just I want my picture to be clear. That's all.
So, yeah, I wish. Be honest with you. I know we talked a lot about it or whatever. I wish Domas would say he wants to stay here. He's a guy that maybe he's not a franchise, but you want a Domas Sabonis on your team.
I understand why guys don't say that publicly, though. Like if you say that in an exit interview, I'm fine with that. I don't feel like any good can come about of it if you say it publicly. But if you tell them, look, I want to play here. I want to know where we're going. Like I want to play here. I believe in Malik. There are elements of this team I believe in. We're of the belief there are elements of this team he does not believe in. We believe there are elements of this team, multiple guys on the roster who play big minutes don't believe in. I don't know if DeMar and Domas are a good mix together. I don't know if Zach and Domas are a good mix together. Marshall Harris will tell you DeMar and Zach aren't a good mix together. Also, we need an organizer. We got to go get Fred VanVleet. We need a point guard. But the clarity thing really did rub me the wrong way. And I think it's probably manifested itself. I think it's probably grown a little bit more in the mind of Domantas Sabonis too, because of what I just said. I think there are guys on this team that he does not like playing with. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's where he's seeking clarity. Mm-hmm. Is he going to be here? Because I have a feeling Zach LaVine will. Mm-hmm. I don't know if DeMar DeRozan will be.
Yeah, man. Casey Tucker says, what exactly have the Kings done to have anyone want to be 10 toes down on this future? Literally no one knows at this point. That's a fair take. I think like wanting to be in this situation is a little bigger, a little different than what's going on, right? It's just like, no, I want to see this thing turn around. Like I want to know, maybe who's being hired and stuff like that. But because it's down right now, I'm not trying to leave. I want to be part of the turnaround. Mm-hmm. And not everybody's at that point. Domas has been in the league a long time. You may be over all that type of stuff. And that's fair. That's his prerogative. But that's more so what it would be. Somebody saying, man, it's tough, but I've enjoyed my time here. I want to be part of turning this thing around. And that's why somebody would stay. But if they're not there in that mindset and at that point, it's completely understandable for those respects.
And people will say, we need to blow this thing up. I think that's where most people are. I don't know how you retool this. I don't know how you patchwork this one. Like with the De'Aaron trade, I guess I kind of got it. I don't think the Kings are in any different position with De'Aaron Fox here. I really don't. I don't know how you patchwork this one, though.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, so you go get a point guard, everything's better?
That's the thing.
Like,
no,
you go
like
get a
this-
guy, this guy can really distribute the ball. He can run the offense. Like, we're better now.
I think this is beyond just talent on the floor at this point.
I'm sorry. I'm chuckling because this number stood out to me. And this isn't fair. This is just a computer projection. But I did the trade machine thing just to see if financially it will work with Zion and Domantas Sabonis. And it does work. And then, y'all, I don't know if Damian's ever even been to the trade machine.
I have not.
But
and it is my mission to never go there.
Just tell him come hang out, but never comes over.
They have the little thing where it's like, oh, you're projected. It's +4 wins, you know, for you and -2 for you or something like that. So for the Kings, it says you have no effective winning percentage of this team by getting Zion. Like, essentially, you'd be the same. For Domantas Sabonis, and this is just wrong. The Pelicans are -17 wins.
Computers, am I right?
Come on, man. To be clear, I just want to be clear. The Pelicans have 21 wins. Is that how this works? They have 4 wins. Hold on.
No one's going to want to trade the Kings now.
Hold on.
Better hope nobody in the NBA uses the trade machine.
I don't know how the trade machine works. Does that mean the Pelicans are a 4-win basketball team?
Yeah.
Come on, that's not right. That is just not right.
It's not right, but it's funny.
I've never seen -17. I always see like, like the most it feels like -4. I've never seen -17. Come on, man. Don't do that to Domantas Sabonis, man. Look, we frustrated, but don't disrespect him. Don't disrespect him. That's still my guy. -17 is
But it's funny, though. 4 and 78. Man. Domas don't deserve that.
He absolutely doesn't.
Domas don't deserve that. He's a good ball player. He had 18 and 16 last night of the most ineffective points and rebounds you'll ever see.
The thing is, though.
Hey, Domas deserves some credit. He had 18 points in 3 quarters.
There you go.
Didn't score a single basket in the 4th quarter or take a single shot.
It was a CNI single, Damian.
Oh, don't give him a little big league. Don't give him. Oh, that reminds me. Did you know?
I've been searching for that soundbite for a while, too.
Did you know?
I'm not trying to watch the whole movie for it.
The mom from Little Big League, her son is playing in the major leagues. I think
I saw
he played
that
for the Padres.
I did not.
Crazy. What a coinky. That's like everybody knows this one, but Felicia's son was an NFL player. Felicia from Friday.
I did know that.
Yeah. Good stuff. Domas, he's become miscast to a certain degree. He's a prisoner of his numbers almost, because his numbers and his production say he should be your best player or your second best player on a good team, on a winning team. When he's probably, like, in a perfect situation, Domas is your 3rd best player, I think.
Okay.
But he's paid like a 1. Would they lose all these players and all? All right, Domas, you're the guy now.
I'm not.
That's not. I don't think that's necessarily who he is.
I'm not trying to disrespect, honestly, but he'd be like your glue guy, your connector, kind of.
He's an overqualified connector.
Yeah.
Like his production and his numbers are better than that of a glue guy.
Like, yeah, like he's not a glue guy, but like he'd be the guy to make all of this work. Like,
he's just completely miscast then.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, on this team, yes. Like, because we need fourth quarter, we need you to take X amount of shots. We need you to shoot more.
Yeah, he probably was before as well.
So did the Kings mess up with that contract then?
Potentially.
Pay who you want, but I don't know. Like, my thing is, you're getting paid on average the same as other guys like Devin Booker and all that. Like, those guys are expected to have a little bit more impact and bring wins here. I mean, you get paid what you get paid, and the team gives you what they give you, but that stuff matters, I feel.
KC Tucker says, I think Sabonis can be the second best player on a 55-win team with the right roster. I only point that out because he's X amount of years into his career, and he's never been on a 55-winning team as the second best player.
He makes on average 46.5 per million per year or whatever. Pascal Siakam's right there next to him. Jimmy Butler, Tyrese is right there. Damian Lillard. I'm not gonna say Luka because he's getting a new deal. Trae Young. Zach LaVine at 43.
And that, like I said, like he's never been the second best player on a 55-win team. So why would anybody expect that right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or say like that's who.
Would he have been the second best player on a 52-win team?
I'm gonna just say
yes. Or would that have been? Well, De'Aaron was here at the time. Would that have been De'Aaron and DeMar or De'Aaron and Domas?
I'm gonna show respect to Domas and say yes, it would have been Domas. But there's an argument he would have been. You could make the argument he would have been the third best player. But I would show respect and say he's the number 2.
When you made that projection, you felt like he was going to be the number 2 guy, but it was going to be fluid with him and DeMar. Little did we know. Boy, take us back to July.
We got Deuce back in the chat. Which member of the Shield would he be?
Ambrose for sure.
Which member of the Shield? Who would be?
Sabonis?
He'd absolutely be Ambrose.
Maybe Kurt Angle that one
What,
time.
getting nails in his back?
Ambrose was the third person in the Shield, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's it. It always comes back to wrestling, and that works.
Well,
you'd never say
only one of them left. Seth is still there. The problem is we don't have Seth or Roman.
Yeah,
that's the problem. We don't have Seth or
we're the Spirit Squad, bro.
We
We're the
lost
Spirit Squad here.
We lost Seth to San Antonio, and we never had Roman.
I don't think we were ever the Shield.
We were the Brood.
Oh,
damn. It gets worse.
Keegan Murray was Gangrel. Domas and De'Aaron were Edge and Christian. Keegan was Gangrel. Damn shame.
Oh man, but I do. I'm not switching up on it. I think Domas is a hell of a basketball player, and is somebody that you want on your team. But I do think he's miscast right now.
He can be like what Porzingis is for the Celtics.
That's a great call. It's a great call.
By the way, me and Katie gonna be hanging out at the Lodi Wine Festival on Saturday. So come through. Me, Katie, Dallas. We're gonna be out there drinking wine.
There we go.
Yeah, Lodi Wine Festival. So if you out there, man, come through, see us. Like the buy-in is pretty dope. Like it gets you like unlimited wine tastings. Like it's gonna be pretty dope. So if you out there in that area, man, pull up on us. We're gonna have a great time on Saturday. I think Katie and I will be there at 3:00. We'll have people out there representing us all day, man. But it's gonna be a good time at the Lodi Wine Festival this weekend, Saturday to be exact. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. We're gonna bring in Matt, and we're gonna shut up because I'm really anxious to see what Matt George has to say when dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Michael, come on, man. You're a blue Avy. you're a blue Avy, Mike. Like nobody cares what you have to say.
There's another one that didn't catch Casey's wrath. We're getting closer and closer.
Michael, watch out. He's on the verge.
You're a blue Abby, bro. You're not even real.
Yeah, Michael, go start your own podcast. How about that? Nobody will listen to it. Go start your own podcast, huh?
Oh, I think Michael's getting in his feelings because he don't know that B. Perry, one of them ones out there working. All right, Michael, settle down, pal. Settle down, pal.
Settle down, noob.
I have not watched this shit in so long.
UFC.
Maybe 10 years.
They said they're about to leave ESPN.
I feel like this ESPN Plus thing, pay-per-view, was a failure, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know enough about the business
That's
to know.
part of the reason why you're going to leave.
Oh, it was a failure? Yeah.
I watched Cena and Cody this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was good. Cena is definitely still a character, but it's better now. He overemphasizes like when he's yelling and stuff like that.
He does. He does.
Like,
He did that as
reel
a
it in
baby
little
face
bit.
too. Yeah. He yeah.
Cody is just the prototypical, oh, you know who loves me? The fans.
Yeah.
The fans love
he's
me.
Super.
I do it for them.
He's
all right, bro.
Super white meat baby face.
Do it for the fans. Okay, I love the fans.
Okay, I hear. Stop it.
What?
Stop it.
What?
Stop it. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, who's Cody?
Hey, yo.
They ready for you today.
Who's Cody?
On the
D'Lo and
Kings?
KC or the Kings?
On the Kings.
Oh, that doesn't exist. Like I said,
Yeah, they don't
he
have a
plays for
Cody.
the Cleveland Cavaliers.
They don't
They have
have a
Stardust.
They got a Stardust.
But no, what you talking about?
They got a lot of Stardust.
I don't know if he that.
Who?
I don't know if he that.
Cody has
is-
a belt.
Cody,
He's the champ.
bro,
Yeah,
Cody
stop,
is
stop.
that.
Yeah,
stop
stop.
it.
He that.
Stop.
Who do you hate more, Cody or Kendrick Lamar?
I don't hate neither one of
I
them,
don't
but
think
I
that's
like
true
Kendrick
either.
a lot more than Cody.
Casey's right, by the way.
You said it. The poem of the
Yeah,
fans
basic.
love me.
Yeah.
Casey's right, by the way.
I'm 40 years old, man. I don't need to hear
No,
about
he's
the
not.
fans, bro.
Casey is not right.
Maybe-
he's not talking to you.
Matt knows.
He's
Matt
not talking to you. He's
Yeah,
not
all right.
talking to Matt
I'll see
either.
if Ryan likes him. I'll ask her when we go home.
Hey,
Oh.
get Ramsey. Get him out. Get Deuce out of here.
Why? Oh, well, hey,
disrespecting.
That's not bad.
Hey, he might, yeah, he might be right.
That's not
He might be right,
bad. Hey,
we did it.
Deuce is kind of in his bag today. That's not bad. Tatum is Cody.
That isn't bad at all.
Cody's got a belt. Tatum's got a belt. Whatever.
No? Well,
Cody just keeps it warm till Roman wants it back. So who's Tatum keeping the belt warm for?
Himself, I think.
LeBron.
I wish Matt had to do this for 4 hours today.
No. I think I might disappoint. Well, we'll see how riled up I get. I might disappoint the chat. I'm cooked.
Understood.
Kings
I'm
broke Matt
spent.
George. Wow.
Oh man,
That was
Who
a
would've-
long time ago. I've been broken. Isn't that broken Matt Hardy? Broken Matt George. Delete the season.
Delete. Here we go,
Delete
Matt.
the season.
Well, they broke Matt George. Sorry, Matt.
Damn.
Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. We thought he was going to drop a pipe bomb, cut a promo.
I still
No,
might.
They broke him.
I still might. Let's see.
Smile.
Let's see if we can get riled up enough. But I heard your guys' intro to me before I jumped in the stream, so I can't talk about DeMar DeRozan not passing the ball and then go full ISO on this show for the next 45 minutes. So I'm gonna put me on a shot clock.
We were fully expecting to bring you in, and it just be one of those days where, hey, Matt, Kings lost to the Wizards last night, and all right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. with the Insiders.
Do what you got to do, Matt. I don't want to shoot it. Go ahead.
Well, look at KC over here acting like a Sacramento King. Look at DeMontis O'Carraway over here. Matt George.
Sam's only going to shoot it if it's perfect.
Matt George. All right, I think that was a light skin joke.
Damian Bavine.
Matt George, D'Lo and KC took as many shots as Domantas Sabonis did in the fourth quarter last night.
Oh, man. Yeah, like not to promote the show, but if you haven't seen Locked On Kings from last night, I mean, I kind of almost blew a blood vessel saying what I needed to say there. And I guess we'll see how riled up it gets as the conversation goes on, but it's like the most depressing I told you so, and there's no joy in it. Like, this is just where this team was always headed. This is just who I believe this team has always been. I appreciate moments that they've had. I've appreciated Kenny's line, which I think you said you snatched back last night, right? Like the tougher than a $2 steak, right? But
give me that back.
Yeah, they've never been. They've tried to fool us time and time again. They tried to fool us with a Cavs win. They tried to fool us with a win in Boston. They tried to fool us with a 7-game win streak, which is mainly just the Doug Christie impact or newness effect than it was this basketball team actually being coherent or relevant. They made a horrendous trade at the trade deadline. They have no direction. They have no identity. They have no star, and they got rid of the only good head coach. The only not just good head coach they've had in 20 years. And I put an asterisk next to that because Michael Malone doesn't really count because the organization screwed him over. They got rid of probably the only guy in this organization who actually knows how to freaking get this job done. I know Mike Brown hasn't been perfect. I know he's gone places and he's struggled and he's had failures in his past. But Mike Brown has been around the block a whole hell of a lot more than anybody in this freaking organization. You're damn sure I'm trusting him over ownership. I'm trusting him over Monty. I'm sure as hell trusting him over Wes Wilcox. And I'm trusting him over any of these players in this locker room who are still here, by the way, who wanted him gone because they didn't want to be held accountable. That's the biggest BS in this entire thing. Is accountability has been such a fake ass buzzword in this organization for the last 5 years. Accountability. We want to be held accountable. We're going to do the right thing. The only guy who actually practiced what he preached got freaking fired for it because guys on this roster right now did not like being held accountable, did not like that they had to practice more than they should because they had to learn how to do a basic freaking closeout. Did not like that they had to put in the work and they had a coach that would not just say, okay, it's fine and smile and love on the guys. And I love Doug Christie too, but Doug Christie's philosophy is love on the guys. Well, that's great, Doug. That entire locker room loves you and they still quit on you. They still aren't trying. They still don't care. And what's hilarious is the organization made these moves and made these trades going all in on a pathetic attempt at making the playoffs to try and fool us again to make us think that would have been a successful season. They mortgaged everything for a sorry-ass attempt at the playoffs. They put all of their eggs in that basket, and their own roster doesn't care enough to actually get the job done. Just speaks to the biggest disconnect in this organization. They fired the person that did not need to be fired. It has nothing to do with Doug Christie. It has everything to do with Mike Brown being the guy that actually got results, not just on the court, not just as a coaching staff. Mike Brown took the podium at the start of his freaking job, and he preached soul of an organization, and he preached accountability on all levels, and he made changes. He brought that to the forefront. And I can tell you firsthand from multiple conversations that I've had, he was given full autonomy in that first year. What happened? The Sacramento Kings had their best year that they've had in 20 years. But what happened after that? We got back to too many cooks in the kitchen. We got back to too many people trying to weigh in. The organization didn't make the correct moves, and the guy who was trying to hold everybody accountable got fired for it. So do I think Mike Brown is blameless? Absolutely not. I've said repeatedly on this show, on the podcast, he's made mistakes. He mishandled Keon Ellis completely. In fact, I had a phone call with Mike Brown after a pregame availability one time. I don't know if I've ever told this story. There's a pregame availability where he spoke to members of the media about playing Keon and who he was playing and who he was not playing. I wasn't there because I was sick. Mike Brown called me with the Kings also on the phone, the Kings PR staff on the phone listening. Mike Brown called me and explained to me why he felt the way that he felt about playing Keon Ellis or not playing Keon Ellis. He explained to me that he feels Keon Ellis gambles too much on the defensive end. It was leading to defensive breakdowns, and he didn't feel that he could give Keon the same leash that he gives the Stars because it sent the wrong message. And what he told me in that phone call, he said, I'm willing to lose my job for this. And he did. I disagreed with him that entire time, even though I respect that man more than any other coach that I've ever interacted with. I disagreed with it the entire freaking time. So he's certainly not blameless, but nobody in this organization is blameless. And I don't understand why this organization took the side of people who have not been there and done that over someone who actually did. And in firing Mike Brown, not only did they set off a powder keg chain reaction that's completely buried this season, because that's the day the season ended. Doug Christie made a fun little push. I give him all the credit in the world for it. I don't mean to take anything away from him. He's been put in an impossible situation, done the best he could. He gets no blame for this at all. The guys who get the blame are the players who quit on Mike Brown in the first place, because I don't know why we just naturally picked their side. The front office who didn't make the moves Mike Brown was asking for. Now, I know Mike said no to a few things, but again, I'm trusting him and his judgment over what it takes to get done more than anybody else. Like, they chose the wrong side. They set off this powder keg because not only are they without their head coach now, not only did they essentially punt on this season while pretending to pull the wool over eyes and pretend that it was going to be more than that, they lost their star. Like, when the Kings fired Mike Brown, they were 5 games under 500. 3 months later, they're 4 games under 500. A 1 freaking game improvement while you mortgaged your future. You've taken on trash contracts. You have no direction. You have no identity. So congratulations on your 1 game improvement. You made this bed. You can't blame anybody but yourselves. And it's on all levels. So to me, complete the freaking cycle. You got rid of your coach you shouldn't have. You got rid of De'Aaron Fox. Maybe the writing was on the wall, but you could have waited till the summer. I don't care if this season would have been a lost cause and Fox would have gotten surgery and sat out. I don't give a damn. The season was spent anyway. Go into the summer where you have more time and more opportunity with your back, except for having your back against the wall. And at the very, very least, give another front office the opportunity to make this move without fear of losing their job, like Monty McNair and this front office worked on. The fact that Luke Laux has jumped ship, the fact that Wes Wilcox has jumped ship tells you everything that you need to know about the state of this organization. It's in shambles. It's complete malpractice how they have completely destroyed everything that was good for them over the last 2 years. They've destroyed it. Now, nobody is blameless in it. We cannot point all of our fingers at just one person. It's not all DeMar DeRozan's fault. The Kings were a bad organization before DeMar DeRozan showed up. It's not Zach LaVine's fault. He was just traded here. It's sure as hell not his fault. But everybody has to wear a portion of the blame. And the guy that took the fall first is the guy that should have taken the fall last. And that's been my whole point in this entire scenario, because they did this to themselves. They threw a grenade into a house filled with gasoline and are sitting there going, oh God, it's burning down now. What are we supposed to do? Y'all did this to yourself. And it's been clear and obvious from the very beginning. And I just don't understand why people, I mean, I'm speaking to myself too here. Like, why am I even still having this reaction? I'm not surprised. Nobody should be surprised by what we saw from the Kings last night against the Washington Wizards. Nobody should be surprised. That's who this team is. It's who they've been. So I don't know, man. Like, I just think this entire season, but really the last 2 years, can be studied as like organizational malpractice around the league. And the most frustrating and infuriating part for someone like myself and like Kings fans who have been through all of this crap before is we thought this was finally not completely done with, but we thought we were at least moving in the right direction, that this organization would maybe learn from past mistakes. But here we are, man. There's no reason to believe that this won't be another massive playoff drought because of how badly the Kings have fumbled the bag. Shot clock violation.
Cory Booker with us here on D'Lo and KC. Oh, I thought Casey was going to ask a question. I guess not.
I thought you was about to.
No, I was just making a Cory Booker joke. That's all.
I mean, it's like I said, it's one of those days where whatever anybody wants to say is fair game.
And not really the time to say, nope, you're wrong.
Right. Everybody takes blame in this. Everybody takes blame in it. The only thing I would say is season was over when Mike Brown was around as well. And maybe you're able to delay the inevitable a little longer, because that's kind of what we're talking about. Like, or maybe they turn it around, next season. But I thought the season was lost during that time when they had the 5-game losing streak. And your point of picking a guy that had been there and done that, or excuse me, picking guys that haven't won as much as a guy who's been there, done that, I think that's a completely fair point. Yeah. I mean, we can argue about the way some people look at Mike Brown if we want to, but they're talking about around the league, players that played for him, but it doesn't matter. Those guys, the guys that weren't filling them, they don't have this great resume themselves.
I actually agree with your assessment of, like, the season might have been over already, right? Like, there's not an ulterior universe that I think it's likely where Mike Brown doesn't get fired and suddenly the season completely turns around. But my whole issue with the entire situation is you took something that maybe it wasn't good, and you made it infinitely worse. You didn't just make it a bad season. You've completely handicapped your future. Kyle Madsen said it phenomenally on the Insiders this morning. You accelerated your timeline with the moves that you made to move backwards. Like, that's the part that infuriates me. Maybe this season was lost. Maybe it wasn't going in the right direction. Maybe the Kings were destined to miss the playoffs or be a fringe play-in team from the jump, even with Mike Brown here. But at least you had a head coach that had been there, done that before. You had a head coach that figured something out here and did have the backing of many players in that locker room, not the key ones that are still here, but many players in that locker room and that entire coaching staff, with the exception of maybe one or two, maybe Doug, I don't know. Like, they supported Mike. And actually, I shouldn't even insinuate that, because that suggests that Doug Christie didn't support Mike when Doug was doing his job here. So that's not what I mean by any means. Like, you got rid of your head coach. You traded away your star when you did not have to. And I know we can talk about the shortcomings of De'Aaron Fox till we're blue in the face. It doesn't matter. He's a high-value player in this league, and you traded him before you had to. Not only that, you traded him for a piece that was virtually untradeable. And what did you do? You traded him for a piece that, dare we bring it up, has been high on Vivek Ranadive's list forever. So you can talk about the ownership element. You don't have to talk about the ownership element. The reality is, and I think you guys laid this out earlier, like, that's not changing, right? Vivek's not going to be forced to sell the team, and he's not going to sell the team anyway. And the one thing I'll always tell people about this Sacramento Kings ownership group is their intentions are always good. And what Vivek has never failed to do is try and put his money where his mouth is and do what needs to do to buy the team. I will always defend him for that, in addition to helping the team stay here in Sacramento. But Vivek has a track history. And the reason why I was furious the day Mike Brown was fired is because we continued that cycle again. Cycles of firing coaches prematurely. Insert Mike Malone here. Cycles of what still could happen with Doug Christie, of hiring or forcing new front offices to take old head coaches. That could still very well happen here with Doug Christie. It happened with Pete D'Alessandro when he hired Mike Malone first. It happened for Monty McNair when he had to inherit Luke Walton. And while Vivek hasn't gotten everybody he's wanted, Vivek has had known targets that he's loved that have ended up here in Sacramento. The earliest being Nick Stauskas in the draft. Loved Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is here in the DeMarcus Cousins trade. Loved Zach LaVine for years. Zach LaVine is here as part of the De'Aaron Fox trade. So you can point your fingers at everybody. The reality is the Kings made wrong investment after wrong investment after wrong investment, and had, to me, just the wrong mindset from the jump of make the playoffs at all costs, when you didn't have the means to prepare for what if at all costs isn't enough, or what if you can't afford it, or what if you fail. Because now the Kings are in a position, and we said this before De'Aaron Fox was traded. If you get this trade wrong, this will have ramifications for this organization for 4 or 5 plus years. I believe that. And they walked right into that trap. And there's no reason to believe, like, unless, be it Bob Myers or insert general manager here that can come in with a superhero cape and try and turn this thing around, there's no reason to believe that things are going to improve over a short-term timeline. And it's a position they put themselves in. So that's just the only way to look at it, in my opinion.
Let me ask both of you guys this, and there's no way of knowing. We just got a radio show, so we got to talk. Do you think this accelerated everything? Like, let's go to an alternate universe where they don't fire Mike Brown, don't trade De'Aaron Fox at the deadline. Do we think this summer would result in them both making it through the summer? Or like maybe Mike Brown does, but now Sabonis and Fox still want out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do we think De'Aaron Fox, the starry-ass season that they're going to have this year, we all think it would have been the same if they would have kept Mike Brown? He going to sign the extension?
No.
No, but I think you have now more time and more opportunity to move him versus an accelerated timeline with all teams having to bow out because one team has all the leverage.
But okay, so all right.
I think we ignore the fact that he said himself, I only wanted to go to San Antonio.
That's right.
He said that himself. He's like, so I'm sure Rich Paul is telling anybody, he got a year left. He only wants to go to San Antonio.
I think one thing fans do, and maybe media members outside of the Wojs, formerly the Shams, maybe even to a certain degree, the Sams and Slaters and those guys. It's real easy for us to puff our chest out and say, well, I would have told Rich Paul no. No, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. Agents have far more control over this league than most of us are willing to admit or most of us understand. They control a lot because they represent the most important commodity in the league, the players. And I don't agree with the idea that keeping De'Aaron Fox till the offseason was the right move. Because, Matt, I'll ask you this. You make that move, knowing how De'Aaron feels. It's public now. What's the rest of this season look like? Now, obviously, it's already bad.
Because of the move you made.
So you think this season is bad because of the Zach LaVine acquisition?
I think this team was doomed to fail from the Mike Brown firing, as I laid out. But I think the Zach LaVine acquisition never made sense. And not only you didn't just ruin a season, you've now ruined your future because of the move. So like, we can talk.
I don't believe you had a future with De'Aaron Fox. I guess that's what the crux of this is. I disagree with you in the sense that I think this season is exactly the same. You're finishing this year. De'Aaron doesn't want to be here. He's mad he didn't get traded at the trade deadline. Maybe he's getting finger surgery or whatever. Maybe he would have gotten it 2 months ago had he remained a member of the Sacramento Kings. And I don't know what your future is with him, because when Mike Brown was traded, you were 5 games under 500, and De'Aaron was the one who cost you the game before.
Sure.
So I don't know how that. If you were 5 games under 500 then with Mike and De'Aaron, and to your original point to start this whole conversation, you're approaching 5 games under now with Doug Christie. Our point, when this trade was executed with Zach LaVine to begin with, is it's a wash. We're ending the season in the exact same place we would have been with De'Aaron Fox.
To a certain degree, sorry. And I like these guys. I was just as excited as everybody else. People talk like De'Aaron and Domas are 4-time champions and didn't lose in the first round by losing 3 home games in that first round, or 2 home games, excuse me, in that first round. Like if you would have just kept them, like we were on track, we were doing cool, but they'd had that one moment. After that, they were both there last year. Malik Monk was the one who wasn't there. They couldn't get out of the play-in.
Well,
this year they start off 13 and 18. Like we're talking like they're the 90s Bulls.
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, we can we could go down that rabbit hole and talk about both of them having broken hands, but I don't think anybody's interested in excuses at this point. It doesn't matter. Like they didn't get the job done. But my response to what you said, Damian, is this: like the season's a wash either way. Great. Now your future is a wash too. Like you could have gone to this offseason at the very worst. There's nothing that you don't find a deal that you like for De'Aaron, and then he walks rather than putting yourself in cap hell with a player who not only is being paid $100 million over the next 2 years, and I am interested to see what Zach LaVine looks like, hopefully next season with a renewed sense of importance or understanding or identity, but I don't know why he would feel any need to get up for what I think this team is going to be next season. I don't think it's going to be any good because of the position that the Kings put themselves in by making this trade in the timeline that they did. Maybe they don't get a good trade package for De'Aaron Fox in the summer. Maybe he has surgery and pouts and we never see him for the rest of the year. The result for this season would have been roughly the same, maybe even worse, which is better in the sense of like having a higher draft pick than the position that you're in right now. That's my whole point, is not only did you lose the season, you've punted your future. Like you've screwed yourself up by making this move. So like the Fox element to me is more that than it is this season at this point. And that's what I felt when Mike Brown was fired. I felt like the season was lost and I didn't like the direction where the organization was going. When De'Aaron Fox was traded for Zach LaVine, there was part of me that was interested and intrigued. D'Lo, you know that very well because Zach LaVine, high profile, fun offensive player. And you best believe when he was shooting 65% from 3-point range over the span of a week and a half, we were enjoying it. It was fun. But at that point, I felt that the Sacramento Kings completely closed their own window and jammed their fingers in it in the process, all for a pathetic, sorry attempt to make the playoffs when it wouldn't have meant anything. And they still can. Like this team still, if they somehow wake up, I don't expect it to at this point, but if they somehow wake up, they could win 2 play-in games. They could win 2 one-off games and make it into the playoffs. But what does it mean? Nothing. Because they'll get swept or maybe losing 5 games to Oklahoma City and then go into the same offseason where they should get rid of their front office and they have very little wiggle room going forward. Like that's my whole point. You could have waited to trade De'Aaron Fox this summer, even if the writing's on the wall and is gone. You have more time to explore more options. And if he just says, well, I only want to go to San Antonio and that's it, then you can either facilitate that trade and hopefully try to get more or take more time to find something else instead of putting yourself on the clock where you have a week and a half to figure it out and all the leverage is with Rich Paul and De'Aaron Fox. Like, I don't know how it would have played
with them anyway.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said, are we just mad because they didn't delay the inevitable? Like everything that you're talking about was probably going to happen this summer. The season would have been laid out the same way. You would have had to make the same trade. Maybe it wouldn't have been Zach LaVine.
Which would have been infinitely better. But that's the point. It was Zach LaVine. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And it's not Zach LaVine's fault, the player, but it's the position that you put yourselves in. That's it. It was Zach LaVine. It's what they did that's wrong. They accelerated their timeline, put themselves in an awful financial situation. They have no wiggle room to get out of it. That's the problem. It doesn't have to be whether or not I thought De'Aaron Fox would lead this team to the playoffs this year or they'd be better under De'Aaron Fox or not. This season is a wash. Now beyond this season, you're in trouble.
I'm sorry, real quick. That money is that money regardless, right? To even make a trade, you've got to match up. It's the money, right?
I think Matt's argument is Zach LaVine's not tradable. Like you can't get off of it.
No,
that's
wrong. Fair. But how are you going to get somebody who we don't know this, but to match up with Fox's money at that time, you've got you've been taking expiring contract.
I think
like that would be the hope. But
I think Matt's point is you're taking a combination of contracts and draft picks to get to that.
And you have more opportunity to explore. Plus, you have the context of whether or not you have your first round pick this year. And if you don't, because it went to Atlanta, it now frees up your other future round picks to do more. Like you were bottlenecked into trading Fox to to San Antonio for Zach LaVine or holding on to him. You chose the wrong one. Like you went down the bottleneck. You were forced into, and you willingly went down it when you did not have to. He was not walking this summer.
And
you didn't have to get it done.
I understand that. All I'm saying, and maybe I'm getting caught up on the like exactly what's been said, but we talk as if we know that was on the table. We know that deal, that they everything you talked about is on the table. They walked away from it and chose to get LaVine.
You're 100% correct in that, because we don't know what the offers would have been. But what we do know is the move that they made was terrible. That's the point. And I would take an unknown possibility of what could have been in the summer where you have more time, more opportunity. And my whole point going into the trade deadline was a new front office to handle this situation. Then what you went with. What we know is that the Kings traded for Zach LaVine, and it has not worked. And it hasn't only hurt this season, it's hurt their future. That's what they've done. They fired their only head coach they've had that's been good in 20 years. And they traded away the only draft pick that's earned a second contract since DeMarcus Cousins in 2010 in Sacramento. They got rid of those two guys to accelerate their timeline and put themselves in a financial position where they have little wiggle room with a group that looks disinterested in playing with each other. Is that a fair assessment of what we saw? They don't look interested at all playing together, but they've trapped themselves with that. So what I know is bad. What I believe they should have done all along is wait till the summer and give themselves more options so they didn't have to take the only thing that was available to them, which is what they did now, and now they're paying for it. That's been my entire point.
That's the constant known versus the unknown that excites people. Like people get really excited at the unknown. We talk about the theory of hope around the trade deadline, around the draft, around free agency. It's this hope that we can be better because we have put these fictitious deals together in our head. We've put these fictitious trades into our head. This player has fallen to us in the draft and we're taking them and they're going to wind up being the star, when in reality, like they clearly, like we keep talking about, we could debate whether the move that they made was right or wrong. One thing that I think is lost in this is I don't think it's just a right or wrong move. I think this is the move the Sacramento Kings wanted to make,
which is even worse.
Well, and that's a discussion to be had here in probably a week or two.
Sure.
And that's the unfortunate part about all of this, because Matt, we started this show saying I think, prior to yesterday at 4:00, there was still some salvaging that could be done to a certain degree with several key people around the Sacramento Kings. Doug Christie. I don't think so much Monty McNair, but I definitely think Doug. I don't know how that's the case today. Losing that game to the Wizards and putting yourself in this position in the final 6 games of the season, I don't know how anyone is back here with this team when this is all said and done, whether it's next Monday or it's next Thursday or whenever it winds up being.
And that's why Domantas Sabonis is pissing me off. Like, I've been captain Defenda Sabonis.
Someone else say that besides us.
I've been captain Defenda Sabonis for 2-3 years. I think he's
we haven't
massively
used that soundbite in a while.
There you go, play it.
Thanks, Matt.
Awesome. Set the tone. Sabonis, I think, is a extremely talented player. Blah, blah, blah. Clarification of all nice things before I say mean things about the guy. I don't give a damn that you want clarity this summer. I don't. All of us do. And homie, you're in the position that you're in because you helped facilitate it. You were one of the reasons why Mike Brown is gone. You're one of the reasons why the season went to this point. Your guy is your head coach right now. And you're not shooting for him. Like, I don't think Domantas Sabonis has ever been labeled a number one guy because I don't think he should be. It doesn't mean he's not worthy of the $40 million. And that's a debate I've had with people here in Sacramento to the end of time. I don't think Domantas Sabonis' contract is a bad contract. I think they had to pay Sabonis that money. I think an all NBA center is worthy of that money. But I make that payment as if I'm writing the check. I make that payment to Domantas Sabonis on the Kings knowing that I'm paying for not a number one guy. But, man, De'Aaron Fox was killed for months before even being traded. He was killed for saying exactly what Sabonis is saying now. And this pissed a lot of people off last night, and I'll say it loud and proud. De'Aaron Fox was 100% right. Like, De'Aaron Fox was right to question. De'Aaron Fox was right to send Rich Paul in to have a meeting with this front office and figure out what the hell the direction is of this organization. He's right because he looks around and he's seen the pattern of this organization that he spent his entire career in and going, I'm not interested in going back to this. Every single day, De'Aaron Fox is being proven more right. And now Domantas Sabonis, who is completely opposite from Fox in the Mike Brown thing especially, is now asking for the same clarifications, is now asking for the same context. Except here's the difference, Domas. You've already been paid, brother. And you already got your contract. De'Aaron Fox didn't have his. So De'Aaron had the leverage. Like, you don't. So here's the thing. Here's the difference with Domantas Sabonis especially. Domas plays through everything from stitches in his freaking head to an ankle that should have kept him out longer to stomped in the chest by Draymond Green, whatever it is. Like, he plays through it. He shows up and he fights and he plays hard. That can never be questioned about Domantas Sabonis. So I do not believe he's the kind of person to where if he doesn't get the answer that he wants this summer, that he's going to threaten to not play if he doesn't get traded or anything like that. So I'm not worried about that necessarily. But hearing all these reports now and reading that from Sam and hearing Sam talk about it and this idea, Domantas Sabonis would like clarity on the direction of the Sacramento Kings. Get in freaking line, dude. Because you're part of the reason why they went on this direction that is now unstable. This organization is staring in the face exactly what I've laid out over the last 45 minutes on this radio show, and you were a major reason why they got there. So, like, I love Domas. I will always love Domas the player, no matter what. But when I've read these reports and heard those things, I've just rolled my eyes at it because the organization chose him. The organization chose Malik. The organization chose the players that didn't like Mike, that weren't for the direction that the Kings were heading in, even though it was the only time this team has had any success winning-wise in the last 16, 17, 18 years. Kings might not make 40 wins this season. They won 48 and 46 under Mike Brown the first 2 years. So, yeah, I know he was 5 games under 500. The dude got freaking results. It's like 107 and 88 in 2 years. You didn't like him because he was holding you accountable, because he said mean things about you publicly or privately, or he'd yell at you in practice because you were not doing your job, or we practice too much. Okay. You didn't like it. You voiced your opinion. The organization sided with you. And now the organization's in an even worse spot, and now you want clarification on the direction. Man, miss me with that. I hate that.
One of the
You broke out a lot of different voices today, by the way. These are all new sides of Matt George here.
One of the things that I think is a problem, and it's been a problem for a while, and it seemed like we're getting past it, is we don't have people in that organization that don't point the finger, that don't look in the mirror. Everybody always blaming somebody else. Everybody. It's happened as long as we've been doing this show. It's Vivek's problem. It's the front office problem. It's DeMar's problem. It's Sabonis' problem. It's Mike Brown's fault. It's this person's fault. It's Vlade's fault. It's everybody else's fault. And outside of Malik Monk is the only one in about 4 years that I've heard say, you know what? That's unacceptable. That's on me. I'm going to be better on a consistent basis. Everybody else getting their little stories out, getting their little back channels. Oh, man, I can't do this because of this person. And this person's meddling, and this person ain't got no control, and this and that. It's always somebody else.
Are you just talking players or everybody? Because Mike Brown took accountability all the time.
Mike Brown
would point to
Mike Brown behind the scenes was doing some stuff. He was doing some stuff.
Mike Brown behind the scenes was challenging players that needed to be challenged because they weren't holding up their end of the bargain.
He did that, but he didn't go, Matt, I'm telling you, he didn't go about things in a cool way. It was undermining. It was not all right. It was not all right. And he played his role in this. I like Mike Brown, but he played his role in it. And it's more than just yelling at people.
Well, clearly it's a case of he said, she said, because I've heard other things as well, but there's only so much that we can share. So then that's unfortunately the reality of this.
I ain't heard none of this. I'm just sitting here like a dumbass.
No, but that's also the thing too, is this organization turned into a freaking junior high this year. And that's what's annoying too, is it became battle lines. And what side of the locker room are you on? And are you with this clique or that clique? Are you on team this or team that? And then drama all of a sudden about the owner's daughter and who she's dating, as if that matters or is relevant to anything happening on the basketball floor. It just became a bunch of junior high bull crap. And it got out of control when Mike Brown was fired. Now, I'm not saying Mike was perfect either, Kenny. I've laid that out completely. But I know Mike challenged this organization with people that weren't getting the job done. And he's gone, and those people still aren't getting the job done. So maybe he was right, because they're playing for a coach that they love right now. And this locker room's together. Oh, they love each other. Man, they enjoy playing together. Vibes are up. Spirits are high. And then they'll go and get their ass kicked by the Wizards. And maybe they're smiling after. Oh, gee, that makes us feel better. Like, the proof is in the pudding. They chose wrong. And I'm not saying that all the guys who are anti-Mike need to be gone. I disagree. Like, I know that Malik and Mike butted. Sorry, you're in the show.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's good. Cut me off, please.
No,
Shot clock.
We have to get to the NIT tournament. I know that's.
Oh, jeez.
That's at 5:45, by the way. It's at 5:45.
It's at 5:45.
Yeah, that was cleared up earlier. It's at
Excellent.
5:45.
Great.
Run it back
again.
next.
Once again.
5:45.
Sitting here like a goddamn dumbass. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm host UC Irvine.
I'll finish my thought real quick. I know Malik and Mike very clearly didn't always get along. They butted heads often, but there's always a mutual respect between the two. Malik is not one of those people that I want to see gone by any means. I think you guys said earlier in the show, like, Malik is one of those guys that's like, yeah, let's ride. Let's figure it out. Like, he's one of those people that I would be sad to see go no matter what, but he ain't getting the job done now either. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, man. None of them are.
Beat the fucking Wizards next time.
They damn near hadn't done that for 3 years.
True story. Spirited show today, everybody. Hey, look who's here.
Great show.
That logo guy. What a boy.
What a show. Perfect way for it to end. D-Lo sitting here like a fucking idiot. We'll see y'all tomorrow. 10 a.m.